Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, youtube.com/the stock market. If you ever miss anything, second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. We're going to recap everything. We're going to talk about what to look for. If you saw it yesterday, if you were ready for the weekend, man, I'm sure a lot of you have woken up to it. Today is a very historic day. So futures, surprisingly, they're not down as much as they were pre-market, or at least last night. They've came up a little bit, but the key is you have a emergency NATO meeting. You got Russia cut off from SWIFT. The Treasury's talking about it. We got more strategic oil releases, and honestly, like 50 other things. So it's going to be wild, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready. We have a bunch of stuff to talk about. We have a bunch of different plays, but just get ready for volatility. It's probably going to be a long day, and it's going to probably be a long week. Again, I mean, last week was a short week that I don't know how this is going to be a long week. This long week is going to feel like a year probably, but it's going to be exciting. There's a lot of opportunity on the table, a lot of back and forth, but literally, ladies and gentlemen, there's no other way to put this. You are living through history, and you're living through a time where we haven't seen a lot of things like this. So we're going to be watching a lot of global currencies. We got to keep our eyes out for the bonds and what is going on. And then on top of it, you still have a very exciting week, from the State of the Union all the way down to Berkshire Hathaway's annual letter, and then everything else, man. So it is going to be wild. I hope you guys are locked in. Get ready for a day. You're going to definitely want your armor and helmet on, but I hope you guys are ready. Give you another 49,000% play. Let's hopefully find one, but those LMTs should be good. Again, I mean, at the very least, I would not be surprised. We're going to get a bunch of back and forth. Again, your opportunity for volatility, your opportunity for plays, it is definitely going to be there. You just got to keep your head in the game, baby. You got to get your head in the game, baby. So how you living? How you living? Good morning, baby. I missed you guys. Oh, Friday was a struggle too, but we back. Good morning, Alexander Ray. Good morning, Carissa. Good morning, Malone. Good morning, Laurie. Oscar Ramirez. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Dinar, how you living? Ray Don, John Merrill, Liam Sasman, Timbuktu. Oh, what's up, Lou? Good morning, Daydreamer. Ray Don, Steven Rutherford. What's up, baby? What's up, Charles? How you living, Charles? Nate, Emilio, Justin. Oh, good morning. Are you guys locked and loaded? Are you guys locked and loaded? Are you ready for it? Do you guys realize this is history in the making? This is a weird history to be a part of, honestly. I feel like we keep being a part of it. Again, we got to talk about a lot, man. We are going to have to talk about a lot. So hope you guys are ready for it. Let us get our good morning. I missed you. Yeah, good morning. Look at all the chats, baby. I know I missed you guys, too. What's up, Patrick? How you living, Patrick? God bless you, Patrick. Oh, man. Shout out the real estate squad. Hey, man. You're kind of tired of it? Well, I got a PHILO on it. I don't know. I could give you a PHILO on it, but it's a little early. So hopefully you guys just enjoy with it. Again, today shouldn't be in a weird way. Today could have been a lot worse. Again, when you look at the futures, when you see how things are, again, we cut off Russia's central bank. Again, we've sanctioned everybody. A lot of companies were just exiting out. I got some people telling me stuff there in Russia. It could have been a lot worse here today. So that's why we got to see what happens for the rest of the day. Again, I mean, today in the market, the futures were down a lot more. So we'll see what happens. But before we do anything, let's get a good random play in. Chad, thank you for participating. Okay, shout out to Chads who have posted a random play. Let's bless it, and let's get a good one, man. Let's get a good one. Here it is. Oh, what's this? Oh, wow. Oh, the breakdown by Jesus Moreno. Oh, man. Oh, he gave you the week. Oh, Jesus Moreno. Look at that. Ah, look at that. God bless you. So, again, I mean, check out the watch list. Bro, Jesus just broke it down. He just broke it down for us, baby. We love it. We love it. God bless you and thank you. Amen. Hey, man, there it is. Random RTX 110 call for 48 or 414 for 12 cents. All right, I could take it. A defensive name. RTX is kind of in the middle. All right. Let's do it. I'm down with it. God bless you, Jesus. And God bless you. Who was that? That was HAZ2K3. All right, man, let's do it. Hazak2K. Blood. All right, let's go. It's going to be an exciting one. So, again, you got a couple of things. I don't know if we want to say, if we want to take a map, markets, if you guys want to see the rest of the world. I think it's pretty bad, or not too bad, but it could be a lot worse. Again, look at this. You have some places that are up right now. I think this is, again, these markets are all closed. So Europe is open, Europe is down. Anything that says up, I think, is closed unless it's Russia. I think Russia's stock market is actually still halted. Some China names did do good. So as you can see, it's not as if Asian equities, in a weird way, they may actually be a safe haven to a degree. Yeah, futures look really, really bad last night. Again, that's why it's very interesting. That's why I'm saying today could have been a lot worse. But we are definitely going to find out. There are so many things that we're going to see. Again, you have a UN Security Council meeting that hasn't happened in decades. Again, an emergency meeting. You have the peace talks, and that was part of it here this morning, is that we got a little bit of a boost here because of the Ukrainians are meeting the Russians in Belarus to talk about it. So we will see what happens. But to the news, baby. To get you your recap here on the morning, talks between Ukraine and Russia were underway as battles continued in the suburbs of Kyiv, and heavy fighting was reported around Kharkiv and Cherniv. President Zelensky repeated a request for Ukraine to be fast-tracked into the EU. The Washington Post reported Belarus is set to send soldiers into Ukraine to support Russia. UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting today. The U.S. banned transactions with Russia's central bank effective now, while sanctioning the Ministry of Finance and two wealth funds. The ruble plunged along with Russian firms listed in London. Bank of Russia more than doubled its key rate to 20% from 9.5. It also stopped stocks and options trading on the Moscow exchange today. CDS's credit default swaps, they signaled a 56% likelihood of default. I'm surprised it's not higher. Russia banned airlines from 36 countries from using its airspace. So again, there was news yesterday that the EU banned Russia, but in the midst of all of this, I think a lot of people are missing Russia is doing the same thing. So Russia is even banning other people. We'll see if there's any updates. U.S. indexes, futures fell with European stocks, oil and natural gas, wheat and palladium jumping as Brent crude soared. Rallies in the dollar, golds, and bonds underlie the demand for havens. The euro fell on worries about risks from Europe's economy. CBO volatility index jumped to the highest on closing basis since 2021. VanEck Russia ETF, U.S. listed fund that tracks Russia stocks, lost more than a quarter of its value pre-market. Avoid panic selling and focus on market fundamentals, said J.P. Morgan's head of global equity strategy, Mislav Majek. If one's selling on the back of the latest geopolitical developments now, the risk is getting whipsawed. Matek just said, historically, the majority of military conflicts, especially if localized, didn't hurt investor confidence for too long and ended up as buying opportunities. Commodity supply shocks may get worse as penalties make payments more difficult and countries reconsider a ban on Russian energy exports, Goldman said. Bank expects 2 million to 4 million barrels a day of Russian oil flows to be disrupted and raised its one-month Brent outlook to 115. Elsewhere, Rusal halted shipments at its aluminum refinery in Ukraine, and traders are said to be balking at Russian grain and LNG. BP tanked, and after saying it will get out of Russia, it'll exit roughly 20% holding in Rosneft, one of the single biggest foreign investments in the country, and take a hit of up to $25 billion. They were willing to lose $25 billion just to exit. Think about that. Wild. The move followed pressure from the UK. BP didn't say it's planning to sell the stake or simply walk away. Shares slumped as much as 7.5. Norway is bailing too. The Sovereign Wealth Fund froze $2.8 billion in holdings in a rare case of politics steering its investment. Biggest equity holding at the end of 2020 last time, disclosed a full portfolio were in Sberbank, Gazprom, and Lukoil. TD Bank will buy First Horizon all-cash transaction valued at $13.4 billion, $25 a share. Toyota will suspend output at domestic factories after supplier operations were taken down because of a cyber attack, the Nikkei reported. And then Genovant Sciences and Arbutus Biopharm filed patent infringement lawsuit against Moderna, an affiliate, over Moderna's COVID vaccine. Berkshire Hathaway bought back $27 billion in shares from 2021, most ever, snapped up $1.2 billion from year-end to February 23. That helped chip away at the firm's near-record $146 billion cash pile. And then in a rare move, Buffett let likely successor Gabe Abel write a section of the missive. No way. Wow. He let his successor speak on the annual letter. Isn't that wild? Oh, man, money is still flowing into U.S. stocks at a steady pace, but it's arriving in a market where liquidity is evaporating. That's part of the explanation for dizzying volatility, including intraday swings of 3% more. Equity liquidity has slumped to levels seen only 3 times in the last 15 years, Goldman said. The razor blade trade is back. An army of pandemic retail investors is now powering the boom, and regulators are worried amateur traders don't understand the risks. What's that? They're saying, oh, that's the leverage trade. Chart of the day, money market stress has emerged on liquidity concerns. The FRA OIS spread for 1-month contracts widened the most since March 2020, while 3-month dollar-yen basis swaps fluctuated and March euro-dollar contracts underperformed June peers. The exclusion of some Russian banks from SWIFT may spur missed payments and prompt several banks to supply dollars to the market. Today, 9:45, Chicago PMIs, 10:30, Fed Dallas Manufacturing, 10:30, Fed Bostic speaks, 10:50, Christine Lagarde speaks, 11:15, Biden is going to be speaking with allies about Ukraine, 26-week bond auction at 11:30, and then you're going to have the UN General Assembly emergency meeting on Ukraine. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And right now, we are only down 1%. 1% so far. Ken, pretty wild. Pretty wild. Jerome Powell, he appears in Congress Wednesday and Thursday in his last public appearance before the Fed. Inflation, the rates path, and whether the Ukraine crisis altered his calculations will be in focus. Other officials speaking this week include Raphael Bostic, Loretta Mester, Charles Evans, James Bullard, and John Williams. The U.S. jobs report on Friday may show hiring remains solid after January's surprising report. Employers probably added 400,000 jobs, while the unemployment rate is seen dipping to 3.9% from 4%. Private ADP report due midweek is expected to show a rapid rebound after a drop in January. Also, you are getting ISM manufacturing, services, and jobless claim and factory orders. Target and Costco, they got earnings here. Biden's State of the Union. Central bank sanctions may light fuse to crisis. The initial sanctions look severe but manageable, but the central bank itself is a target, endangering a key critical backstop for the financial sector. The question, do Russia's banks face additional stress or full-blown crisis? Hot dog. Good morning. What a day, man. What a day. Biden's approval rating fell to a record low in Washington post ABC News poll with his first State of the Union address tomorrow, with 37% saying they approve and 55% saying they disapprove. Donald Trump stood by his praise of Putin in his speech of conservative voters, saying that the Russian president was smart and blamed Biden and U.S. missteps for the invasion. Trump was at the clear choice in a presidential poll of attendees at CPAC with an approval rating of 97%. Goldman's economists lifted their U.S. inflation forecast and now see the Fed hiking more than expected in 2023. The team forecast the Fed's preferred inflation measure to reach 3.7 by the end of 2022, compared to the previous forecast of 3.1. Not good. Iran nuclear talks are set to slip into March as officials try to hammer at the finals of the deal. PBOC can provide a financial lifeline to Russia if China decides to buck Western efforts to cut it out of the global financial system. The bank has a multi-billion-dollar currency swap with Russia's central bank, and China also signed Russian lenders onto its payment settlement system, seen as an alternative to SWIFT. Japan will restrict trading with Russian central bank, Kyoto reported. PM Fumio Kishida said Belarus President Lukashenko will be among the subjects of the Japan sanctions. Indian GDP growth slowed to 5.5 on the year. Freight rates for transporting crude from Russia are surging due to sanctions while they scramble for alternative supply boosts for the rates of other passages. Iraq oil halted at those 2 oil fields for an unrelated issue. Kyiv is seeking a full embargo on Russia oil and gas, but FGE warned energy exports from Russia are too big to sanction, and Europe cannot survive without Russian gas. SocGen and Credit Suisse are said to have halted financing for Russian deals. Singapore banks, including DBS, OCBC, and UOB, stopped issuing issuing LCs involving Russia energy. Asian oil buyers are said to be seeking out more supply from the Middle East. Asian benchmark coal prices jumped to a record over potential disruption from supplies from Russia. Man, just look at all these headlines. Still very, very wild. Yeah, we still got the Lockheed Martin. Chevron will buy biofuel maker, renewable energy, all cash. Healthcare Realty Trust agree to enter strategic partnership of $17 billion to bring the largest medical office owner buildings together. Toshiba says going private too risky. A bank used by Exxon to pay salaries and pensions of employees in Russia was among those sanctioned. Panasonic will start mass production of next-generation battery for Tesla. Airlines and cruise line operators fall in pre-market trading as Europe and Canada close their airspace to carriers from Russia. Meta found and disabled a disinformation network that operated accounts targeting Ukraine across its social networks. Earnings today, Zoom is going to report after the close. Investors will be looking on signs of how much of a slow return to the peach in the morning with Bradley Fizzle. Let's go, baby. Oh, good morning. Today's a historic day, and that is a historic peach. Oh, my goodness. Oh, nah. Where is it? I don't have it. Let's go, baby. Oh, good morning. Amen. Amen. That's what we need in the morning. That's what we need. Oh, God bless you, and thank you, my friend. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. Oh, God bless. God bless. Wow, don't you feel it? That's a historic peach, man. That's a historic peach. That's amazing. That's amazing, man. Wow. Woo, I'm pumped. I'm pumped. HP analysts will focus on how much supply chain issues have impacted the company. Workday, Lucid, Novax, and Groupon also report. YouTube suspends ads from Russia's state media. Limits RT access. Lockheed, Raytheon lead defense stocks in U.S. pre-market. Uber tests new algorithm. JP Morgan says selling stocks now carries too much risk. Chevron to buy biofuel maker. Chevron to buy biofuel at 61 a share. Apple, Meta, Google face new Australian laws to reduce power. European nations slam FIFA for not expelling Russia from the World Cup. Airbnb is offering free short-term housing for up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees who are fleeing the Russian invasion of their country. Boundary breaking and history making. The Deaf family drama Coda took top honors on the 28 Screen Actors Guild. Don't stand too close if you need more space. You're not alone. The Wall Street Journal reported among a small group of subjects, personal space boundaries were tested by researchers, and personal space requirements increased by 40 to 50% on average. Okay. That's cool. On this day in history, this one's a cool one. Scientists James Watson and Francis Crick in 1953 said they discovered the double helix structure of the DNA, the molecule that foundation for heredity. Watson later claimed Crick told the world first by walking into a near pub and blurting out, "We found the secret to life." The truth wasn't that far off. The duo solved how genetic instructions are passed through generations. It's pretty cool, right? That's today in 1953. 1953. Look at that. Look at that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. Again, we got a lot of other things here. Today, we're going to see a lot of different plays. We already got our random play there of RTX. Really, it's just going to come down to now finding the plays and seeing how we play out. Again, we talked about this on the watch list. I mean, I'm going to be watching LMT, RTX, Alcoa, Materials, even B&O as a Brent crude play. Again, we already have plays on all of these. And the real key is going to be monitoring any of the premiums. And we were talking a little bit about arbitrage, so we'll see how it plays out. I'm going to be watching travel stocks like Booking. That's going to be key. TLT is actually very, very key right now. We're going to need to watch that. I'm going to be watching wheat, Facebook, and then Boeing as well. Boeing is surprisingly negative, especially after RTX went green. So we're gonna find out what happens. There's kind of a lot of things over here. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be but pretty much travel, defensive, materials, and then a couple of other tech plays, but mainly travel and materials and oil. So get ready. Should be fun here. Okay. It should be fun. We're going to have to see how it plays out, but like we could probably digest from the last couple days, anytime we've woken to this amount of news here, it's been a lot worse, so things are actually looking good. It's going to be one of these days, too, with the premiums, like we talked about. Just watch for the pop and lock, watch for them to kind of play out like the VAX stocks that we saw a lot a lot last year. So if you didn't watch the what's it called, the watch list, I mean, we went over a nice little arbitrage thing. So I'm gonna be looking at a lot of these here in the morning to see what is going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you know we love you. I hope you know it's going to be a wild day. You're living through history. And here at the Cult, don't matter if it's a normal day or a crazy day. We do this every single day before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves. We must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for what you're doing. And just shout out and prayers to everybody all across the world going through anything. And shout out to our own police and firefighters and doctors and public servants and anybody helping out here in the United States, baby. We love it and God bless all of you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the shots! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Let's go. Let's go. Are you ready? Are you ready, Chad? Are you ready? It's a history in the making. Shut the... Let me make it. Please don't shoot me now. Cause I'm rolling. All right, man. It's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be an exciting one. I got a couple of plays. Again, what you got to watch for here in the morning, literally, you're going to have a couple of minutes. And I would look at the option chain. If you could steal something for dirt cheap, same price as Friday or a lot cheaper, I would probably take it. If it has a premium, we may have to watch out because essentially the real plays may come here in the first hour and a half, 2 hours, not necessarily the first 30 minutes. Okay, so keep that in mind because then we're going to really see how things play out. That's what I'm keeping in mind. And we also have other plays. If you do have anything that you bought, it's a put. If you saw how kind of the Fridays played out, you know what I'm saying? I would watch out. You might be able to take profits quickly because if things do sell off, you could lose a lot of premium very quick. But we got to see the volatility. We got to see how this plays back and forth. And again, chances are in the next like 30 minutes or every like hour and a half, 2 hours, you're probably going to get some level of news updates. So just keep that in mind, okay? Just keep that in mind, and you will be good to go. You got 45 seconds left, baby. So welcome. Very historic opening bell here, February 28th, 2022. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Hopefully you don't ever panic, and make sure you got that long term. And just show some love and make some call-outs, Chad. I hope you are ready, man. I hope you are ready. It's going to be a crazy one. Good morning. Good morning. Are you excited? I'm excited. Last day of February? Get out of here. No way. It's the last day. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. All right. 10 seconds. Get ready for it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see Tesla. I even want to check Brent Crude or even Alcoa as well. There it is. Round one. Fight. So Lockheed was at 430. You see what I'm saying? It gave up most of the gains there. So watch what that does there to everything else. You say Uber? Why would Uber? Is Uber up? Uber is up, surprisingly. That's very, very weird. Roblox on the high. A lot of weird things. NASDAQ is only opening down 0.75%. It's really not that bad, but that means you're probably going to get a lot more movement here through the rest of the day. Let me see. Palanta Green. Check the price of the LMTs. Let's see. 450. The LMTs are still up 200. Tesla deep green. LMT starting to move up a little bit. Again, the Alcoa SPY's only down 1%. So actually really not bad. Watch TLT as well too. I'm pretty sure it's 1.1 to 1. It seems totally reverse here with the SPY, so that's actually good. It's just an inverse correlation. Airbnb. Oh, yeah, I need to get the RTXs for the random play. April, Yandex, Forever Hall. It might, honestly. A lot of things are getting dumped. Airbnb, Roblox, Square again. Remember, wasn't Square coming off good earnings? Let me check B&O too. Watch the oil plays. Some of them look like they're just selling off straight up. Party almost there. Okay, I got the RTXs for the random play. That is done. That's your first random play. Neo, a lot of things are going straight up right now. Again, you got Square right there. I'd watch some of the financials, see how they perform. Again, even check some of the China names like we talked about. Tesla up 1.7. Baba's selling off there a little interestingly enough. Try something. Aviation, close AMD. Aviation, I'd look at Boeing as well. Again, what? It's only been 3 minutes here. Boeing's down, which is interesting. Let's see. The Boeings are still actually cheaper on the weeklies from last week. MACD, baby. Good morning. Good morning, and God bless you. Snap gassing, hella liquidity. It's a good way to describe it, hella liquidity. Tesla, weird that Disney's still down. A couple names, again, we'll look at the breakdown. Everything's down. Tech stocks, they're not doing as bad. And pay attention. You've seen this before. You remember on some of these days where the VWAP is like off the charts, low-key? That's what it's starting to look like here. What's happening? Tesla working on Starlink. LMT, did they come back up? B&O, again, watch out for that. Yeah, LMT's moving, but watch out for the premiums. Again, make sure they actually move. I'm trying. I have a couple. I'm trying to bid on a play right now. Emergency meeting is going to be, I think, in a couple hours. That's the UN General Assembly meeting again, and it's a very wild piece of news. It's a very wild piece of news. I'm trying to see SPY's going up. Moulin up 58. They say emergency meetings are rare. Yes, it hasn't happened in decades. Like actually decades for that type of meeting. India sets benchmark oil price. I'll have to look at that in a second. German wind group on Enercon reports disruption of satellite connections. Again, I'm waiting. I have one bid out. I'm not getting filled on anything. LMT's up. If RTX is surprisingly, I mean they didn't go up last time. So these last 2 days on RTX, that one's going to be interesting. I would look at that again. Any of the material plays, you could double check. Just make sure the premiums are actually moving on some of these. That's what I'm waiting for. Let's check the LMT. No Fed emergency. Oh my gosh, the LMTs went ape shit. LMTs are up 700% now. Oh, they scam me. That's $100 into 1,200. They're almost at. They're literally right under 1,000%. I even forgot about the XOM, but I think XOM was down a little bit more. But the XOM premiums are they're barely down. But watch out for that. Alcoa is going up. Even the Alcoas, remember the far out the monies now. Remember, those didn't move. There might be some opportunity there. The TLTs are nutty. I know they are. How can we do this? June, July. Oh, they don't fill anything. I have a play. I'm trying to get filled on it, but it's not working. It is not where I'm just going to be riding those. I haven't even checked the SPY butterflies. Again, I'm sure we're going to talk about those, but LMT is going ape shit. Those could be one. RTX is kind of minor, like in the sense that the premiums have not. I don't think the premiums on there are going too nuts. So I'll wait till it goes down one more. Getting filled on tasty works. I'm going with specific ones. I got one play that I really like here, but I don't know if I go with time or shares. It's kind of related to B&O, and we'll see again. I need to even check those plays. I haven't even looked at the B&Os. Airlines continuing lower. The B&Os, those are still down. I think it's the spreads. But those are, what about even NVIDIA too? Remember, there's some NVIDIA plays. TLT's coming up again. Watch out if TLT really gets bullish. I mean, that could tell you a lot. Airbnb clapping, XOM. Is XOM going up? Again, if anyone finds a good RTX option, let me know. Thoughts on the index. If it's still halted, you should be good. Hopefully, it's not one of those situations where they halt it like all week. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. CCL. I mean, travel stocks are going to be they're going to be difficult. TLT really going right there. That's not good. Again, I would watch even a booking as well. That one will be actually very interesting. Let me check what we got there. Let's Yeah, booking's expensive as hell if you want to take the risk. But travel plays in general, I mean, they're gonna. As much as I even love Airbnb, anything travel related right now, they're gonna outpace. And we brought this up on the watch list. You know, literally booking was dropping more than almost all of your big tech combined. So that's just what you got to watch out for. TSM clapped. X is strong. And then the videos are even moving there too. Booking's still going down. Booking just expensive, but shit, you might be able to find something. Okay. Ukraine is low-key winning. They have good defenses. Good defenses. I mean, people were surprised. Again, there was even reports about Russia being surprised. Lockheed is still going up. That's insane. If Lockheed actually could keep moving like this is already hitting that point. Remember, it hasn't moved in the last couple days. Talks with Russia are still ongoing. I wonder if it'll work. I just don't know if they're going to scam me. I have an idea. No, we'll put it there. Scammers. Absolute scammers. They made me pay. All right, I took it. I took a big play. Has a lot of time with it. It's kind of like the B&O play. Any long-term plays? I mean, think about it. We were talking long-term the other day, and a lot of things were up. So I was a little bit worried about it, but I actually have a decent idea for the long-term. So we're just going to use this volatility, hopefully, to our advantage and let it do what it needs to do. You know what I'm saying? Let it do what it needs to do. Bid and asks are wide. I mean, again, even liquidity in general is going to be very, very interesting, more or less. So watch out for that, but do not trade this, my friend. Not a recommendation. I was trying to get the play a little cheaper. They wouldn't budge. The best part about this play, you could grab it with shares. I'm just going out on a limb here. I think it could be a good volatility play with everything. I was watching a lot of stuff last night, and essentially I'm going after wheat now. So that's one of the commodities, materials, again, it's food, that is going to get impacted here. They had a nice move, but it's a very interesting one. So I grabbed wheat, WEAT. That's the ticker. I grabbed October calls. Do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Again, you see the market. You see the marketplace that you're in right now. If you want to take the risk, be my guest. But, I mean, everything goes back and forth. So do not trade anything. If you do not have the stomach for it, everything is liable to get clapped. So I think you guys should already be aware of that at this point. Russia and Ukraine supply wheat. Yeah, and then wheat, go look at the ETF. Wheat, it hasn't even broke out yet. That's the key. 2 days ago, wheat was higher, and then go look on it. In the 2 years, it looks like it's popping, but literally, this thing has not even hit 2014, 2015 levels. That's why I like it. I was like, you could even grab shares on it, but I just figure we start with something small. There's going to be a lot of that stupid volatility, and then we just go from there. Stop buying them at 25. Don't buy the further one. Yeah, okay. They just adjusted the premiums. Never mind. There's one on there. You just had a window right there. No, they raised all the price. All the contracts are just the same price. I don't think anybody trades this shit. That's why I think it's. I think that's why I think it's doing that. No, no, no. Now they've adjusted, but I just think again, I don't think anybody fucking looks for wheat. Is it? Yeah, you can't go. I would go for the shares. The shares aren't bad. Shares are not bad at all. Honestly, I might even want shares just to have some shares. I just instant ghetto spread it. Well, there you go, baby. Run it. Run it. Very little liquidity on wheat. We be trading wheat. Yeah. The 8s are almost intrinsic. They are, yeah. You pretty much, right? They just like I would just buy the shares though at that point. But I guess you're getting them cheap. That's a tough one. Again, that's why we'll see if there's volatility. TLT's coming up. SPY's holding VWAP. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Kind of wild to think that we've done all day today and literally not doing anything. Like, think about that. We're just chilling at VWAP. We've gotten our updates. Nothing too crazy. Tupperware, accelerated buyback. Cybersecurity stocks gaining on attack risk. Bank stocks, as yields hit lowest in nearly a month. That's about it. It's only been 17 minutes. Yeah, that's good. 17 minutes, though, in the morning, because usually the first couple minutes, even that first, 5-10 minutes, that's where the candles start to go crazy. So I'll even give it another 15 for the first 30. The LMT call, I don't know. The LMT call is up about 900% right now. $100 into $1,200. It would be smart to take the profits, and then let me see what other stuff we could get with it. But LMT is just, it's in a very good position right now. Again, we're in the money, essentially, on it. This is a good one. We'll see. We'll see. But there's a lot. Boeing starting to sell off. Those premiums are still clapped on the short terms. They're about to go crazy, though, but you could take advantage of that. Square's still going up, but we have those Square plays for April. Those actually are coming back. Interestingly enough, Square's up 3. Russo! What's up, baby? Russo! BAC new low. Why don't you trade futures on wheat options? I could. I was thinking about that the other day. It could be an opportunity. But then again, I mean, I don't think anything could come. I don't think you could get that much quantity for that cheap compared to the option at that price. So even then, even if you did like a ghetto spread or a debit spread on it, you might be able to get it cheap. But I think pretty much, I'm getting better leverage on the option in a weird way. Amazon, Apple, a lot of things are moving. SPY's a little bit above VWAP here. Let's see what happens. RTX is starting to move. I got October. I got the most amount of time on wheat, and I bought the cheapest option. Most time, cheapest option, and it's been in a back and forth. And surprisingly, that price was even cheaper than a couple days ago, which makes it, I think, even that much more wacky. Let me see. About LMT still rocketing. How do you think wheat will affect bread? It's hard to say. Again, if you watch the watch list, I mean, this is a very historic moment. I mean, again, they're still allowing Russia energy here and there, but for the most part, I mean, right now, at the best case scenario of this situation is we have a mild reaction on commodities and pricing. Otherwise, it's getting to the point where, you know, we're just talking about runaway inflation at the end of the day across the board on everything else. Again, whether it forces the Fed to do something or not, but you know, if energy prices and things get clapped, you know, that's just what happens. Sam calls, wheat goes up, beer goes up, nobody drinking out. Honestly, maybe. Again, because usually during certain times, they're pretty good. Let's see. I'm here. I'm here, my friend. Let's take. I still have the same. Yeah, the same shares are clapped too. Still got him though. We still got him. All right. I did something. I sold out the LMT. I sold that at $1,400. We bought the play for $140, so 1,000% on that one. But I have an idea, so you'll see what I'm gonna do with it. Let's see. Tesla's up 2.3. You will see my idea. You will see my idea very shortly. I will show you how we do this. Huh? You know, I will show you. See if they're gonna film me. Airbnb down 3. Jeez. Wait, did I get filled? Bro, these scammers. Bro, it's saying I got filled, but I didn't. Well, that just cost me. Oh, I got 1. All right. I don't know what the hell happened. Okay. SPY volume? I don't know. Let's check. And then again, you have Zoom earnings today after hour. Volume's low, it feels like. But then again, only been 20 minutes. So just keep that in mind. So we'll see how that one plays out. Oh, they already see LMT and them are getting clapped. I just did a little mini rollover there. I think it might hold up. Again, premiums are up 50% on it, but it's a lot lower than LMT. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with the RTX play. Calls for April. So essentially, I'm rolling. I took the 1,000% on LMT, $100, got back $1,400, and then I put about $400 into RTX with more time. So again, RTX is kind of lagging behind LMT, believe it or not. The premiums haven't broken out like LMT. They're holding up, so I figured I'd get more time and then spend a little bit less, but then that way we book a profit, roll over, still get defensive exposure, and now we're going for the underperformer out of the bunch. But again, it could. The point is, if I'm selling and buying at the same time on 2 similar assets, you're going to be exposed to that risk. So if you want to wait for this play, you're either going to pay more or you're either going to get a way better deal than I did. So just keep that in mind. U.S. monthly output fell to 11 million barrels a day in December. IEA. Watch oil. Oil's actually, it's up, but it's coming down on there. Again, you've seen this effect. We'll see. TLT is killing it. Wheat is still holding up. Nothing much again on that. Wait, did they halt that? Or does it just not trade? Huh? What does the wheat ETF look dead? It just doesn't move yet. That's funny. Wheat 444. JPM's at the low. Is it down 3.5 now? Takes us to the lows. It's dead because it's a wheat ETF. Y'all don't do that. That's not trending on TikTok. They don't do that. Okay. Fed futures are surprisingly not bad. I think Fed futures are the most bullish thing about today. In the midst of all of this, every single Fed future across the board chilled out. Literally, the market's not pricing in 6 rate hikes anymore. It just fell. So literally, December odds was 6 rate hikes by the end of the year. That was at 1.5. It's fell to 1.4. So this is actually the most bullish thing. If anything, the Fed futures are leading a very bullish reaction today, just because I think the situation got so bad over the weekend. It finally led to a moment where everybody has to where they're like, okay, the Fed is probably going to be more helpful than not until we get crazy inflation. Semi-EVs. I have not looked into any semi-EVs. Lockheed going up. JP Morgan making a little bit bounce there. A lot of things are getting a candle. You're only down 0.81 on the S&P, but the NASDAQ's only down 1/4, so could go positive. If Zoom moves, I mean, just remember, they have earnings. So keep that in mind. RTX went crazy. It was an underperformer compared to Lockheed. Again, Lockheed is up 4% right now. RTX is only up 2%, and it's literally declined every other day except the last 2 days. So now that the situation is kind of getting more guaranteed, that there's more escalation, it's going up. So that's why we took 1,000% on Lockheed. Then we just rolled over to the one that's underperforming, and then again, hopefully, and then we have more time. So hopefully it does its thing. Otherwise, again, we'll see what happens. Mo doesn't want to break the levels. Those premiums are still kind of holding. Where's Tesla? Tesla's up 4% today. It's an interesting mix. No, Tesla really is killing it right now. Coinbase on the high as well. The IV on Zoom. Yeah, the premiums on Zoom are actually insane. Who buy these, man? Who buy these? Yeah, you can if you want to go for the pre-earnings run-up. AMD on the high, too. So is NVIDIA. They're coming up out of nowhere. Again, see if RTX keeps taking off. What does that mean? Makes no sense. Tesla, Starlink news. Let me see. The index still halted. Yeah. Square premiums. Our squares are coming back a little bit on the Aprils. Remember we got clapped on that weekly? Real traders made during volatility. Sign that armor. Gear up, Chad. Amen. Amen. The European markets, they're bad, but not the worst. I mean, again, things were a lot worse. You would think it would have been more devastating, but it's kind of like what we saw the other day. I mean, some of them are down 2%, but let me pull it up. Like 2%. Again, the other day was like 4%. Remember that last week when we woke up, it was like, oh my gosh. And then China did very, very good. Again, you're getting a safe haven effect here out of China. And then again, now I think RTX is probably going crazy because you're getting the break there of 100. So little psychological, more or less. Honeywell defense stocks on CNBC. Well, you got the first jump to it, baby. Shout out that cult. Listen, we got a nice, hopefully it's a nice 1-2 punch. Hit them with the LMT, get them with the RTX, get more time, get it at a cheaper price. It's beautiful, baby. It's beautiful. So let's see. AMD 128's getting hit hard. God willing, God willing. Dude, you know what? My mom told me something funny. So apparently when I was a little kid, are you ready for this? When I was a little kid and my mom would say, God willing, I would cry. I would cry and I would scream. And then you know why? Because I would say, God willing. I would get really mad because I'd be like, that means no. And I would freak out. Because that's it. So anytime my mom said God willing, I interpreted that it meant no. So if I was like, yo, I want candy, and she was like, God willing, she's like, oh, I wanted something, and they were like, oh, God willing, I would cry about it and be like, that means no. I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. Inshallah, inshallah. So that's a fun fact. That's why sometimes when people hear God willing now, they're like, I know what that means. I know what that means. And then she hits you with the malesh. Now we get hit with the ship or TV remote. Spies coming down. Apple dropping a little bit too. TLT near the high. It's literally just been on a onslaught all day right now. LMT still going though. I really wanted to hold that one, but I'm glad. I think we're getting better percentage points on the other ones. So we'll see. The RTX has already went up 43%. So not bad. Wheat is chilling out. Now let's check B&O. Brent and oil, they sold off from the get-go. There's Amazon. Tesla seems to be the leader. RTX is still going nuts. Facebook holding. Facebook, they're down, but they're a very interesting one. I think everything's down except for damn Tesla. And then Nasdaq's only down 0.5 right now. Decent volume. It's only been 30 minutes. We're barely moved. I mean, it didn't open up too bad. Nasdaq's only down 1.5. Dow Jones 1.2, and then SPY just under 1%. That's what you got to watch out for. Indo on the high. SC. That's actually an interesting one that's moving. C Limited. A couple of you guys brought that one. Let's see. How's Enphase doing? That's 6%. Again, these were all energy plays from Friday and some we brought up. Yeah, Indo's popping. JP Morgan is working on a new fintech business. They're nicknamed Project Bloom. They're hiring programmers, as with CNBC reports. Chevron raised to buy by Renewable Energy, 61 per share. So, the RTXs are shaping up very, very nice. Those are already up 60%. That's insane. EVBG. So watch for a little bit of a pullback if it happens here. Otherwise, again, EV seems to be leading. Certain energy names, if the energy names have exposure to Russia, they're surprisingly not doing good today, or not surprisingly. Again, you only have 69 names are up on the S&P right now. 434 of them are down. Dow Jones, you have 2 names up. The rest are down. Energy is the only thing leading on the S&P. So it's still a pretty bad day, but it seems like some stuff is chilled out. Energy, Infotech, but not every defensive or consumer staple is really holding up like you thought. The 1-2 on the word. The best part is it's free. You see what I'm saying? At the very least, I would have loved to get more gains. I would have loved to win bigger, but I mean, think about it. We just turned $100 into $1,500 and then got to take $400 of the $1,500, roll it into RTX, get another month of time on the same play, walk away with the 1,000 net profit. If this play goes to zero, it's down. Otherwise, we'll see though. If it does, if we get one more, if we get the third wave of defenses, then this should do. If that does another 1,000%, we'll be sitting pretty. Let's see if we can hit it. If a 1-2 punch on this would be very, very nice. Very, very nice. Amazon dropping mask mandate for all U.S. warehouse workers. Will SPY hold these levels? I mean, do you notice what level we're at? Today was all about fighting that 431. So it kind of puts us at an interesting point, but today's not bad. I mean, again, considering the fact that Vladimir Putin raised the nuclear alert of his country, Russia gets clapped from their central bank and SWIFT and everything else in an emergency NATO meeting, and you mean to tell me we've dropped more on, like, I don't even know. I feel like the market we've dropped more off of inflation and a comment that Powell didn't make. So just think about that for a second. So pretty much it's going to take the whole week to develop is the best way to put it. That's going to be the best way to put it. You bought RTX. We just did that. We did it right here before it took off. It's up 60% on the day. We flipped the LMT, rolled over to RTX, got more time, and then they say, yeah, literally, GameStop has had more effect on the stock market. Thank you. Yeah, even January 6th did as well. They priced in the nukes, bro. We priced in nuclear war. You know what I'm saying? Can I get some Biden sounds? Maybe. I'll tell you an update. Uncle Answers is working on a song. It's called Dementia Freestyle from the chat. Somebody brought that up last week, and Uncle really liked it. And that's all I could say. That's all I could say at this point. But Dementia Freestyle on the way. That's from Uncle. I don't know. That's all I know. That's all I know. That's all he told me. Is the emergency session we should watch that. SPY's coming down though. Watch out. Especially if it gets a little wild here. One more donut, the perspective on digestion on news. Help me ground these moves. Let's go, baby. Give it time. Again, a lot of back and forth. Don't believe everything until you got to give it time to test your thesis. Don't be so quick to believe, but this is going to be back-to-back developments. Are you sure it's live? I don't see it. I really want to watch that. Again, they haven't done this in years. The last time there was some stuff with the Yemeni war, and honestly, man, never mind. Don't even don't even get me started. I don't even want to get started on all the headlines I've read, and that don't even get me. Where is it? Where is it though? UN resolution. Isn't it this?
Not be out of this conflict.
You represent.
Like it or not.
No. No, it's NATO. It's a NATO General Council emergency, like it's a NATO General something. NATO emergency meeting. It's a General Assembly, an emergency General Assembly.
As proposed in the letter from the President of the General Assembly dated 27th February 2022, in light of the urgency of the matter to be considered, it is recommended that the Assembly accept the credentials approved for the 76th regular session.
Bro, this thing, it says that it started streaming on December 20th.
In this regard, I recall that the Credentials Committee of the 76th regular session...
Bro, they've been streaming for 2 months straight?
...of the representatives of all member states...
What in the United Nations is this?
...meeting held on 1st December 2021. And the General Assembly...
That's wild. They've literally been streaming for... I guess they don't sleep. But no, that's not it. If it does come on, we'll put it up here. It will be very, very important. Tesla. Bloomberg Live is the same. Yeah, why not? I thought I was consistent, right? They've been the United Nations has been live for the last like 60 days. No breaks. XOM started to break out. SPY's coming down again. So this is the first time here in what, 45 minutes? We're coming back here to the open. SPY back down to 1. NASDAQ is coming down 2. Dow Jones is the lagger. And honestly, there's only 40 names up right now on the S&P. So you are hitting another low right now. It's hitting that point. Let's see what happens. Because watch out. A lot of names. XOM is starting to move. Yeah, wheat is starting to go up. So watch which names go. LMT 430. So we sold out at like 426, 27. Yeah, LMT again. It's like the defensive names are moving, and if oil names like even watch Schlumberger, because they had some exposure there. There's some names that were exposed to Russia. Again, XOM had a bank account over there, shit like that. But watch, because if those start coming up, that means the situation. Yeah, Brent, honestly, B&O shouldn't be hitting a high right now. Do you see the difference? Because on most of these days, these would gap up and sell off and stay sold off. But if they start running up and then the market comes down on that, it may give us some of the after hours move during the market. So just keep that in mind and watch how this plays out. But again, what I'm trying to tell you, there's going to be a lot of back and forth. There is going to be a lot of volatility here as there's still about 6-7 hours left. There's a lot of time left, and it seems like we got a lot of events, and it seems like there's going to be a lot of back and forth. So just watch out for that. Yeah, BP got clapped too. American with Russian bank accounts. Yeah, I talked to people. I mean, they were telling me pretty much your cards just don't work in the EU. So I have Russia friends, and they were saying how if you have a Russia bank account, like usually you would have been able to go to Italy, France, or wherever and buy something, but now their cards are clapped. But then the what's it called? They said that you could still access money. Even yesterday, that's the thing, because I asked some of my friends there, because I was seeing the reports. Some people were saying people were waiting for, ATMs. There was like bank runs, all of that. But it is the UN emergency meeting. We're looking for the NATO emergency meeting. I don't know if it's necessarily the UN. Let me double check though. Emergency meeting. It is live. Are we talking about the same thing? It's UN generally assembled to hold. Is it there? There it is. Yeah.
Peaceful resolution in accordance with international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter. I welcome the announcement by the Secretary General on Friday that 20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund will be allocated to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. The humanitarian consequences on civilian population, in particular women, children, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups, will be devastating. The mass exodus of refugees, including foreign nationals, numbering over 500,000 from Ukraine to the eastern edge of the European Union, has showed no signs of stopping. Checkpoints at the borders of Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and the non-EU members Moldova have turned into choke points. I encourage member states to support humanitarian initiatives as they become available. My dear friends, there are no winners in war, but countless lives are torn apart. To that effect, security and access for humanitarian efforts must be guaranteed. Excellencies, the United Nations Charter, drafted so soon after the Second World War, is based on the principle of sovereign equality. It outlines a world where member states settle their international disputes by peaceful means, without the threat or use of force. The ongoing military offensive is inconsistent with this. It is an affront to the founders of this organization and everything it stands for. The violence must stop. Humanitarian law and international humanitarian law must be respected, and diplomacy and dialogue must prevail. Excellencies, my dear colleagues, in April 1946, the League of Nations dissolved and in 26 years of the existence of an organization which ultimately had proven incapable of preventing the outbreak of the most destructive war in human history. It was the League's failure to provide a mechanism for the enforcement of the international collective security that exposed its most fatal flaws. The Right Honourable Viscount Robert Cecil, one of the original architects behind the League of Nations, in his final eulogy to the League said, "The League is dead. Long live the United Nations." We are now in the 76th year of the existence of the United Nations. Let us remind ourselves that we founded the United Nations to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to peace, and to bring about by peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustments or settlements of international disputes or situations. Yesterday, a rare window of opportunity opened up for dialogue. As we convene here in the General Assembly, negotiators from both sides are holding talks in Belarus. This offers a ray of hope. We pray that these talks will calm down tempers and pave way to peace. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the General Assembly, with its 193 member states, represents the collective conscience of humanity. The strength of this assembly is rooted in its moral authority. Let us demonstrate that moral courage and use today's debate not to whip up rhetoric, not to whip up war rhetoric, but to give peace a chance. Let us ignite the fire of love, humanity, compassion, and hope. Guns are better off when knotted. Let peace prevail. I thank you.
All right, so I was typing in there. Again, this is the UN General Assembly. This is the emergency meeting. Again, this hasn't happened in decades, so they're probably going to go back and forth. But one thing right now, spies hitting a low, defense names, bonds, even like some oil names are coming back up. But watch out for Bitcoin. I don't know why it's popping. It could be getting some of its hedge back.
His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Very, very wild.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, the fighting in Ukraine must stop. It's raging across the country from air, land, and sea. It must stop now. Russian missile and air bombardments have been pounding Ukrainian cities day and night. The capital, Kyiv, is encircled from all sides. In the face of the continuing attacks, Kyiv's 3 million residents are being forced to seek safety in their homes, improvised bomb shelters, and the city's subways. The Ukrainian government has distributed a meaningful number of arms to the population with the stated objective to participate in the defense of the country. According to UNHCR, 500,000 Ukrainians have fled across the country's borders. Although Russian strikes are reportedly largely targeting Ukrainian military facilities, we have credible accounts of residential buildings, critical civilian infrastructure, and other non-military targets sustaining heavy damage. This escalating violence, which is resulting in civilian deaths, including children, is totally unacceptable. Enough is enough. Soldiers need to move back to their barracks, and leaders need to move to peace. Civilians must be protected. International humanitarian and human rights law must be upheld. The sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders must be respected, in line with General Assembly resolutions. Mr. President, we are facing a tragedy for Ukraine, but also a major regional crisis with potentially disastrous implications for us all. Yesterday, Russian nuclear forces were put on high alert. This is a chilling development. The mere idea of a nuclear conflict is simply inconceivable. Nothing can justify the use of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, we face what could easily become Europe's worst humanitarian and refugee crisis in decades, with the numbers of refugees and internally displaced multiplying by the minute.
Fed Bostic is speaking right now. Watch TSM. TSM's flushing.
Generosity and solidarity of Ukraine's neighbors who are taking in those seeking safety. It is important that this solidarity is extended without any discrimination based on race, religion, or ethnicity. The neighboring countries will need all our support in the days and weeks to come. The United Nations will continue to assist with these efforts. Mr. President, on Saturday, I spoke with President Zelensky and assured him that the United Nations would not abandon the Ukrainian people and conveyed our determination to enhance humanitarian assistance. Even before the events of the past week, the UN was providing some 3 million people on both sides of the contact line with humanitarian assistance. The United Nations is now working 24/7 to access humanitarian needs and scale up the delivery of life-saving support to many more people desperate for protection and shelter, particularly women and children, elderly people, and those with disabilities. We are fully committed to staying and delivering for everyone affected by this deadly conflict across the country. Some of our personnel are expanding existing programs, and others are preparing new operations to get help to those who need it fast. I want to highlight 3 concrete actions. First, I've allocated $20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund to support emergency operations along the contact line in the eastern oblasts of Donetsk and Luhansk and in other parts of the country. These will allow us to help more vulnerable people get the basics, shelter, food, water, and health care as soon as possible. Second, I've appointed Amin Awad as the UN Crisis Coordinator for Ukraine. He will liaise with the government and with all relevant actors on the ground, supported by the resident and humanitarian coordinator and the UN country team. At the same time, we are bringing together partners in and outside the country and surging personnel into the country. Third, tomorrow we will launch 2 coordinated emergency appeals for Ukraine and the region. One that addresses escalating humanitarian needs inside the country, including rising internal displacement, and another that responds to the needs of people crossing international borders to seek refuge in countries neighboring Ukraine. As we ramp up our efforts, it is essential that the safety and security of UN and associated personnel in Ukraine are protected in accordance with international law, and that humanitarian access to vulnerable people and communities is guaranteed. I call on all sides to uphold their obligations to allow freedom of movement of humanitarian personnel and to facilitate safe, rapid, and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief. I also urge the international community to mobilize in support of our funding appeals to address the needs of all those displaced by this crisis, as well as other vulnerable groups whose numbers will only grow as the fighting escalates. Mr. President, humanitarian aid is vital, but it is not a solution. It is simply treating the worst impacts of the conflict. The only true solution is peace. The attack on Ukraine challenges international law and the multilateral system rooted in the UN Charter. Some of the possible consequences of a worsening conflict are terrifying to contemplate. Regional tensions are rising. The latest security measures underline the high stakes for all. The economic repercussions of the crisis will have widespread impact, and I count on every member state to live up to the principles of the Charter. Mr. President, the guns are talking now, but the path of dialogue must always remain open. It's never too late to engage in good faith negotiations and to address all issues peacefully. I hope that the direct talks now taking place between Ukrainian and Russian delegations will produce not only an immediate halt to the fighting, but also a path towards a diplomatic solution. I welcome and encourage all peaceful efforts to end the bloodshed and halt this conflict. I thank the countries who have offered to host and facilitate negotiations. The United Nations is ready to support such efforts. Mr. President, war is not the answer. It is death, human suffering, senseless destruction, and an immense distraction from the real challenges facing humanity. The climate crisis and biodiversity loss, vitally needed socio-economic recovery from the pandemic, healing the divides of race and gender, and so many other
There's no way he
pressing
said the
21st
environment
century
as the
challenges.
first other.
Humanity cannot afford to be locked in a mindset that dredges up the worst of past centuries. We need to look forward as United Nations to overcome the scourge of war. We need to focus on solving problems, not making them worse. In cities around the world, people are taking to the streets and demanding an end to war. People in Ukraine want and need peace. And I believe people in the Russian Federation do too. We need peace now. Thank you.
So again, they're going to probably go back and forth with this. We'll listen to it for a little bit longer. We'll see. Again, you got a couple Fed speakers talking right now too. And a couple of things are bouncing. Again, I'd watch Beto and Bitcoin
Ukraine.
to see if that continues or if it leads. SPY's coming back up. You're only down 0.5% on the NASDAQ. Let's see. Lemonade price target cut at Jefferies. Again, Fed futures too. Some of you guys brought up some headlines. These are bullish right now, at the very least today. A lot of the Fed futures are pricing in less rate hikes. Those RTXs are up almost 100% now. XOM is going green. Again, we were just saying how some of these plays, they were in the red here. So watch out for that. Tesla's still on the high. Snapchat's on the high too for some reason. Affirm as well.
Secretary General. For the first time since the United Nations was born, there is a full-fledged war in the center of Europe. Everyone in this hall and everyone in the world knows that Russia, and Russia alone, started this invasion now facilitated by Belarus. This war was not provoked. It was chosen by someone who is right now sitting in the bunker. We know what happened with the person who sat in the bunker in Berlin in May 1945. Before I continue with my formal statement, I would like to switch to Russian and invite you to put on the headphones, because I would like to read from the screenshot of the smartphone of a killed Russian soldier. That's an actual screenshot from someone who is dead already. Лёш, ты как? Почему так долго не отвечаешь? Вы точно на учениях? Спрашивает мать убитого солдата. За моменты перед тем, как он был убит. Мама, я уже не в Крыму. Не на учениях. А где? Папа спрашивает, можно ли тебе послать посылку. Да какую посылку, мам? Что ты говоришь такое? Что случилось?
But I'm gonna just wait a little bit.
Мама, я на Украине.
Mama.
Тут настоящая война. Мне
Space
страшно.
Big Pop.
Мы
Space
бьем
did
по
just get a
всем
big
городам,
candle. Remember, they're coming off their
подряд,
earnings.
даже по мирным жителям. Нам сказали, что они нас будут приветствовать, а они кидаются под нашу технику и не дают проехать. Называют нас фашистами. Мама, мне очень тяжело. In several moments he was killed. Imagine, if you want to just visualize the magnitude of the tragedy, you have to imagine next to you, next to every nameplate of every single country in this General Assembly, more than 30 souls of killed Russian soldiers already. Next to every name of every single country in this assembly, 30 plus killed Russian soldiers. Hundreds of killed Ukrainians, dozens of killed children. And it goes on and on and on. So just imagine those killed people next to you when you will listen to my formal statement. Big militarized power seeking for geopolitical greatness has launched a full-fledged military offensive against a smaller neighbor aimed at invading the country. Deadly airstrikes dropped on civilians' heads across the entire country, and the Russian troops crossed Ukraine's borders from the territory of Russia, Belarus, and the occupied parts of Ukraine's Donbas and Crimea. Does it remind you of something, doesn't it? Indeed. Very clear parallels could be drawn with the beginning of the Second World War, too. And the Russia's course of action is very similar to what their spiritual mentors from the Third Reich employed on the Ukrainian land 80 years ago. Just one, the most recent example of human sufferings, example of war crime. As all of us were on our way to the General Assembly today, the Russian army shelled with Grad multiple rocket launcher systems the residential areas of the city of Kharkiv, the second biggest in Ukraine. Innocent civilians have been killed and wounded. The exact numbers is very difficult to estimate because of the warfare, while the negotiations are still underway at the border with Belarus. We therefore express our gratitude for overwhelming support that made this decision on the emergency session possible. We are grateful to the President of the General Assembly for his taking care of this idea well in advance. We appreciate the engagement of the UN Secretary General, who has taken a very strong stance in support of peace, in support of the UN Charter. We have been prompted to call for an emergency special session as the level of the threat to the global security has been equated to that of the Second World War, or even higher, following Putin's order to put an alert Russian nuclear forces. What a madness. If he wants to kill himself, he doesn't need to use nuclear arsenal. He has to do what the guy in Berlin did in a bunker in May 1945.
Did he just drop a Hitler
The
reference?
Security Council addressed the issue of the Russian war
Yeah,
against Ukraine,
that was deep.
and the decision was not adopted due to the obvious reason. The country attempting to occupy Ukraine since 2014 has occupied the seat of
My eyes are like wide right
Council
now. I'm like, what?
permanent member since 1991. Therefore, we do not accept the Russian logic that the Security Council was unable to act due to one-sided and unbalanced approach. The only guilty party is the Russian Federation.
SPY coming up towards
delegates.
new high of the day. NASDAQ
Russia
may go
uses
green here.
all
Watch Facebook,
its military
PayPal, Square, a
potential
couple of other ones running up there.
to attack Ukraine
Tesla as well.
and has
NASDAQ
begun
might go
redeploying
positive here.
reserve units on the border with Ukraine. It fires cruise and ballistic missiles at cities, attacks with aviation, tanks, and artillery, sends subversion and reconnaissance groups, which mark residential buildings in preparation for the air attacks. Russia's missiles are now aimed at destroying the infrastructure objects. They targeted the radioactive waste disposal site near Kyiv, the fuel base in the town of Vasilkiv that is effectively a Kyiv's suburb. The objects of logistic infrastructure, including bridges, airports, and water reservoirs, remain among the targets. Such towns as Shastia and Stanitsa Luganska near Lugansk are now nearly destroyed, as well as residential buildings in and around Kyiv and Kharkiv. The Russian forces seized the Chernobyl nuclear power station and the part of southern Kherson region, including the North Crimean Canal. Due to the active moving of Russian heavy militaries through the Chernobyl exclusion zone, the radiation level has increased rapidly. In the Black Sea, Russian warships deliberately attacked two civil vessels under the flags of Panama and Moldova, approaching Ukraine. This constitutes a flagrant violation of the international law of the sea. Incredibly, one of the vessels had the Russian crew. Still, it was attacked by the Russians. Russians keep attacking kindergartens and orphanages, thus committing war crimes and violating the Rome Statute. Hospitals and mobile medical aid brigades are also targeted by the Russian shelling and the sabotage groups working in Ukraine's cities and towns. The Russian military fired on ambulance crews in the areas of Zaporizhia and Kyiv. In Akhtirka district of Sumy region, Russian tanks shot down a bus with civilians. Later, the Russian military did not allow ambulances on the spot. As of today, 352 people, including 16 children, were killed on the Ukrainian side, and 2,040 Ukrainians, including 45 children, wounded during the first 5 days of the Russian invasion. And this number is growing non-stop. I have already told about the morning shellings in Kharkiv, and we cannot really estimate at this moment how many were killed. In response, Ukraine has activated its right for self-defense according to the Article 51 of the UN Charter. The Russian troops are suffering losses: aircrafts, helicopters, tanks, trucks, personnel. The aggressor forces have already lost more than 5,000 in manpower during the first days of aggression. Excellencies, the General Assembly should be vocal in demanding from the Russian Federation to stop its offensive against Ukraine. In recognizing Russian actions as an act of aggression against a sovereign and independent state, in demanding from Russia to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, in demanding from the Russian Federation to reverse the decision related to the status of certain areas of Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine, in demanding full compliance with the provisions of
Yeah,
international
Putin
humanitarian
sanctions
law.
is coming across the wire right now.
The General Assembly
He
should
orders
also be
economic
clear
counter
with
sanctions. We're
regard
probably going to
to
get
the
some more
treacherous
updates.
role of Belarus and its involvement in aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Distinguished members of the General Assembly, what is happening now in Ukraine has already had the security and humanitarian implications for all of you. Immediately for Europe, a bit later for the rest, including in terms of food security, energy security, financial markets, collapse of the economies. Last September, my president said, while delivering his statement at the high-level segment of the 76th session of the General Assembly, and I quote, "I understand that criticism of the UN is often heard, but we criticize ourselves." End of quote. If we fail to respond now, we will face much more than criticism. We will face oblivion. It must not happen. Now it is time to act, time to help Ukraine, that is paying now the ultimate price for freedom and security of itself and of the world. If Ukraine does not survive, international peace will not survive. If Ukraine does not survive, the United Nations will not survive. Have no illusions. If Ukraine does not survive, we cannot be surprised if democracy fails next. Now we can save Ukraine, save the United Nations, save democracy.
Yeah, Amazon's going up, and it's higher than where it closed on Friday.
Defend
Same
the
thing with
values we
Facebook,
believe
but I
in.
think Microsoft and Apple, they're about to go, but they're waiting.
And that Ukrainians are fighting
So again,
for.
tech is positive now. NASDAQ is
and
up
paying for their
0.31,
lives.
SPY only down 0.48, and Dow is down less than 1% right now. A lot of things moving on the high.
The Russian delegate will speak shortly.
God bless you, Ace.
Putin has done everything to delegitimize.
Yeah, there's a couple
The
headlines.
Russian presence
Putin
in
committed
the
almost
United Nations.
75% of pre-stage combat forces.
But
Peloton
I wonder
rival IFIT falls, and then Ukraine
if the
requests
Russian
air
presence
defense
in
system
the
from
United
EU
Nations
nations.
has ever been legitimate. I wonder if ever this assembly voted in accordance with paragraph 2 of Article 4 on admission of the Russian Federation to the United Nations, either in December 1991 or in January 1992, or wherever thereafter. I want to ask the delegates whose countries voted for admission of the Russian delegation to the United Nations to raise their hand, to confirm that Russia was admitted to the United Nations according to the Charter. Please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand
He's calling them out.
if your country voted in the formal session of the General Assembly in reply to the letter by President Yeltsin dated December 24, 1991, when he told the United Nations that Russia would like to be a continuator state of the demised Soviet Union. Anyone? Shall I put my glasses if my vision fails me and I don't see any hand raised? Any country? Anyone voted for Russian membership? I leave you with that and think about it when you listen to the Russian delegate.
I think the Russian delegate is about to come on after this. All right, that's pretty crazy. So literally in the process of that, we went from touching
the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Sorry, sir. Oh, representative from Ukraine. So literally, we dropped there. We were going up. Bitcoin made a move. A lot of oil names went up. Even tech, defense kind of slipping now. We're going to see it. There was a couple of headlines there with Russia. They're doing counter sanctions, and then we are waiting for everything else. There's a couple of other headlines, but just watch out. I mean, any sort of emergency action, we'll see what they take. And again, you got a couple of Fed people talking too, so we might actually get some other headlines, or at least that could be doing a lot of stuff. No signs of forces from Belarus and Ukraine, says U.S. official. Sorry, sir.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Why did he say Ukraine? Bro, didn't he just say Ukraine and then Russia? What? Who do you work for?
Господин председатель, господин генеральный секретарь, уважаемые коллеги.
I got a feeling we're not going to understand this one.
Последние дни украинский сюжет доминирует в информационном поле и занимает центральное место в Совете Безопасности ООН и теперь и на Генассамблее. При этом действия России перевираются и передергиваются, обрастают огромным количеством самых невероятных небылиц и фейков с задействованием СМИ и соцсетей. Поэтому я хочу сегодня подробно остановиться на причинах возникшей кризисной ситуации и ее возможных последствиях.
I guess I can read it. Never drop decreased as he was the most path leads to the high temperature. Currency, Chris Rock. No, dude, this thing, no, this isn't. The name of threesome, sabotage, me. I'm reading the captions here. School complex, sees Unita, sashimi. Bro, these are the wildest captions ever. Putin bans Russian residents from transferring Forex abroad. Putin is blocking payment. Bro, look at these captions. Bro, it just says sashimi and Chris Rock in the same one. He said Nakum Genie was stolen, straining honest Ukrainian media logo, shattering, who produced a blended impossible status produced. Dude, this makes no sense.
Дело нас в том, что мы просто не имеем права заставлять жителей Донбасса страдать и дальше. Поскольку украинские провокации против Донбасса в феврале не только не прекратились, но и интенсифицировались, руководство ЛНР и ДНР обратилось к нам с просьбой оказать военную поддержку
and you told Connie progressively snowy intensive. Bro, these are the worst captions ever.
Что стало логичным шагом,
the kitchen made very menacing presence on
агрессивных действий украинского режима.
Stylage, each team soccer mutilations, a slipstream. British are 6 aggression against Ukraine. Ukraine school very remote. Okay, it's getting better. Partially over a million. He's talking about wheat, I think. I don't know. Maybe sashimi, understeer. Okay, this way. Nope, we're out. All right, so I don't think we're going to be able to understand it here. If there's a trade, those captions are wild, bro. Actually, let me see if I could get something else. We could see. You said BBC? Oh, I see. Some of those, I thought, at first I was like, all right, I was like, that's cool. I could just read you guys the captions. But nah. That got wild real quick. Let me see. Oh, Troy got it? Good. With real translation. Hold on.
Of LPR and DPR, given the lack of prospects for addressing the problems in the area under the Minsk operations due to the failure to fulfill them. The Russian president took a decision for a special military operation to be carried out in Donbass. Occupation of Ukraine is not part of these plans. The goal of the special operation is to protect the people who for 8 years were subject to torment and genocide by the Kiev regime. To that end, there's a need to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. We further will strive to hold accountable those who carried out countless brutal crimes against the people, the residents, including residents of the Russian Federation. This decision was taken in line with Article 51 of the United Nations Charter with the sanction of the Federation Council of the Russian Federation. In pursuant of the Agreement on Friendship and Cooperation with DPR and LPR, I wish to recall further that the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states is something which we are being accused of breaching vis-à-vis Ukraine. The Declaration on Principles of International Law on Friendly Relations Between Peoples was adopted in 1970, and it needs to be unstintingly complied with respect to states, I quote, conducting themselves in compliance with the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples as described above, and thus possessed of a government representing the whole people, belonging to the territory without distinction as to race, creed, or color. End of quote. Today's government of Ukraine is no such government. Moreover, during the special military operation, Russia has been exercising its right to self-defense from a regime that has been striving to gain access to nuclear weapons. The president of Ukraine explicitly stated this on 18 February during the Munich conference, and this, I would recall, this statement that he delivered was met with applause by the participants of this conference. At the same time, Ukraine is seeking membership in NATO, where there's Article 5 in effect, and has territorial claims to the Russian Federation. Hence, by leveraging Article 51 of the UN Charter, not only is Russia protecting itself from the nationalist threat, but Russia is also seeking to uphold the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter on the soil of Donbass and Ukraine, ensuring that the main goal of the United Nations be upheld, namely to prevent succeeding generations from a scourge of war. Unfortunately, it behooves us to note the very negative role played in all of this by Western colleagues led by the United States. Instead of compelling Kiev to comply with its obligations, instead they are merely inciting Kiev, egging it on, repeating the senseless mantra that their obligations and the Minsk agreements are not being complied with the Russian Federation, which I should like to recall and emphasize, the Russian Federation is not a party to it. Moreover, our Western colleagues have shamelessly inundated the country with weapons, have sent to the country instructors, and effectively incited Ukrainians who are facing a 120,000-strong military contingent prompted them to engage in armed provocation against the Donbass. Thereby, the Western countries have created a bubble that cannot but pop. Distinguished colleagues, discussing today, in this discussion, it behooves us to note that back in 2008, a Russian president at the NATO Bucharest Council cautioned that members of NATO should think 3 times before proudly stating that Ukraine and Georgia will join NATO, and this was portrayed as some kind of a great compromise, which was immediately met with action plans undertaken in Ukraine and Georgia to join the alliance. At the same time, in 2014, there was a brutal anti-constitutional coup which took place in Kiev, as a result of which nationalists and radicals seized power, and their policy was to create an anti-Russia in Ukraine and to ensure that it join NATO. And I will revisit that. For us, Ukraine joining NATO is a red line. First and foremost, from the military strategic level, the deployment of NATO infrastructure in that country would compel us to adopt measures in response, and this has placed us at the verge of conflict. For this reason, in December 2021, we proposed that agreements be arrived at with the U.S. and NATO for security assurances to be provided to the Russian Federation. However, our extended hand was unceremoniously rebuffed by Americans and NATO representatives. It was proposed that we continue to discuss secondary issues without consideration of our concerns. Moreover, the question was not addressed as to how the freedom of choosing alliances as set out in the OSCE aligns with the principles of indivisibility of security, which is of great importance to us. Probably many of you wonder what should be done now and what role can the United Nations play in addressing the Ukrainian crisis. We believe that the UN can and should play its role, help to bring the stakeholders' positions closer together and to eradicate the causes of conflict. The key role here, according to the Charter, should be played by and lies with the Security Council. However, attempts to calmly discuss this issue is something our partners did not deign to undertake. For this reason, the Russian Federation on 25 February voted against the anti-Russian and anti-Ukrainian draft resolution of the Security Council. It is anti-Russian, this document. There's no need to explain why. It suffices to have a cursory glance at the document. Why is it anti-Ukrainian, the document? Because this document, beyond any doubt, is inconsistent with the root interests of the Ukrainian people insofar as it is an attempt to salvage and to cement in Ukraine those authorities who brought the country to the brink of tragedy, and this tragedy has been ongoing for 8 years now. The main reason for our negative vote was not what was in the draft, but what was not included in the draft. If the sponsors were to attempt to make it even remotely balanced, then they would not have left out issues that need to be addressed in the context of the Ukrainian issue. Specifically, what was unaddressed was the way that the anti-constitutional coup in Ukraine, in Kiev, in February 2014, resulted in the Maidan junta seizing power and using it against the residents, shelling civilian areas with artillery pieces and multiple rocket launchers, and raining bombs on the people of Donbass and Lugansk. What was unaddressed was how the Ukrainian authorities, with the tolerance and indulgence of Western sponsors, consistently and cynically shirked their obligations to implement the Minsk agreement. At the same time, at the line of contact, Ukrainian death squads, first and foremost comprised of neo-Nazi and radical elements, methodically, day after day, shelled the residential areas of DPR and LPR, killing women, children, the elderly. This is ongoing today. How can we fail to mention the fact that the Ukrainian nationalists have been perpetrating crimes for all these 8 years? The protesters against Maidan and Odessa were burned alive. The peaceful protesters and the Maidan were shot out, killed by snipers. The investigation into these tragedies by the Maidan regime was deliberately swept under the rug. At the same time, the perpetrators in the Odessa tragedy are well known. They are flaunting their presence, and an alternative investigation into the reasons, into the acknowledgement by these snipers unambiguously emphasizes that the slaughter on Independence Square was a provocation by the leaders of Maidan. We specifically last year held an informal Security Council formal meeting on this issue in order to provide colleagues at the Security Council with more information about this. However, in response, at best, we heard from Western sponsors merely hackneyed cliches about Russian propaganda. What kind of a text resolution on Ukraine can there be in the above-mentioned circumstances? There's a need to ensure that there was a need for the text to have a frank assessment of the role in inflating the Ukrainian crisis played by Western colleagues who not only were present in the Minsk negotiations, but effectively gave Kiev carte blanche to carry out any actions or steps that would be unthinkable for any civilized states. With tales being spun about the triumph of democracy in Ukraine, the Maidan authorities and nationalists engaged in, with impunity, murdering political opponents, persecuting opposition, shuttering opposition television outlets, where there could be some relatively objective information provided. 6 of those television channels were shuttered under Zelensky alone. And how could we fail to mention the fact that the country was flooded with weapons, which were then turned on peaceful civilians in Donbass. The responsibility for what is taking place right now lies at the feet of the current Ukrainian leadership as well as our Western colleagues. Today, we wish to emphasize that this has been inflated by the lies, deceit, misinformation from the Ukrainian armed forces, and the nationalist Western media outlets increasingly, shamelessly are portraying our military operation as a result, as a negative consequence. We constantly hear lies, fakes about indiscriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities, hospitals, schools, kindergartens. The Russian army does not pose a threat to the civilians of Ukraine. Is not shelling civilian areas in areas and cities where Russian armed forces have taken control, and these areas are seeing citizens living their lives normally. Basic infrastructure, transportation, local infrastructure, and law and order is being upheld. And this includes the electrical station, the power plant, which is jointly patrolled by Russian representatives and the special Ukrainian police who are present in the area. The Chernobyl plant is also operating normally. The threat to the residents of Ukraine presently is posed by the Ukrainian nationalists who have effectively taken hostage the residents of Ukraine, and they're using them, they're hiding themselves behind them and using them as human shields. There's abundant evidence from ordinary Ukrainians that nationalists, despite their protests, have been deploying heavy equipment and multiple rocket launchers in residential areas. This is an egregious violation of international humanitarian law, which needs to be duly condemned. Effectively, this is the same tactic that is being used by ISIL terrorists. All of the responsibility for the possible repercussions lies at the feet of the Maidan regime. The residents of Ukraine are also threatened by the unfettered, uncontrolled radical elements giving to all of those who wish, including criminals who have specifically been released from prison. They are now receiving weapons, and the looters and marauders and criminals are now using them to target civilians. There is sufficient and abundant evidence of this from residents of Kiev and other cities. This demonstrates the recklessness of Ukraine authorities vis-a-vis their women. Just now, we received a letter from the Ukrainian human rights civic organization, the Social Policy and Social Protection Institute, under the name of Irina Berezhna. For 8 years, this body has been informing international structures about how the neo-Nazism was born and proliferated in Ukraine, and how it has been and continues to be upheld at the state level. I briefly quote today: the apogee of the recklessness and lawlessness of neo-Nazis in Ukraine was that condemned criminals have been released from prison. They have carried out grave crimes, murders, etc. Only in Kiev, those who are willing receive 25,000 machine guns without any documentation. Killings, looting, crime is ongoing. Those so-called territorial defenders of Ukraine shot at a car, killing parents and a young girl. 2 children are in hospital, critically wounded. The former acting president, following the unconstitutional coup in February of 2014, Turchinov, called on all citizens who are not indifferent to slaughter Russians throughout the territory of the country. And this, despite the fact that the most recent document for Ukraine in 2019 sets out that almost 17%, and actually far more people are Russian there. Now, against the Russian Federation in social networks, an information war has been unleashed insofar as evidence of destruction of civilian infrastructure by a Russian military does not exist. Ukrainian attacks and accidental attacks bear out the fact that Ukrainian nationalists are carrying out this violence. Social networks
Watch out, you're getting a Fed
training
Bostic statement
manuals
right now.
about how to create fakes to taint our military operation. Throughout Ukrainian social networks, there are 1.2 million such pieces of fake news, and the correspondence that was read out by the Ukrainian ambassador, that conversation that was read out is also a part of these facts, and these fakes, and this is well known. We also did not support the draft resolution for this issue to move from the Security Council and be addressed by the General Assembly special session today. We were guided by the fact that this measure proposes that we register that the Security Council failed to comply to uphold its main responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, and at the same time, there was not even a hint at an attempt to find a constructive solution at the Security Council. Attempts to circumvent the position of the Russian Federation, to disregard the position of the Russian Federation, runs counter to the very bedrock of the United Nations. There's a need to find common ground, regardless of our Western partners' attempts to avoid this, including when they disregarded our legitimate concerns in connection with NATO policy and Western countries' breach of the core principles of the OSCE on indivisibility of security. To conclude, Mr. President, I wish to state that the Russian Federation did not begin these hostilities. The hostilities were unleashed by Ukraine against its own residents, the residents of Donbass, and all of those who are dissenters. Russia is seeking to end this war. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
That was a lot. That was a lot. That was a lot. Okay, I think I might end it right there. We'll see. I want to see who's going to come up next. But that was a lot. Okay, so it seems like they tried. Good job for her. That was really good translating, honestly. I was very, very impressed. I was very, very impressed. So I think it's here reported Zelensky has signed an application for EU membership. Oh, wow. They're like, hold on, we need to disinfect it.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
I don't know. I think we got most of it. We'll listen to one more, but pretty much they're going to do this for hours right now. It should be good. Again, there's a couple of updates there. Again, Russia, what Putin's doing, as well as even the Fed.
On behalf of the European Union and its member states, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Norway, Republic of Moldova, Georgia, San Marino, Andorra, Monaco and Liechtenstein align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, I want to thank you for convening us here today and for the Secretary General to be here and for all of you colleagues being here. It's very important that the facts are heard and fully understood, and that this body is able to take the appropriate decisions after the fact that the Security Council, thanks to the veto by one country alone, stopped the Council from taking that decision. Let me start by expressing the European Union's full solidarity and support to Ukraine and its people, who are courageously fighting an unprovoked and unjustified military aggression from Russia. Since our meeting here in the General Assembly last week, the situation has dramatically escalated, despite tireless diplomatic efforts, including at the highest level. Russia has decided to turn its back to peace, to the rules-based international order as defined inter alia in the UN Charter, to diplomacy and to the international community. Russia's military attack against Ukraine has already caused an alarming number of deaths, injured, internally displaced and refugees. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by armed forces of the Russian Federation in violation of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. We also condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine, and we call on both Russia and Belarus to abide by their international obligations. We're also alarmed by Russia's raising of the nuclear alert level. We call on Russia to de-escalate and to immediately return to the previous alert level of its nuclear arsenal and to avoid any actions that could risk the safety or security of the nuclear power plants in Ukraine, a non-nuclear weapon state under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Russia bears full responsibility for this aggression and the resulting destruction and loss of life. We demand from Russia to cease cease its military operations immediately and unconditionally, and to withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We further call on Russia to engage in earnest in dialogue with a view to a political and diplomatic solution. Russia's actions grossly violate international law and are in clear breach of the UN Charter and the OSCE Helsinki Final Act, as well as Russia's specific commitments to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity under the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. This is arguably the biggest aggression in Europe since the end of the Second World War. It follows similar Russian aggression against its neighbors in 2008 and 2014. We underscore our firm support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia and of the Republic of Moldova, and we are closely monitoring the situation in the region. This Assembly has a responsibility immediately and effectively to acknowledge and address Russia's actions. Failing to do so will erode trust to the rules-based global order with the UN at its core and the UN Charter itself. It would send the wrong message to perpetrators of such aggression and aggravate similar risks to other UN member states in the region and beyond. We stand firmly by Ukraine and its people. We deplore the loss of life and human suffering. This is a dire humanitarian catastrophe, and humanitarian needs are rapidly increasing. With the toll of IDPs and refugees rising, humanitarian support is a priority in the wider package of EU support offered to Ukraine in these trying days. The EU and its member states are providing urgently needed humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian population. Ukraine has activated the Union's civil protection mechanism and is receiving urgently needed supplies from EU member states. In addition, the Republic of Moldova, to which more than 60,000 Ukrainians have fled, has requested and received EU humanitarian support in dealing with the human catastrophe caused deliberately by the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to respect international law, including international humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian infrastructures must be protected and humanitarian access should be secured. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and stop their disinformation campaign and cyber attacks. We strongly condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine and call on it to immediately stop action and to abide by its international obligations. We recall our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and we call on all UN members not to recognize the two self-proclaimed separatist entities. The EU has reacted swiftly and decisively to Russia's recognition of Ukraine's self-proclaimed separatist entities and the invasion of Ukraine. By adopting restrictive measures. We intend to take such measures against Belarus. Mr. President, let us be clear on this. We firmly believe that the use of force and coercion to change borders has no place in the 21st century. Let us recall that the UN Charter prohibits both the threat and the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Tensions and conflict should be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. The EU, together with like-minded partners, have been united in making unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution. But Russia has not reciprocated these efforts and instead opted unilaterally for a grave and premeditated escalation. With this one-sided step, Russia is further isolating itself. We are today at a crucial and historical moment. Too many times in the past, the international community has been blind or too slow in front of unfolding tragedies. Entire generations in many places around the world, many of you representing them, have paid and are still paying the price of inaction. We cannot make the same mistake again. We have to take action. After Russia's veto in the Security Council last week, the General Assembly has the responsibility to send a strong and united message on the need for Russia to immediately and unconditionally cease its military operations, withdraw its troops, and opt for genuine dialogue. We call on Russia to avoid, in particular, any action that places the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear and radioactive waste installations at risk. The people of Ukraine and the whole world are watching us and counting on us, and will judge us on the decisions that we will take here in this special emergency session. And it's our duty and responsibility for all of us to do our utmost to defend the UN Charter and the international order. We therefore hope that this Assembly will massively support the resolution tabled by Ukraine and its partners. The EU and its member states will continue to do their utmost to protect the integrity of the rules-based international system, which is key to our collective security, and we call on all UN member states to do the same. On our side, we will continue to stand by Ukraine, support its democratically elected institutions and representatives and its people, including through additional political, financial, humanitarian and logistical support. I thank you very much, colleagues. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Thank you. These are kind requests. All right, so very historic here. Again, this type of meeting, while we're watching it, this hasn't happened in over 10 years related to something of a war situation. I'm waiting for the actions, and that's why I don't know. I don't think we're going to listen to the rest of it. There's going to be a lot of back and forth. We will get any headlines with it, but so far, a little bit of a back and forth. You got an update there with Ukraine. Pretty much Russia, in the last 30 minutes, hour, Russia put counter sanctions. And then Zelensky right now just confirmed that they have signed the application to join the European Union. And then right now you also have the, what's it called? The meeting, this meeting that we were just watching, the emergency meeting going on. So, again, very wild day so far. Surprisingly, NASDAQ has gone green. Again, futures were down about 2.5%, 3% pre-market, or at least last night, and then you're seeing where they're up now. So things are looking pretty decent in some areas, some winners, some losers. Again, Bitcoin has been going up. Honestly, I would say watch Bitcoin. It's pretty wild, actually, right there, what's going on. Overstock's on the high. No, Square 2. Our plays from last week, they went up on the ask, but not the bid. Again, the volatility, the bids and asks here, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it seems like bid and asks are pretty wide here on a lot of plays, unless it's like Apple or something that has a super tight spread naturally. But it's pretty wild. Again, our RTX plays, those have hit. Those are looking good for the rollover, but seems like we are going to be at the mercy of a little bit of pops and locks and until we get any news here. So very, very interesting day. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you are living through history. We're going to see what happens. I was even looking at the Russian ruble. I don't know. Can anybody get a live quote on it? I don't think I could get it. I think everything updates within 5 minutes. They don't have any 1-minute quotes on it. So, again, I'm keeping my eye on that. That's the next level to be watching there if anything with that happens. So we'll see. No change to nuclear alert levels at this time after Putin directive. No rockets. Use trading view for ruble. We'll see. Big pop. There it is. Again, VWAP, it's doing that melt-up mode, kind of. I don't know. We've seen this. Reminds me a lot of both this day and this day, literally Thursday and Friday. If you guys remember, you get a little bit of that morning volatility, but the way VWAP is moving, it looks like we're just slowly starting to edge up. So I don't know. We're going to see what happens pretty much until there's news. I think we're going to really find out. Again, Fed futures, you got 2 Fed speakers so far. Nobody, again, that was also during the last hour or so. Nobody really said anything. Let's see what happens with the, what's it called? With the European close, and we'll go from there. But for the most part, it's looking pretty melt-up mode, sadly to say, given the volatility. I know some people are going to get very, very confused. What's up with Chris Rock? I think they're getting sashimi. Bro, that first translation was wild, and the second translation was super, it was kind of anxiety-inducing. But then she was, she gave us the point. She gave us the information we needed. She was very good at it. I could only imagine how hard it was to translate in real time. And then if you fall behind or anything, I mean, it seemed pretty wild. Yeah, Square's up 4, Overstock. A lot of plays are actually up 4 or 5% right now. Airbnb still down. Tesla seems to be the leader. Again, travel stocks on the downside. They've really been weighing on the market. Like we said yesterday, literally Booking is the size of 3 or 4 of the top leaders on the market. But Tesla is really doing some damage here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Yeah, Tesla, MSTR, SEDG, Melly, and then booking is the size of MSTR and Tesla practically. You are anxiety-inducing. No, I speak English. I'm not translating it with two sounds in the background. You're just soft, okay? I love you, though, and thank you for watching the Stock Market Live. We're glad you're here on such a historic day. Hopefully your anxiety levels are reduced through PHILO or anything else, and relax and make sure you have a long term, and that will eliminate any softness that you have. And we do have merchandise, yes. Thank you. I know, I forgot. No, I shouldn't have clapped him. I'm sorry. I forgot. I know what I need to hit him with. Let's see. Well, I'll have him queued up here, okay? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Why am I this way? I don't know why I'm this way, man, honestly. Very active day so far. Again, it's the same sort of news. I mean, there was a couple of buyouts, couple of price targets, again, but everything from oil to commodities. A lot of oil and commodities are going nuts there, and then it just is Russian headline after Russian headline. And that's pretty much going to define the week. Again, I think this week we may see it play out a little bit more. Again, it's moving fast already. SPY and Dow are still down. Again, we'll wait here till the European close. You got 8 minutes, and we'll see. TGT, I don't know. TGT, I was looking at Kohl's. KSS, they have earnings today as well, too. So keep that one in mind. That one could also be fire. I was looking at them. And we'll see Box, Oxford, Newsletter, New Buy, Box, where was it? Square, Overstock again. Some of these names, I think Tesla is really, really killing it. Even Facebook started to lead, but some things are calming down. Let's just see where the SPY goes. I mean, is it going to take us to the highs of Friday? I mean, we closed pretty strong on Friday. Friday was a little bit calmer. Again, remember, the volume wasn't too bad, but we'll see if it's like setting up another one of these ranges. Do you guys see it? So that's what we got to be on the lookout for, but we'll watch how these next few days go. SPY's going up here. Again, another high. You're entering just under 10% right now, 0.1%, so maybe looking up for the green. God bless Ukraine. May they prevail victorious. God bless the chat. And my guy, Josh, really on my wrists. Have you seen the drone wrecking convoys? No, I have not. But you know what I have seen? I have seen something very, very specific, and honestly, it made me happy when I saw it. And it was this.
Yeah, Rolly on my wrist. Nah, I don't want to rap that. Pull up.
See, we needed that. That was the first one of the day. Finally, right? Your 12-month badge. It's on the way, baby. Everything happens at the right time, okay? I promise. Everything happens at the right time, right when it needs to. Load up on puts. I mean, I would rather load up on the butterflies. I mean, it's going to be difficult to pick the range, but we're going to see. Otherwise, I would be going after commodities, oil, materials, and certain winners. And there may be some tech winners, again, like you're watching Facebook and all of that. But if anything, because if you ask me right now, what can I confidently say will be up in 3 to 6 months or even 12 months? It's going to be oil. It's going to be commodities. That right there, because no matter what happens in the short term, you could get a lot of up and downs, but just literally remember, like Brent crude was dropping a couple of days ago, right after the thing, and then sure enough, it'll make its pop. But it's kind of pretty easy to see that, you know, there's going to be winners and losers. Everything else is kind of in the middle, but I think oil, commodities, otherwise it's riding the wave. We have our place. Again, butterflies on the downside. I may even grab some butterflies to the upside as well, but that is definitely something I'd be watching out for. I think it's, yeah, Brent, dude, a little bit of Brent, dude. Oh, dude, totally. Gold, coal, cybersecurity may get clapped, though. It's one of those where it's like people buy it when anticipating it, but then if there's a cyber attack, depending on who gets hit, they may get clapped. But it is definitely up there even today. A lot of cybersecurity stocks, they are running on the threat of a cyber attack as nuclear stuff, and everybody gets bothered by all of this. That those risks do come up. My team's so different. Jim Levy, respect, dude. God bless you. And thank you for supporting for so long, man. 16 months. God bless the members, baby. And hopefully you guys are having a good day regardless. I mean, today could be a lot worse. Again, you've seen so much in the last week or so, and considering the headlines and the level of escalation, again, you literally have Russia just being cut off from the financial system. You could be on the brink of money getting tied up. So it's very wild to see, this is a much more calmer reaction, but to me that just says that it's kind of not over just yet. My team's so different. That is a SGD. That is SGD. You never heard of it? It's a good one. It's like, you probably heard it. It's like, yeah, I could give you a little bit of it. It's like 1, 2. It's a cult. He said it's a cult.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGD.
Oh, S&P. Still down. NASDAQ. Still up. That's SGD. My Uncle Answer. God bless you. 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 16 months support until the end. Let's do it, man. Make sure your long-term is just as active as you are. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, watch out. That song will lead to you hitting a bench press high. You better watch out. So unless you don't want to do a bench press right now, you may have wanted to mute right there. But get ready. Again, European close. 2 minutes, 4 minutes till Euro close. SPY's looking very good. SPY's about to go green into the Euro close. I wouldn't be surprised if Euro's going green right now. So the FTSE 100 is only down 0.5%. Again, China did good. A lot of places, East Asia or Asia Pacific, they did very, very well. Again, is that Latin America? Who is that? Sao Paulo, Brazil. Dude, the Latin American currencies are acting as safe havens. It's really, really wild. Colombian peso, Brazilian real, they're doing very, very well here in the midst of this, which is it's a very, very interesting one. So get ready. Again, SPY making a little push here. I would not be surprised to watch the final one. Oh, NU. That's why NU's probably going crazy, huh? Aren't they a Brazilian bank? And that's the Buffett company, the Buffett IPO. Who's the rapper? That's Uncle Answers, man. Uncle Answers. All streaming platforms. He loves you. He does love you. He has a lot of he doesn't like me, though. I don't know why. He's really angry with me. But he always shows some love. But he will clap at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, Uncle was yelling at me yesterday because he was like, why is everybody freaking out about Ukraine and nobody ever mentions the war in the Middle East? And, like, we had a big fight about it yesterday because, like, I was like, nah, man, like, why would you? I understand, like, sometimes we joke about it, but, like, if you've seen the news articles, bro, Uncle was like, oh, the people on the news, they said, this isn't Syria, this isn't the Middle East. And Uncle got really, really mad at that. Uncle was like, yeah, he flipped, bro. He flipped. It was wild. It was wild. I was like, all right, Uncle. All right. SPY green suit. I mean, look we're right back up to 437 again. Remember, 440. That is the level that we're looking at. Sadly, though, I think the risks are a little bit higher today. But let me give you one thing. If anything, though, Fed futures could be leading this rally. Again, the difference is today got a little bit worse, but today was so bad with the sanction stuff that I think it allowed the Fed futures to drop. Again, Fed futures are no longer fully pricing in 5 rate hikes or 6 rate hikes. They've dropped essentially. Why is market still up? Because of war. Sometimes it has positive inflationary effects. Again, you just might have to wait until this all plays out. You think crypto running on ruble scare? I think so. Someone just emailed me that. I do think it could be a part of it because, again, like I said, the correlation has been very, very positive, not inverse for a long time. And the fact that today, kind of at the brink of things, it kind of broke out there. I mean, that Bitcoin rally was not like the market. But sad part is now the market is following along. Big level for Snap. Is it at 40? Oh, hell yeah. There you go, bro. There you go. Even Roblo's back up to 52. Not too bad. But again, I think it's going to be a long week. I promise you. I think it'll be a long week. Again, with the back and forth, and then depending on what happens when, what's his name, if they do join the EU or how they accelerate. And again, we did like a weird thing with SWIFT. It's like it's not fully done yet, essentially. There's still a little bit more to this SWIFT situation. Long-term deposit hits tomorrow, baby. Amen. And I'm hoping we get long-term deposit. And then if I get this, we accepted an offer on the house. So if this lady puts in a deposit, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. But we'll see. At the very least, I'm very excited for the long-term deposit. Yeah, tomorrow's already March. Now get ready, because after March, the year starts to just... I know that's that sounded like a Ford Pinto, not like a race car. I'm very excited for the long term. Very excited to the long term. My opinion on co-ops, I don't have too much experience with them. I know they do that a lot in like Jersey and other places, but I know with the co-op, I think it's the ownership's a little bit different. Again, I think it's like a condo. I think you only own the space in between the walls, and then certain things you need approval with everybody else who owns it. It's kind of like a timeshare, more or less. You have square calls mine just went up. Mine went up 100%, just under. But the bids are so crazy. Oxy not playing. XOM still going up. Again, RTX. I got a lot of eyes. Again, we talked about it. Banks or real estate. That's what I'm looking at. Is the deposit from the letter lady? Yeah, we countered her back. I counted her back a little bit higher, but still definitely a good deal for her. And she wanted it. She accepted. We opened up escrow on Friday, but the deposit hasn't came in. So the deposit, because it was Friday after like 4 p.m. So deposit comes in this morning. Hopefully, once that's in, we're locked in, and then it's a 10-day close. So I should close by end of next week or beginning of next week. So we'll see. We will find out. We will find out, though. God willing, everything is still, undecided for the most part until I get the deposit. Tesla shares are up, final phase. And again, EV. I mean, a lot of people you got to realize, I could give you, do you guys want a historical lesson? I would love to give you a breakdown of what but I don't know. I don't want you to, I guess it's history. You can't be scared about it. You can. It's up to you. It really, really depends. But essentially, this really reminds me of Iran-Contra and what happened with oil. So really what I'm saying, the question somebody brought up with Tesla and EVs, at one point, there was a big societal shift throughout various times in history where, threatening energy security, it could lead to changes. So even though Tesla has news with looking at all the EVs today, I would not be surprised to watch all of them go up simply because people could be anticipating higher gas prices, and it could very well, it could give a shift potentially. Essentially, EVs could be a winner. So in the 70s, again, part of the inflation that we got, the thing that happened in the 70s that you don't really see today was called a gas line. Have you ever thought about waiting in line for gas? We kind of saw it a little bit last year. I remember when the Colonial Pipeline got hacked and you were watching memes of people filling up truck beds with gasoline. Does that sound familiar? You guys know what I'm talking about? So you saw a little bit about it, but what happened in 1970 or through the 70s, essentially, the United States, we were embargoed by overseas oil from the Middle East because we were supporting Israel. We were supporting Israel and during the war, and I think it was like Egypt and a couple of other peoples, but then I'll get you the data or who it was specifically, but essentially, United States, we only imported about 15-20% of our oil at the time, so it's not like we relied so much on oil. It's, a lot of people get that part mixed up, but essentially, what ended up happening is that we were involved in another conflict overseas, and the Middle Eastern people responded by cutting us off from oil, and then this started a wave, and it happened twice, 1973 and 1979. There was two Iran oil conflicts or crises, but essentially one thing started to emerge is that people went from buying, people thought the American dream was over at that point because, again, gas was so expensive and then people had to wait in line to get it, but then it even started at some point during the 70s, there was a push towards wood ovens. So here's the little fun fact of culture in there is that at one point, wood ovens came back. They started popping. So between like 1974 and then leading into the 80s, there was a period where wood ovens made a comeback because people, again, were worried about gasoline, oil, fuel, all of that. So that's what I'm thinking with like EVs. If things do get back, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Russia says Ukraine agreed to another round of talks. So that's kind of positive here. European close is hit 5 minutes ago. So it seems to be right near the top there of yesterday, believe it or not. So we went green there for a second, barely red again. So just give it a couple minutes. European close, again, Europe markets, they all did red, but it wasn't as bad as the other day. So let's see what happened. Again, remember, last time European markets were down like 4%. We ended up rallying like 2 or 3%. So it's a very interesting mix here today, because now today it's down in premium, or it's down in value, and then it's we got our markets holding up a little bit weird. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Except in the Ukraine and the EU, I do not know. I do not know the timeline on that one. That would be a little bit difficult. Meet recap, bro. Did you do good? Oh, you got first place, baby. Let's go, Yan, yo. You had the cause praying for you, baby. Or not. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Oh, yes. Yes. What's yours is yours, baby. Oh, man, that's dope. What do we got? What do we got? Deadlift, bench, 3 for 3, plate itself. Why are you giving me kilograms, bro? Why are you giving me kilograms? I need pounds, bro. You like my girlfriend speaking in kilograms. I need pounds. LBS, bro. So your kilogram. Oh, shit. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Okay. 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 This is what we do while the spy's moving around. There you go, baby. Oh, how much was that? 267 kilograms and then 275 kilograms. 588 pounds? Jeez, bro. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Deadlift 280. Deadlift 280. Let's see it, bro. You look skinny too, bro. Oh, wow. You did that quite easy. Quite easy. He said, what? You see that? He said, yeah, call me Yanyo. Shout out to Cope, baby. Shout out to long term. Yeah, what is this? That was what? 280, bro? That's dope, man. Good work, bro. Let's go, baby. Shout out. Yeah, you made that look very easy. That was very scary. Very scary. Waiting at 212. Let's go. Oh, man. I need to step my game up. You got like 30, or no, you got like what, 50 pounds, 40 pounds? Damn. That's very good, bro. That's very good. Good work, man. Another first place. Yeah, I'm not a deadlift guy, though. I'm not a deadlift guy. Not a deadlift guy. Not a deadlift guy. XOM on the high. Rivian and UUUU. Uranium, believe it or not. Or no, wait, that's a different one. No, they're all still up, though. UUU's on the high again. XOM still moving. Tesla went to 900 by end of the day. I guess $30. I mean, it's up 7%. The RTX premium, no, we got in good. I think we got in quite early. The RTXs are still holding up 93%. So it was a good rollover. Again, I think LMT's still up, but we did good back-to-back, so I'll take it. Microsoft 90K sweep. SPY's coming down right now. UEC's a uranium play. They're going up. Oh, shit, we got that on the random account, too. Yo, I forgot about that, actually. I totally forgot. That was the random trade in the morning, and then I double-dipped in it after. Nice. Shout out to random, bro. I think the random play it went up on that already. Yeah, the random play got over 100% on that. Uranium is popping. Again, watch any of the commodities, metals. Again, any oil companies, and we'll see how it plays out. MSCI might make Russia index standalone if market is uninvestable. We'll see, bro. People are just liquidating Russian. That's the wildest part, is that if you look at the liquidations right now, people are selling as if it's worse. People are already selling Russian assets as if it's already like fully collapsed. Again, what BP did and everybody else, again, even the sovereign wealth funds, they're just cutting Russian assets like they're already valuing them at zero, essentially, or borderline. Yandex delist, can't sell securities. Try to call your brokerage and tell them to exercise you if you have a Yandex put. Because essentially, remember, a put is someone agreeing to buy the stock from you. So you should just call your C. I don't know. Again, approach that with your own risk, but that's another way to get out of that trade. Let's say you bought a Yandex put and they delisted. You could always call your brokerage and see if you could get them exercised. Because again, you literally have people willing, you have an agreement, a contractual agreement of somebody saying they will buy your shares. So you should be able to go negative on the shares. You see what I'm saying? That's what, because when you exercise a put, it turns, or assign it, or exercise it, it turns into a short position. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. It's hard to keep up with the speed of your intellect. Nah, man, we just talking. We have a long day. Ask any questions, man. If anything, if you have any questions or if something, even if I say it too fast, you hit me with it. Well, we always love a good discussion, my friend. Especially if you've been supporting this long. Russia's stocks are closed. Yeah, they're not going to open them up for probably a while. Again, and then Putin, again, part of today, he's banning capital flows. So do you guys remember the unholy trinity? Again, capital flows, all of that, but he's stopping all of it. Yeah, that translator, she was working at like crazy speed, bro. Crazy speed. What is he stopping it for? To stop the currency from losing value. So then now if the capital can't leave anywhere, he's going to do it to control the value of currency. So if you control, that's what China did. Again, how do you think China has done, communism and what they've done in the past? Literally, China has controlled their currency for years, and they do it so that the currency doesn't get out of hand, and then so it doesn't have financial ramifications. Essentially, if you could stop a lot of currency from leaving your country, you're going to be able to control the supply-demand a little bit better, and then you could prevent assets from your currency from devaluing so hard that you can't, you can't, like, if you could control your currency and not let it devalue so hard, you could be a lot better off in terms of if something defaults or not. Again, my biggest fear right now is that with SWIFT down or even a controlled SWIFT down, the problem is I'm more worried about just a missed payment or an overdraft. That's what people don't realize. This is why literally people are worried about a quote-unquote meltdown, is that literally just in general, if Russia does not have the means to make a global bond payment or to do a currency swap, it could or cover something, it could just lead to a automatic default, which is not good. So how does that lead to control? Because it's controlling supply and demand of your currency. That's it. So if people can't exit the money, think about it. If you can now take your money overseas, or if you can now exchange your money freely, what are you going to do right now? If you're worried and now you're like, hey, I'm Russian, I go to Europe, none of my bank accounts work. So what's the smart move? Go grab a United States dollar. So then how do you get a dollar? You have to buy the dollar, and the only way to buy your dollar is to sell your rubles. And then what are you going to do? If it's overseas, or if you want to move it overseas and sell your ruble, you're going to be putting more rubles in the system, and then there's going to be more supply of rubles, therefore devaluing the currency. So now if Putin says, listen, you could transfer your money all you want, but it's not leaving Russia, you cannot convert it back and forth like that, it's going to stop the amount of supply being increased on the ruble. So now if people are blocked from Forex transactions and they're not allowed to transact it, whether it's domestic or abroad, it's going to limit some portion of money, aka the citizens who would want it, from having the money leave the country. Again, Turkey did the same. China does this on a daily basis. That's why if you've ever heard China, Beijing, throughout history, like there's a cap. You could only transfer up to $50,000 a year in China. So if you wanted to go and transfer Chinese yuan to dollars, you have a maximum of $50,000 a year. That's a capital control, and you need to get it approved by the government. If you do more than $50,000, you get clapped. So that's what they're doing right now, so that it could slow things down for the most part, which is, again, it would add more stability. Again, this is what I'm telling you, because we brought it up on the watch list, if the ruble goes crazy and the ruble gets, again, bro, people were quoting this shit at 200 rubles when it closed at 83, aka the cost of $1 was 200 rubles last night. At one point, again, I had to call some people and I was like, yo, listen, it's sad because essentially what they did was that the smaller banks, they charged a lot more. If you used offshore sketchier, pretty much if you use sketchier means to transfer rubles last night or even over the weekend, it was costing you from 130 all the way up to 200 rubles. So 200 rubles would get you $1. On Friday, it was $600, right? But now, one of my friends or two of my friends, they were letting me know, no, they said there were some banks, the bigger banks, and if you had money, if you have a decent amount of money, they were letting you convert it at 83, still last night. They said 83 to 100. But 100 was like the max for a little bit, and then it came down. It hit 100 when he raised the nuclear forces, and then it started dropping throughout the day. So that's where it was. But again, like I'm telling you, why would anytime you start doing capital controls, whether you weaken your currency or try to protect it, it means you're vulnerable. Again, with the central bank of Russia banned right now and SWIFT, there's two separate things happening today, SWIFT and the central bank. Right? So now, do you realize the problem with banning the central bank that relates to currencies? And again, I'm getting to because my conclusion of this is that if currencies go too high, if the ruble gets out of hand, it would explode Russia financially, and it could lead to a global meltdown or some level of, I don't know, like Glencore or even, what's it called? What was that? Evergrande. Evergrande or Glencore type vibes, if not worse. But think about it. If this goes too high, if he doesn't control his currency right now, it would lead to the most devastating thing for him. Again, he has to control it. That's where he gets some strategy. But there's one thing part of it. There's one thing part of it. Let's see. GM. The SPY is coming down. Again, central bank and SWIFT, they're two different things. He needs to control his currency. So I'll give you the kicker. If the if you ban any dealings with the Russian central bank, right? It makes it very difficult for you to engage in foreign currency transactions to stabilize your currency. So a lot of you, I told you this story, right? You remember how Putin, last time around, he was controlling the currency, right? He was able to buy and sell rubles to control. He set the value last time. But do you see the problem now? If you ban the Russian central bank from 90% of the world, you are not essentially no other currency buyer or seller is able to engage with the Russian central bank. Do you see what I'm saying? So they essentially cut off his ability to buy rubles in the open market, just like the Fed would do. Just like any country in the world, the Euro, the UK, the EU, if they ever wanted to do anything, the government, again, even the Japanese people, this is what we've seen throughout history. Again, Turkey, that's what they started doing recently. Again, Erdogan, what did he start doing? Oh, yeah, and you guys, it's Kyiv, assholes. Bro, everybody, y'all were like, it's Kiev. Nah, it's Kyiv, bro. Everybody there says Kyiv, okay? Anyways, but essentially, just like Erdogan, what he did, again, he started buying the Turkish lira on the open market and selling it. You see what I'm saying? So, it's Kyiv. They don't say it raw. It's Kyiv. I had all of these people try to do like it's Kiev. Every single Russian, Ukrainian person is Kyiv, bro. Chief Kyiv. Oh, man, y'all stop. They playing me, bro. The Ukrainians call it Kyiv, bro. And then I got these white people in America. They're like, oh my God, it's Kiev, first of all. And this is so bad. But then there's a bunch of Middle Eastern people who die every single day by wars and bombs. And we don't say anything because, oh, yeah. Anyways, let me get back to my lesson. Don't mind me. But essentially, if we ban the Russia Central Bank and you ban the Russia Central Bank, they are not able to buy their own currency or sell it in the open market. And then that is what leads to the currency being a lot more vulnerable. And therefore, this is why, partly why, Putin does not want capital to leave the country right now. He wants control of the capital and he wants to halt all exchanging of all of it. So very, very simple. Very, very simple, but pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying? You're a clown. You're white. I'm literally 100% Middle Eastern. Okay? So please, people don't say anything about my people when it comes down to I'm just offended by all of these fake people who act like they care, and then people on news media who come on and they literally say this is a civilized country. It's so wild. It's so wild to see people. It's so wild to see people getting bombed, and literally one lady said because they're white. And I said, I feel bad about the situation. I have love for everybody, but I mean, again, for some people who want to get real, what's the virtue signal? I mean, y'all don't. What about Afghanistan? What about all of that stuff that happened? What about Yemen? Again, Syria is literally still in a civil war right now. I don't even. That's why I said, don't get me started with it, bro. It's crazy. But yeah, I hope you guys learned about the Russia stuff, though. Palantir. Anyways. So Putin's live speech, he called Ukrainians lesser non-whites. I mean, that's just one thing. That's on the other level. And even then, I mean, right now with Putin, I really care what he's going to do with the money at the end of the day. Like I'm saying, a lot of people, everything we're talking, it's early now, and we're going to have to wait till this event, but I really do stand by it. If there's one false move in all of this, you're closer to a financial meltdown. This is the closest you've been to a financial meltdown and payments stopping since 2020 during COVID, and then 2008. Positive news from this weekend is the positive news this morning was that Ukraine and Russia had a talk delegation, which would be potentially step towards diplomacy or peace. Has America ever restricted capital flows? I think to certain nations, or again, one way was when we got rid of gold. That was a form of capital controls at the time, because what ended up happening was that's how gold collapsed, for the gold fix, because when we would back our dollars with gold, you were able to redeem it. So back in the 70s, again, very similar time to inflation and then Iran-Contra, right? But back then, that's exactly what happened. In 1973 or 72 or 73, this is what led into Bretton Woods. But what ended up happening is the French. It was the French's fault. You could blame all the French. What are you talking about, Josh? I did not do nothing to you. We are part of the European Union. What are you saying? But the French people, they owned a bunch of dollars, and as people were getting, it was just like this right now. People were getting worried about the stability of the dollar because there was more claims on the gold than that we had in the reserve. So what happened is that the French people took billions or millions of dollars, took it to the Federal Reserve and said, I want to redeem my gold. Here's your dollars. Give me my gold. And then we took all of the gold. Or they took all of our gold. And then what happened, one country after the next, as they started getting worried, because they're like, wait a minute, we have all of these dollar claims or gold claims, aka a dollar, but now the United States doesn't have that much gold. So then this is what happens in global currency situations, just like you're watching with Russia right now. When people get worried, when you start worrying about the stability or the security of your banking system or your currency, what do you start to do? You're going to start switching it out. or you're going to want to go make a claim. That's why people right now, they want to change their rubles for $1. That's what happened back then too with gold. So at that moment, we changed the gold fix, and then eventually we stopped all gold transactions, and then we went to a floated one. That was a form of quote-unquote capital controls at the time. But other than that, the only way we've limited it has been to specific countries for certain areas or methods. Like you can't get Iran dollars, you can't get certain currencies, and it was just because of that. But other than that, the thing about that's why the dollar has dominance throughout the world is that it, for the most part, it is usually always freely transferable, freely convertible, and nobody has ever stopped that. Again, that's part of the reason why if we ban Russia from SWIFT and it leads to a China alternative, people are worried about that because essentially you're in a weird way. It's also United States capital controls too, but it's not a direct, hey, you can't switch your dollars out for everything. St. James was fake. The other ones kept redeeming for gold. They had to exchange the rate. Yeah, well, pretty much it was saying at that time, if you had 25 US dollars, you got 1 ounce of gold, right? So if you had let's say you had $250,000, I mean, how much would that get you? What, like 25 ounces of gold? Or no, 250 ounces of gold or something, or I don't know, whatever it is. So the idea would be essentially if you had $1, you go in and get gold. But the problem is on a fixed currency, you only have a fixed amount of gold, right? So that means that all of the whole United States money base is backed by X amount of dollars because there's only certain amount of gold. So what started happening is that as the French people were worried with what the United States was doing, they said, we don't trust you guys anymore. We own this many dollars in reserves. We want our gold. You said it's backed by gold. Here it is. It's a Federal Reserve dollar note. Redeem this for my gold and give us the gold. So then what happens? The French people redeem their gold, right? So once they turn their dollars in for gold, guess what now? Now there's X amount of ounces not available in our money supply. So then that means the remaining dollars are backed up by less gold. And then if everybody starts redeeming their gold at the same time, it ended up leading to low gold in our reserves and a bunch of worthless paper dollars. Again, that were supposedly backed by gold, but now we didn't have enough gold to back it. So that's why we changed the fix, and then we said, okay, now we're going to do $50 is 1 ounce of gold instead of 25. That's what they tried first, and then eventually it got bad, and then they said, okay, fuck it. Give me all the gold. We don't even have gold. They made an agreement. They had to get every country in the world or all of the major peers, they had to agree to float their currencies against one another, and they got everybody to do it, and then United States got out of there, and then welcome to the fiat system. Erdogan says current state of global governance is crumbling. Bitcoin value spikes. Russia and Ukraine sanctions hit. Oh, but yeah, fun fact, little mini story, history lesson. But yeah, again, that's why it's just like we don't really. It's funny because most of the shit we're talking about now, like I'm talking to you about history, but I hope a lot of you could see the similarities now, whether it's in the United States or not, and there's other countries. But that's why I'm saying, like, this is weird, and this is where we start. I mean, everything you're dealing with right now is literally macro and currencies at this point, and that's why I'm like, yo, I hate to be dramatic or anything, but at the end of the day, what you got going on here, it is very, very wild. So it's something to the point where you're getting this macro situation unfolding, and we just haven't seen currencies play out like this in a very, very long time. And that's where it's like, whoa, okay, so if something goes wrong, this could lead to one of those historical moments. Again, I don't mean to panic anybody. I'm not scared. I'm just telling you based on history and even any other time we've been this close to a halting of payments on government debt, assets, currency, or leading on this size of a scale. It is you just have not seen this literally in decades. Again, literally like 2014 didn't even come close. Like 2020 makes sense because the whole world and whole economy shut down at the time. Again, we stopped because of COVID. Other than that, the only other time we came this close to every currency and people getting worried, it was 2008, which is, again, the weird part is now we're just in the weird rate cycle and everything else going on. So, yeah, welcome, and hopefully that works. You got your first 500 donation, Troy. That's very, very high, bro. That's amazing. You deserve it, bro. You deserve a lot more. You deserve a lot more, baby. God bless you and thank you for everything. Make sure you guys follow Fast Stock News. 2 S's. 2 S's. 2 S's. Hard up. Woo. That's good, bro. That's good, man. Where did you learn all of this? When I was in college, I would get really high, and then I would pay attention in class. That's about it. So other than that, no, I'm kidding. It was it's just school, man. School and books. Again, I'm very passionate about this stuff. I really, really like all of this stuff. I mean, I'm interested in money, and I always wanted to know how it would work out. So it's very, very simple. Woo. You aren't kidding? Then how come you don't know it? Oh, yeah, you see that? Yeah, what now, potheads? Go home. Back to your cage. Okay? Okay, get ready. We're living through history. I hope we're all friends as history unfolds, okay? I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? If it ever gets crazy, I hope we could all be friends. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, what a day. What a day. Oh, the video no, I have it, bro. You guys are, bro, I have a whole compilation video of them going on literally just like, ugh, I don't even know how to describe it, bro. Where is it? I'll find it for you. You can see what bothered me. Or it wasn't me. It was Uncle who was more bothered by it, but still, let me see. All right, this is a great compilation. It's a great compilation.
Third world nation. This is Europe.
It's really emotional for me because I see European people with blue eyes and blonde hair being killed. Children being killed every day with Putin's missiles.
These are not refugees from Syria. These are refugees from neighboring Ukraine. I mean, that, quite frankly, is part of it. These are Christians, they're white, they're very similar to people who live in...
These are all news reports.
A place
these are all just live. These are all a compilation of it.
You know, like Iraq or Afghanistan that has seen conflict raging for decades. You know, this is a relatively civilized, relatively European. I have to choose those words carefully too.
Altogether, there are about 200 students, Zambian students.
No, just the audio.
Poland. No one's letting them through. They've spent 2 nights, and this is going to be the second night out in the cold, and no one has helped them.
And they've got no... And this is not a developing third world nation.
Bro, that's what I'm like, bro. I feel like a bomb is a bomb and bad things are bad. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's wild to see that reaction. That one, and then somebody else pointed it out. I don't know. I don't want to trigger people. So I'll save it. I'll save it for after hours if you make it here. That's all. That's the way. It's wild, man. It's wild. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Regardless of who gets, like, it's just like, man, it is all very sad. But it's like, to say this is worse than Afghanistan, to say this is worse than Syria, Yemen. I mean, I feel like that's so unfair to people who have literally just gone through travesty. And I don't even see nobody making a Instagram story post about what happens in the Middle East every single damn day. So it's just wild. Recency bias? No. August, we saw people jumping off of a plane just so they can escape in the Middle East, and nobody cared. Really, you were like, oh, that's sad. That's sad. And then you have people making the most dramatic scenes now, saying that, oh wow, this isn't Iraq or Afghanistan. This is Europe. They're white. That's literally what the news is saying. It's sad. Very, very sad. Ukraine has better marketing. I don't know. Taliban's marketing, though. Remember, the Taliban, they were out there, bro. They were out there. They were out there. They were out there though. You know, Taliban had a PR team. They were making PR statements right away. They're like, "Nah, we got this." It's because the video lies from war. Real Afghan were not taped like this. I'm telling you, man, just go to the Middle East. I'm sure you could find this every single day. It's very sad. Again, I mean, nobody, literally, I'm pretty sure the amount of people that die in Yemen every single day is just sad. Again, and it's because of armed conflict. Do you think the B&O play? I don't know. The premiums came down. I'm waiting for the what's it called to come up. I'm waiting for the premium. I want the premiums to come down, but I want everything to kind of move. But it's still in there. I'd wait a little bit, but it could be that. Morning gains, clap, shop. I don't know yet. Damn, the RTXs came back up. Shopify could be good. We just need to see if I mean, here's what I'll tell you. If you want anything good tech stock related, we need to see if tech stocks become a safe haven again. So don't underestimate that. Remember what happened during 2020 in a weird, again, like Amazon is very domestic. You see what I'm saying? If anything ever like went bad, yeah, oil would be bad, all of that, but just don't underestimate some of these tech companies. They have a safe haven capability at the end of the day. We just lost it recently because everyone's selling off growth, and now we're worried about interest rates and the growth prospect. But now if we get back into, more conflict, more so, then don't underestimate Shopify, Amazon. I would like them, but we need to get that hint that it's going to happen that way. But otherwise, we don't want them to be a victim in all of this or the growth onslaught, more or less. Tech was due to lockdowns. People were using the services, and it made sense with the situation. People were they needed items, right? So it's like, even then, like, let's say hypothetically gas goes to $10 a gallon. Would you be more inclined to go out and get groceries or just Amazon Prime them? You see what I'm saying? Again, it would mean more cost for Amazon and it would hurt them, but I think this is why they try to do what they've done over the last couple of years to become that. So we'll see. But that's kind of that's where I'm saying there could be some. And then if that trend takes off, and then now advertisers want to advertise to Americans and American consumer, and then God forbid, or maybe we need it, I don't know, but I would say God forbid, they give out a stimulus check, advertisements, shopping, they're going to make sure that the America keeps buying our shit. But then again, that'll work until until or if there is a supply cutoff, essentially. But what good is technology if there's problem with electricity? Well, again, that's what I'm saying. If or when, if it led to that point, it just depends what happens. You want your subscription for learning? What's your win-loss? I lose all the time. I just assume that. Otherwise, that's how you make the most out of any of my subscriptions. Again, if you could take the knowledge and education, if you're able to use me as a resource and use me as a starting point and can learn from it, you'll be good. If you're going to follow me as follow the leader, you better have as much money as I have to be able to play them all with the exact same sizes and go through with it and have a long term. But otherwise, assume everything loses. Again, we don't make any recommendations. Everything here on this channel is freemium. We do not charge for anything. It's very, very simple. Anything I do on a service, you will see it done live here. And we will also go over it on the watch list. But we're here. We want people to learn from it. And even if I don't do good and even if I make mistakes, if you can't find a way to learn from that, I would be surprised because we touch on a lot of different topics and a lot of different plays all across the board. Hot dog. Spy coming down to VWAP. Let's see. SPY is coming down again. TLT's going up, so let's watch if we get a little bit of an inverse. Essentially, I mean, this is bad if TLT hits another high because technically SPY should be down probably about 1%, but they're red. NASDAQ is still green. We're going to see what happens. RTX, again, those are holding up. you should reference the trading fraternity instead of Watchlist. So you're saying, yeah, go search the trading fraternity. There's a daily update. There you go. Look, I got my Chad marketing managers here. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Biggest lesson I learned, don't be greedy. Oh, man. Can I give you a PHILO today? Even if the market gets crazy. I got a good, it's like a business PHILO, or it's like a good PHILO to understand volatility. Oh, man. Oh, man. We'll see. We'll see. I got a good one, though. We'll have to do it. Again, it's already 9, so we'll see. But SPY's coming down to VWAP right now. Be on the lookout. Can we do it now? It's coming down, though. It's coming down. It's coming down. Yeah, I know we didn't even have any PHILO last week, bro. It was so wild. But I got a good one. I got a good one for you. Apple's coming. Okay, a lot of big tech. Even Tesla's starting to slip. It looks like everything's starting to hit. We're what, like 40 minutes following, what's it called? 40 minutes following the European close. So we topped out at Euro close, and we're coming down back to VWAP. Again, probably going to be a long day. Ladies and gentlemen, you're at VWAP, and if you don't know, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Search up the Trading Fraternity on YouTube. Nightly watch list. There you go. Every single night. All of the plays. We love you. But, ladies and gentlemen, I need your help right now. We are at 1,300 like resistance. I need to go to the bathroom, but I need a checkup right now. I need a checkup. If you, I have a positive message from Ukraine. I have a Ukrainian positive message. I dug deep for this one. I got you a Ukrainian parable. Yes. So I got a good positive message for you. But Chad, I need your help, man. And I hope you guys know I'm thankful for all of you guys. Thank you for supporting everything we do. All of you will show love, especially if you do it positive and facilitate an environment where we could keep this going. News, education, trades, all of it. So God bless you, but I need your help, Chad. I can't do it without you, man. If you hear my voice, hit the thumbs up button. Come on, if you hit the, oh, wait, no news, no, I'm checking. Hit the thumbs up button. If you hear my voice right now, Cardano or Coinbase is investigating abnormal failures with Cardano withdrawal. But hit the like button. I need to know who's going to hear this message. If you hear my voice right now, I need you to hit the, look at that, 300 people. Let's go, Chad. Who listen? Can you hear me? Come on, man. I need this. I need your help. I need your help. If you hear my voice, just hit the thumbs up button. You could stop the market from dropping. If you hit the thumbs up button, you could stop the market from dropping. Oh, yes, baby. Wheat is ripping. We were early. We were early on that. Let's go. Hit the thumbs up. Hit it if you could. Can you just check in? No purchase necessary, minimally invasive. If you hear my voice, it's very, very simple. If you hear my voice, it's very, very simple. All you got to do is hit that thumbs up button, bro. All you got to do is hit it. Oh, there you go, baby. Look at 500 people. Let's go, baby. Look, he's watching on TV. He's like, I'm going to grab the phone. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, if you're on the TV, just go hit the phone button, man. You know what I'm saying? Either way, we love all of you. And for real, man, I don't even care about the likes. What it comes down to is just I'm really appreciative to all the people who came here to play and are coming with news, information, something that could facilitate the good discussion and overall just positive attitude. So God bless you and thank you, Chad. Here is your positive message of the day. Are you ready? Are you ready? I could give you a bunch of them. Let me give you all of them. I'm going to give you 5 Ukrainian parables, okay? And I'll tell you which one I like. So here's the first one. Ukrainian parable number 1. Or proverb, more or less. Fire starts with sparks. That's number 1. Number 2. If you chase 2 hares at the same time, you will catch neither of them. Apparently, that one is from Ukraine. Number 3. When the flag is unfurled, all reason is in the trumpet. Whew. 4. When you enter a great enterprise, free your soul from weakness. Woo! Woo! Number 5. This is my favorite one. You can get farther with a friendly word than with a club. Oh, they don't feel me, baby. There it is. Some Ukrainian proverbs, bro. Some Ukrainian proverbs. Just take it, ride with it. Spies at VWAP. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Again, thank you all again. Hold it down. Let me get some positive messages in the chat, whatever it may be. Call out plays. How many of you guys like the we play? What are y'all feeling? Let me know what you're feeling, man. Let me know what you're feeling, bro. Yalla. And what a day. Huh? What a day. History in the making. Oh, did you follow me on Instagram? At the trading fraternity? Y'all say what's up? Oh, bro, did you guys see the John Morant highlights? Oh my gosh, I know the world's going crazy, but I like basketball. I'll tell you when I get back. It was wild. Bro, y'all see John Morant? Yeah, Harden was dope too. But, bro, John Morant, oh my gosh, that kid, I'm starting to like him a lot more. I don't know, between him and LaMelo, I don't know who I like more. Are there banks? There's a couple of banks. I think HSBC and a couple of other intermediaries. I mean, do you want me to tell you the scary part? I don't want to tell you the scary part, but I can. Essentially, you don't know who's connected to Russia. There's a lot of dirt when you don't know what's in the shadows of a lot of these balance sheets and who is anywhere compared. Like, you could have a shadow, like, shadow banking. You could have a non-banking subsidiary of Russia on the books of a bank and you won't even know it. Essentially, again, because it's all related to energy. Do you see what I'm saying? This has nothing to do with Russia, but think about Russia and energy. So again, I could tie this down to even fucking CLOs if I really wanted to. That's the wild part about it. But that's the scary part that we don't know. I mean, I will tell you now, the United States, Europe, nobody knows you do not know the real risk of cutting off Russia from financial markets, central bank, and SWIFT. Again, we haven't seen the next response. But you don't know what the real risk is. Again, they are going off of the cuff more or less. They're freestyling this. Again, I think they want to ramp up pressure. They want to stop it. But at the end of the day, a lot of people do not know. Really how this is going to play out or what would be the next consequence or really what would happen. It's very high stakes. Is the best way to say it. SPY bouncing a little. Does Uncle like politics? Yeah. He's probably more political than I am. If Russia pegs it to currency, how will it affect? It would stabilize it, and it would prevent people from doing it. But then if they back their currency to gold, is it redeemable? And then if you make it redeemable, everybody holding rubles can literally drain Russia's gold system, just like it's the United States in the 70s. SBRCY, is that the Serb bank or whatever? But no, I don't have anything on that one. Yeah, this is the bank. They're down 72%. This is it. This is the one, but I mean, again, already totally clap. Holy crap, 13-1. Look up potash calls. Russia, Belarus posts over half the world's potash used to make agriculture fertilizer. I mean, that's why I grab wheat. I think wheat is very non-looked at right now, and Ukraine and Russia would make up like 30%. And then last night, wheat was the thing going crazy. Wheat was going crazier than the currency, believe it or not. And then it's historically not at the same one. But yeah, MOS is up a lot. That's a good one. What else? NTR, IPI, CMP. I'd remember these, Chad. These ones could be very good, actually. I would remember all of these. Yeah, every single one of them is on fire. That's why I like wheat. Because take a look. Wheat is the only one that hasn't broken out yet. And then again, compared to even 2014, 2015, there's actually even some upside with it. Why do I keep hitting 5 years? Oh my gosh. Why would it lit the 10? So we'll see. Any thoughts on next long term? I'm thinking either O or JP Morgan. But again, now I'm a little worried about the banks. I want a good dividend, but I mean, we're going to have our deposit. I saved up 2 deposits. Again, if you signed up for the free long-term alerts, you haven't received anything because we have not made a purchase yet. So just keep that in mind. The ticker for wheat is WEAT. So we bought it this morning, but the plays are already up 40%. It's like 20 to 40 bid and ask. I would grab shares, but I'm going to start with the options. And then if this does any of the BS moves like we saw with Lockheed Martin or oil, I'm just going to wait till it comes. These are going to be midterm plays. I'm telling you right now. It's one thing to watch right here. It's one thing to react over here. But then the other part of it is going to be, you know, this situation, you're going to see something today, but you will not see what's really going to happen for another couple of weeks. Just at the end of the day. So you're going to get these fluctuations. Literally, when we bought Brent crude, the next 2 days it dropped. And then what happens here today? What's happening with wheat? A lot of the production, 30% of the world production comes from Russia and Ukraine combined. And again, and I just noticed its volatility yesterday after hours. Wheat was moving more than a lot of commodities, and it was even moving more than the currency at one point. Yeah, the B&O plays, we paid a little bit more, but I don't doubt we need the real push. Again, they're about to release 60 million barrels from the reserves. We're just trying to get Japan and Korea on board. And then once we have them on board, they're going to do another dump of oil on the market. It'll take it down like $3 or $4 a barrel for a couple of days or a couple of weeks, and then then we'll see what happens depending on whatever else everything else matches up with. There's an article about the Robux having more value than the ruble. Probably. The ruble. What symbol for weed? We were talking about wheat. This guy thought we were talking about weed the whole time. He's like, damn, Josh, that's crazy. You mean to tell me all that weed been coming from Russia? That's wild, bro. That's wild. He's like, nah, we good. I got a book. We good. Nah, we good. I'll just grow it myself, Josh. That's simple solution. Like, you got any of that KGB Kush? Nah? Okay. Yo, he's like, what's the ticker for weed? No, we're talking wheat. Wheat. WEAT is the ticker. It's funny because that whole conversation must have been chirpy if you thought we were talking about weed. You know what I'm saying? You're like, damn, why would weed so volatile on the news of Russia? This make no sense, bro. I thought they don't even like weed out there, man. Say commodity super cycle since last year. The difference is, I mean, even OPEC, I wouldn't even call this the prices are going crazy, but this isn't based off of any normal metrics. This is all off of global political tension. So even OPEC, they said yesterday that they're not going to touch oil simply because this is not a normal supply and demand situation. This is literally global tensions. Powerful blast heard in Kyiv. The B&O, we have time. I mean, just take a look. Any commodity play, for the most part, we got good time on them. And again, even with wheat, we have till October now, and it's already up 50%. But this is just the first wave. I think every couple of weeks, we're going to watch little pockets and windows open, depending on how this plays out. And don't forget about the Fed. Don't you mean Kiev? It's Kiev, bro. The wheat play was options on WAT for October, but then I want to grab shares. I was going to grab shares, but I just figured I'd wait a little bit. Think Brent will come back after the reserve dump? Yes, it will. Again, no matter any time we've added, look, you even have a recent history. Just imagine, anytime you dump your strategic reserves, oil is going to go up in the midterm, if not even the long term. Again, anytime we've done it, remember the chart. Anytime we've gone through it, it has usually led to a clapping. I think I might even have the what's it called? I might even have the chart still. It's just somewhere. Does anyone? When was the date of the last time they did that? When was the day of the last? Does anybody know? Was it this one? No, that's bear market. I have so many screenshots. You have no idea. I need to find you the chart. Let me find it real quick. Is it this one? Flattening pickups. That's the yield curve. This is Jansaki. 10-4. Was it October? Yeah. There's Evergrande, then we had CDs. I'm looking for the strategic reserve chart. But pretty much, again, because it doesn't happen a lot historically. And then every other time, I mean, it has correlated almost directly with everything else that's absolutely wild. I can't find it. When Biden, it was November. I was trying to see, but essentially, again, the only other time we've only done this 2 other times in history. And if you could go find the watch list video if anybody knows which one it is, and we go over the chart. But remember, I think I made the video. I said oil is going to go crazy, and this was right before the beginning of the year. And remember, we had all of the XOMs, and we had all of that, and then we got clapped with Omicron, and then it all started going up. But essentially today, they're going to do another release. Remember, I gave you the analogy of the Fast and the Furious, too soon, Junior? Remember, we said, I was like, again, for them to release oil at $80 a barrel or something, 70, I was like, this is the wildest move ever. But usually it leads to a higher oil price. So again, same thing is playing out here now, is that you're gonna get another release. It'll drop it for the short term. It's gonna drop it for a little bit, and then it's gonna go insane. Again, you're telling me back-to-back SPR releases within 6 months, 3 months? Bro, that means there's something really, really wrong, and clearly you see what's happening on the other side of the world right now. But add that to the situation right now. That's why I'm saying, I'm very worried about energy prices and what it would do if this situation got out of hand. They keep doing it too soon, very soon. Again, very soon. The next release, they said today, they're approving 60 million, and then but the strategy here, it's not just for the United States to dump. We need everybody to do a coordinated effort. So we're literally getting everybody to drain their reserves at the same time. So it does limit some of the negative impact for us, but at the end of the day, everybody, they want Japan, Korea, and some of the European nations. We need everybody on board, and then everybody dumps at the same time. It's like Tylenol. It relieves inflammation of prices for a couple of days or a couple of weeks, and then if you don't fix the underlying cause, you're probably going to get a lot more sicker. I have the XOMs. I'm still holding them just in case, but they're going between 30% and break even from last week. Crazy. AMC CEO, BitPay to be live for payments on website March 19th. AMC Bitcoin payments live March 19th. Wipe out the middle class. Not necessarily, because that's the thing. I think a lot of people ignore the like when you fill up your gas tank. It like obviously you all have different cars. Some of you got Priuses, some of you got F-350s and Harley Davidsons, and then we got Honda Civics and Toyota Camrys in the middle. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, think about it. It does not matter what car you drive, right? Because have you heard of a semi truck? Think about the semi truck. What's the average cost to fill up a semi truck? I believe it is 125 to 300 gallons, right? No. It costs a lot. It costs thousands of dollars to fill up a gas tank in a semi. So think about that. Literally, let's say, so again, 300 gallons at $5 a gallon. Or let's do what? We'll do 200 gallons. 200 times 5, looking at $1,000, right? So do you see what I'm saying? If it goes up by one more dollar, you're going to be spending $1,200, and now multiply every semi in the world. I believe it's about like pretty much, I think, $1 of gas. You could correct me, or you could go figure out the actual statistic. I'm giving you a range right now, but I believe every $1 that gas goes up, it has like a $600 million effect on transport. So essentially, doesn't even matter what you're driving or middle class or not. This even affects businesses and companies. Yeah, because you have all of these semi trucks. Exactly. So if $1 goes up in gas 50 cents, it has bigger margin pressures for a lot of companies. I found the watch list, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. You don't know my email? I thought you loved me, Juice. I thought you loved me. I thought you knew my email, bro. Spy coming down. Or just post it in the chat. Just post it in the chat. If you got it on the watch list, just post that there and we'll go up. We'll pull it up. You emailed it to me? Oh, hell yeah. Expense ETF. Oh, the expense ratio on wheat ETF is 1.9. Yeah, that's like triple, double. I mean, it makes sense. I think it's because everything going on, but there's no expense ratio on the options. Yeah, so here it is. Shout out to chat. So this is the SPR release. So this is what we brought up on the watch list. So literally last time was 2005, and look at it, dropped oil. And then what happened 2 years later? Oil was it either goes to the same price or higher, and then 3 years later it surged. Same thing here. They dropped it ahead of time after hitting another high after this drop. Then it came right back up, but even in a couple-year period, it always stayed at the same price. And then this was the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and the situation was reversed that killed it. FIFA suspends all Russian teams from competition. Microsoft removing Russia's RT News from the store. FIFA suspends all Russia teams from competitions. But that's what we're saying. So pretty much, I think, again, if they do another SPR release, I'm telling you, oil in the next 12 months or 24 months, it is either going to be at this price or it's going to be substantially higher. That's the only way. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. Because it's like, for them to dump this much, that means the situation is very bad. Because again, like I'm saying, if this was the chart, like think about that. Throughout the last 20 years of oil, they've done this twice. And in the last 4 months, you have done this twice. Oh, I don't think they hear me. I don't think they feel me, but I don't know if they hear me. Do you guys get me on that? Should I say that again? Belarus, we're not operating on Ukrainian oil. So literally in the last 20 years of oil, you have done a release from your reserves to combat the price twice in over 20 years. You've done it twice in since what? December, November? That's insane. And then now you have a conflict where the world is doing all of these measures, but now we're still not even fully banning the nat gas yet. There's still ways to buy Russia gas right now, and Europe and Germany are taking advantage of it while they can, or until some people get mad about it, or until they need to really escalate. Airbnb to house. Yeah, that was this morning. It's good, man. Airbnb. Airbnb's always like out there. And again, I mean, here's the video. So here's the watch list that we posted. It's literally oil prices are going to skyrocket in 2020. Again, this was what, November 23rd, and it was all explaining this, but this is without the information that we have today. Again, we're going over the chart. We explain this and start talking about it. And this was, again, go look at where oil was. It was at $78. Again, you're almost at 100 right now on WTI. And this isn't even factoring Brent or anything else. So just keep that in mind. Again, and this is why I'm saying if we do another SPR release, this is not good. Again, the best case scenario right now is already high inflation. Best case scenario of this whole situation is that we get stuck with these prices and it doesn't get worse. There's only going to be a mild reaction from this. That's the minimum right now. EV is mandatory, yeah, until we run out of gas to produce electricity. So what do we do? I mean, again, oil place, and you wait. Again, you don't need to buy it today. I made that video, then bullshit happens in a week or two, it comes down, and then before you know it, all the premiums go down, and then you could have bought them all, and then you would have made 2,000%. So you just wait. It's understanding this and then letting the premiums match up with the play. Again, I grabbed the wheat today. I didn't want to force it. I grabbed some of those. Again, I bought the B&O and I said, wait, even if they go down, they're going to find a way to match up. But you know something right now. Do you see what I'm saying? All you need to do is know and understand that this probably isn't going to change, and let the prices fluctuate and go up and down and pretty much buy it when it's cheaper. People think electricity comes from... I know. We'll let them figure it out. You like that square cause effect chart? Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like it sucks because when you look at it right now, the best case scenario is that we walk away with a mild reaction, but it means you're still going to get hit inflationary-wise and in general. So that's the unfortunate part about all of it. Drifting, premiums are increasing, Watchlist prediction on point. That's what I was saying, the arbitrage, and that's what's going to make it difficult. But pretty much we can find a lot of those plays and we can get ready to hit those, or we wait until the actual bigger moves come up. SPY's coming back down now, bro. We're coming to the lows. If this sells off heavy, this is not going to go. This is not good to start somewhat low, but then go this big green and then to flip it. But again, this is the nature of all volatility. So just watch out. And again, we need to break 431. I wouldn't panic until it goes below 431, but you could clearly, you could still find some support here. It's still pretty early. It's 9:40. What a day. SPY calls are up. What are the butterflies at? SPY call puts? Huh? Your SPY call puts? Are there a little bit of sky call put, dude? Get a little balance there. Oh, the butterfly's still up 30%, dude. Seems like a normal put, dude. Seems like a little bit of this, dude. A little bit of that, you know? FIFA bans Russia from all competition. SPY coming down. Yeah, and this time, a lot of other things are coming down with it now. If you get all this stuff that held up, not showing support, that won't be good. Isn't the Fed's goal to create financial markets, stable ones? Yes, but it's difficult when Russia is destabilizing the world. How crazy do you see B&O getting? That's the wrong question. I don't know. Again, I didn't know. All I knew oil was going to go crazy, but it's there. Right now, we're talking mild reaction all the way to, God forbid, you may even see $150, $200 a barrel oil at some time in the next 12 to 24 months. But again, I'm operating on a very long scale, and the fact of the matter is, all it takes is one news headline, one de-escalation, and then the situation could moderate very, 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 very severely. It could moderate. Shell to exit equity partnerships held by Gazprom entities. So Shell is exiting. You don't think they would drill more? They might. They might. I wouldn't be. Like I said, it's not good to like backtrack. But at one point, if the current administration really wanted to combat this problem, they should do an emergency, like, just granting of approvals to drill until the situation goes away. But we could fix this problem with oil very easily, and you can make America a lot of money. And maybe that's what they're waiting for. Who knows? I mean, you would be surprised. Maybe we play a long game, and then once it gets really bad, America may be able to come in and provide oil for the whole world, if you really think about it. So maybe they're just letting it come down for a while, but that they have to essentially at one point, but we'll see. Yes, they withdrew the permits, but again, depending on how the situation plays out, they might do it. But again, if they do it late enough, in a weird way, if the situation got really bad and they eventually were like, okay, we're gonna actually do it, it would alleviate the situation, and it would make a lot of money for the United States, and then it would really flip Biden's numbers around. Honestly, it would look fairly genius. So Biden, if you're listening, man, hopefully that's the game plan. But it's a high risk, high reward, because you have to deal with the cost in the short term. It's like not calling the bet until the river card, essentially. So if we wait till the river and then on the final one we raise it, and then we're saying, all right, here it is. Oil run out at some point? Nah, we have a lot of oil, and we could drill a lot of oil. I don't underestimate the United States capabilities. Again, do you realize what we tried to do to Russia last time? We tried to flood the market on them. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't know the situation, huh? Look at this. Why did oil drop without an SPR release? Because last time, you know what we did? We tried to flush out the price of oil last time. Last time we wanted to hurt Russia because of Crimea. We wanted to hurt them by flooding the market because we had so much oil. That was the difference. We did flood the market. It would not even try, but it didn't flush him out though. That's the thing. Again, we tried to flush people out of the market back then. So it's just a little bit different, but you don't think they'll do it because of the companies? No, they will. If they need to. If it really got bad, they would have to. Like, again, whether you think it's corporate greed or not, again, I think American unity and everything in general, if the oil situation got so bad, I wouldn't underestimate an emergency session. Again, even if the companies didn't want to, Biden could mandate them to. Don't forget, if you could mandate the fucking vaccine, he's going to mandate them to drill oil if it ever got that bad. That's the way I would view it. But again, maybe that's like worst case scenario. I don't think we would go back to energy independent. They would do it for a little bit and then until they could start pumping EV and ESG again. This is the same play we did largely in the 70s, and it worked. It was again, and even the 70s, it wasn't even that like it wasn't even like crazy in the sense that like it was just there was a lot of shock and awe, but it was only 15% of the oil at the time. So we did produce a lot. We only needed exports of 15% outside of our consumption. They won't do it because it would work. We'll see, man. We'll see. We're just talking. Anyways. Mandate PHILO. I know we need the PHILO for real, but we're about to hit a low. Look at this. Just look at it. We inversing the SPY. That's good. That's exactly what we want. Crazy mountains. Yeah, it's a very, very big one. Again, we're selling out. We're probably going to take a test of the lows at this point. Maybe if it does, unless you could get news to make it bounce from here, we'll see. Again, you don't have to trip until you break 431 because at the end of the day, we're still above everything. Are you still looking for properties in Cleveland? Oh, yeah, dude. Everywhere. If anybody wants to sell a house, email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. We are still buying houses. I'll give you a lot of money for a house right now. I'm really big. I'm bullish on houses. So if you got one, even if you know anybody trying to sell too, hit me up. You'll get a nice anything. I'll take you out to dinner. I'll give you a car. I don't know what it is. It all depends. But just come on. You got a house anywhere, Cleveland, all around the United States. Anywhere in the United States of America, we will buy a house. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Hit me up. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Even New York, everywhere. I'll give you a free Tesla if it's a good enough deal. Shit. Why Cleveland? Everywhere. I got a couple in Ohio that we've been doing SPY flushing a little bit. Watch out here. Again, everything is red now. NASDAQ went green briefly, but then came right back down. Is Cleveland good for renting? It depends. I mean, I like some Ohio areas. 212 that made wheat grow up. There's a lot of European crises, and it was part of the recovery back then too. Again, and then some situations it was following the Russia-Georgia stuff, and then leading into 2014. The beginning of 2014 was the first occupation there of or move into Crimea. We do like Northern Cali. EU to begin drafting sanctions against more Russian oligarchs. They're targeting the billionaires. Do you feel guilty for owning multiple homes? No. The Lord said, bear fruit and multiply. And we've helped out a lot of people, and I'm actually very grateful for it. And I get to make changes in real estate every single day. And I think every single real estate transaction I've done has left a positive impact on every single person I've worked with. Again, most people, I'm still friends with them. We do have discussions, so not at all. I never raise rate. If tenant, I treat people the exact same way. If a tenant is good, there's some tenants I haven't raised rates on them even during COVID. Haven't even raised rates in 5 to 7 years. Just because they're good tenants, they treat the property like it's theirs. We don't do anything. I'm hooking them up again. Even my recent flip, I took a lower offer just because I wanted the I like the people who were doing it. They seem more it was an investor versus a family, and I just thought that a family should get it more or less. But that's not the real decision because they're weird about it. But yeah. You're one of the good ones. I know I've seen stupid, like, bro, honestly, I've seen like fake ass real estate investors, bro. Like they make like TikToks and shit, and they're hella like, they're like, I've raised the rent on people, and they're really scummy about it. I mean, you could be a slumlord if you want, but I don't like, you know, we've built a really good real estate network, and again, there's a reason why we get the deals that we get, and it's just, you know, it's through holding it down and just being, you know, just being a decent person, being a good person. Honestly, you just got to go, you know, go above and beyond, and people will take care of you. I have been shitted on a couple times in real estate, and that's what sucks and makes you want to be a little defensive. But at the end of the day, though, it's like, you know, you could be a person, you could be a normal person, and then that's it. But there is a lot of shitty landlords. But that's why there's a lot of rules. You have a lot of laws in your favor at the end of the day. Would I buy in Seattle? Yeah, I would buy next to, what's it called? Or Oregon? Not Seattle, Oregon. What's the place? The one, where's the Nike headquarters located? The houses there have been killing it. Always and forever. Those are great. That's a great, was it Ports? What's it called? Portmouth or something? Eugene? No, is it Eugene? No, what's it called? Beaverton. Nah, Beaverton hits. Yeah, if you could get Beaverton or around Beaverton area, that's the only place I like in Washington. When do you make time for real estate? On the weekends. I mean, again, I've been working on a big flip. That's why I haven't been able to do these weekend videos. So usually I post even weekend videos, but, oh, that's Oregon? Oh, then I'm tripping. Oh, yeah, then I don't want anything in Seattle or Washington. Never mind. I recuse myself from this. Yeah, no, Oregon. No, my bad. Yeah, no Washington. Oregon. Beaverton. Go to Beaverton. If you want Washington, go to Beaverton instead. I know, but you can find cheap ones in Beaverton. But yeah, I do it there, and even then during the day, you guys will hear me talk about real estate deals. I have people who work with me, and people get compensated for working with me. Like Lending Tips is gonna the commission on this deal is stupid. The flip, Lending Tips is getting banked, but then he does a lot of stuff for me. Like again, he fields the offers, does all that. He keeps me in the loop, and then anything if I need to go out and see the properties or whatever, I do it all on the weekend, and anything else. Beaverton, it's nice. It's nice. It's totally not Washington. Just getting wholesaling. Do you work with wholesalers? Yeah, I'm your new buyer. I will probably be your best buyer. You could ask anybody in here who sold me a house. Again, I'm a man of my word. Even if you don't get a contract or anything, I will buy it, and I'm ready to. If it's a good deal, though, if it's not a good deal, I don't want it, and I'll tell you to sell it to someone else. But if you got a good property and you need to sell it to an investor, I am ready to go, and I could close in 3 days on anything up to almost 8 figures if it's there. But I want houses more than ever right now. I know it's like you hear me say that a lot, but it got worse after this last week or two, just because I'm saying everything else is really there. Hello, baby. Yeah, so email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. If you have a house to sell, wholesale it, or anything. Ted Deutsch won't seek re-election. House Democrat. Wow. You buy 8-figure. I said up to 8 figures. I mean, we've had it. I said, if you have somebody and they're like, hey, I want $10 million for this house, and the house is reasonably worth like is 70% of value, I could get the funds for it. I have banks and we have good relationships. If the numbers make sense, we could do it. But other than that, usually the typical purchase is probably around like, I would say like $500,000 to $700,000 are mainly typical. It's just tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And then if you search Trading Fraternity on YouTube, you'll get the nightly watch list. You buy multifamilies? Yes. Everything. Anything and everything. Sell you mine? Challenger? Let's do it. Let's do it. Anything. I'll let you live in it. I love Challenger. Challenger's the man, baby. That's my guy. That's my guy out there, baby. Yeah, and we have merch, and if you don't watch the watch list, I mean, and if you search A.B.B. on YouTube, you'll get the best song ever. That's true. Wow. Mobile home for first-time buyers? No. Unless you own the land. If you could buy a mobile home where you own the land, I could maybe justify it. Otherwise, stay far away from it. If you see a lease and if it says a land lease attached to it, run. That's not a real house. It's not what you think. Do not do it. It's a trap. If you own the land and it's in a good location and it doesn't have a land lease, but it's a manufactured home, then you could justify it. But even then, you better make sure the location is good. Why are you buying houses during uncertain times and knowing that interest rates are going up? Because what is uncertain? So you're saying it's uncertain times, and I think it's uncertain for Russia. I think it's uncertain for a lot of things here domestically, sure. But at the end of the day, what is really uncertain? You have to think about that. Even if interest rates are going to go up, if anything, it's kind of even now an argument of whether or not they're going to make it go up. But think about what is really certain right now about the cost of things. Like, really, the only thing certain right now is that the price of oil, to a degree, is probably going to be very expensive in the midterm. And then again, if the price of food goes up, the price of materials goes up again. And then now, if any global supply issue makes it slower to build homes, right now, I mean, it's all things are pointing towards everything happening right now is not going to make real estate cheaper, and it's not going to make houses get built any faster. If anything, it made it a lot worse than what we were already dealing with. No Mississippi homes, but a lot of people, I see a lot of deals there. I'll sell you my parents' house. If they want to sell it, sure. But this seems like seems kind of sketch with the emojis. I don't know what's going on. You don't think the price of house is inflated? I think they're high, but relative dollar value, I think comparing it to 08, I don't think they're as similar, but even then, it's still not, like, again, I don't see it. Like, it's just not like, even though it may be up, it's just the other situations are worse, is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, it's just not, the prices are already high, but if everything else goes up more in prices in cycles, again, at a high level, like I told you, if gas goes up $1 more a gallon, do you know how much that's going to cost businesses to transport any material or anything? I don't think you're hearing me on this. So again, if $1 more of gallon increase could have an impact on the cost of building and shipping stuff, what will happen to the price of not only basic goods, but now even a property? Prices don't feel high until everyone is underwater again. I think just people are just like, where do houses come from, dude? You see what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, like, where do the houses come from? No, like, think about it, though. Like, seriously, like, where the fuck are these houses coming from? Like, I don't get where people are. Again, it's not like, dude, the houses aren't just showing up, and it takes a very long process, and it's gotten so much longer because of COVID. And now you mean to tell me there's a threat of a global war potentially, or even now one of the biggest energy providers in the world being cut off from the banking system. FAA to expand plane maker design reviews after Boeing crashes. Something like Dominion or BP seems like the real moves if energy gets controlled or sanctioned. Premiums. It could be anything oil related. I've just been going for the commodities itself. Again, because like XOM's been back and forth, but you could get a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You could get a little bit. All right, let's run it. Zoom has earnings today. Foot Locker's on the high. Remember on Friday they got absolutely demolished. PHILO, I could give it to you probably. Let me see. Let me see. New real estate. Hit some push-ups. Hey man, I need to go get my carbo, and we need to do some. We need to do some push-ups, stretch a little bit. Again, it's been crazy. Ever since your PHILOs, I've gotten 3 felonies. Dog, that's all you. Why are you still on YouTube chat, bro? You don't got community service. What do you mean? How you get 3 felonies and I seen you on the chat every single day, bro? This make no sense. He said I got 3 felonies since listening to PHILO on YouTube.com/the stock market. Yeah, this Jesus freak guy. I don't know. There's something about the felonies with discipline and keeping the armor on. I don't know, man. What do you mean you got 3 felonies? This guy, you in the chat every day talking shit on some random conspiracy theories, and you got 3 felonies, bro? You probably still tripping on. It's like an 18-day mind med trip or something. He thinks he got 3 felonies. All he did was order pizza, and the pizza man came to his door 3 times, and he thought it was a felony. He was like, what? He's like, that's crazy. I'm getting charged with another pepperoni? Oh, man. This is wild. This is wild. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Make sure you subscribe. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Search The Trading Fraternity on YouTube, and you'll find a daily, nightly watch list with every single play and every single play we went over. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. He said felonies. No, he said felonies. I'm messing with him, though. It's funny. It made me laugh. Should I call the cops if my neighbors are hoarders? I'm going to go with mind your business for 300. Oh, did we get it? I think we got it. Yeah, man. Just let them be, bro. Why don't you help them out? Why don't you ask to help them? And be like, that might even be a real estate deal. You just don't know it yet. Instead of snitching on them, be like, hey, can I help you with anything? Can I bring you food? Can we, clean up a little bit? You know what I'm saying? Come on. They leaving raw. Go help them out. Go email me the address. I'll go hire cleaners right now to go clean the house. and I'll talk and give me the phone number of the owner and say I want to talk to him and watch what happens. Email me the address right now. We'll get that situated. Easy. Roblox virtual fashion. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Let me get this. Let me get you a little bit of Bloomy. Let's see what they're talking about. Sentiment has been awful.
Things that have been previously unthinkable are turning out to be put on the table. And so I think I think that the linkages as well with the economy, I think the linkages as well with corporate America have been very opaque, but do exist. And I think that Wall Street is in the process of connecting those dots. And I think there are new realizations that are coming out every day in terms of what the economic and corporate impacts are. And of course, I think that is going to generate volatility. Now, will it be the most that we've seen since a certain period of time? I certainly hope not. But I do think that Wall Street's understanding is really developing very, very quickly, and that is going to generate some additional volatility. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
What's the playbook look like then? I mean, typically you'd expect people to buy Swissy and the yen. That doesn't seem like it's been happening to much of an extent today. They are buying the dollar, they are buying gold, and they are buying treasuries.
So look, our currency strategist, Elsa Linos, has been talking about the dollar rally. And I think that's one that seems a bit, sort of obvious, not wrong, but obvious, but it does have some read-throughs to U.S. equity markets. We do typically see that when you have dollar strength on a year-over-year basis, it poses yet another problem for profitability in the U.S. You tend to see a deceleration of upward revisions, a return of downward revisions simply because of the currency translation. So I think that's definitely an important one to watch. It's been interesting to watch some of the sector action. This is intuitively a market in which people would want to go defensive. But some of the defensive sectors in the market, like consumer staples, are right in the crosshairs of a lot of the different challenges, especially on the commodity price front, the European exposure front, the non-commodity or non-energy commodity price exposure like grain and wheat. So it's been, sort of interesting to me last week. Some people were trying to buy consumer staples. That seemed like absolutely the last place you'd want to go. And I think the market has started to figure that out.
Lori, thanks very much for joining us. Great to get your insight today. A lot going on, obviously. So we could do this for an hour and still have things to talk about. Lori Calvasina there, RBC Capital Markets Managing Director. Coming up, we're going to get insight on how Russia's invasion of Ukraine could affect credit markets and the deal space. We'll talk.
In the deal space. But we're back. We're back. Best channel on YouTube. Shout out to Maria. God bless you. God bless you. We back. Hopefully we get some good PHILO. Let me just down the carbo. And I got a good one. Hopefully the market doesn't flip. I'm surprised we didn't test the new low. That's both good and bad, but we'll see what happens. We ready just in time. Just in time. Florida or Foot Locker? Appel. Man, what a day. Costco, yeah. They have dude, Costco's been killing it though. This last run up was more BS. No, yeah, dude. If you think this is bad, I mean today because we had such bad news, but this one was wonky. This one was big. But this one is still like the amount of news is so bad today that I'm surprised it's not down a lot more, but I think it's because we got to wait to see what Russia does. Again, nobody knows the consequences of all of this SWIFT bullshit. Again, everybody, we've been talking about it. It's like that's the way you stop them. But this was off the table. Again, that's what that lady at RBC was saying. If you guys were listening, she was saying how there was stuff that literally we considered completely off the table, and then now we're doing it, and now we're even talking about more, but then it's there. They did a targeted banning of Russia off SWIFT, and then they banned the Russian central bank from any transactions. So now you got 2/3 of the world, if not more, not willing, that they're not willing or not allowed to buy or sell Russian currency on any open market. It really hampers the ability of the Russian central bank to control their financial situation or the value of their currency. And not to mention now this SWIFT. And the problem with SWIFT is that essentially if you can't send money, if you can't send Russia money and Russia owes a bond and they can't send them, if you can't receive the money because no access to SWIFT, even if Russia has the money, Russia will default. And not to mention whatever else that will lead to, or any other bank or financial loan tied to any other Russian business. And then the question is, where does that contagion spread? What bank or who are they tied to? This is like, it's like a Evergrande on crack, but now it's Evergrande tied to energy and oil and then mixed with guns is the only way to describe it. Won't the black market get more business from Russia? No. There's no such thing as a black market when it comes to this. It's literally who's willing to trade with them, a.k.a. China, Belarus, Pakistan, and a couple of other people who are actually, they actually still support Russia. Believe it or not, in the midst of all of this, you have several countries, that actually are still supporting Russia and still work hand in hand with them. I'm worried. So, Ben, call your broker. And I don't know, approach this at your own risk. I don't know what it would lead to. But potentially, you could call your broker and tell them to exercise your Yandex put. And say, I have the right. I want my shares. I want my shares short of that stock right now. Exercise it. Charge me the exercise fee, whatever. Not a recommendation. Option strategy. Some risk against the most financial risk. No purpose only. Think of it all day. But that might work. What's the play as of today? Wheat, RTX, and then B&O and Brent crude. But again, it's going to take a little bit of time. TSM, I think it's just because of China in general. Some of the China names did bad, and they may have access there with Russia, I would assume. Again, Taiwan, semiconductor, they supply a bunch of people. But other than that, I think they just started selling off with some of the sanction stuff. And as Russia started escalating again, the China reaction, we're going to have to see what happens because for the most part, China equities have acted as a safe haven. I did not buy shares of B&O. Just the options. Again, I'll tell you now, you don't need to rush it. I promise you. Any of these, even with wheat or anything, legitimately, it's just like this is not going to be. It's like, remember how Evergrande was like popping for 1 week and then chilled out, and then like 2 weeks later it went crazy again. It's going to be like that, but a lot worse, but with energy. Again, SPR release, all of that. So even if you don't have exposure to it now, I really wouldn't be rushing and paying a premium trying to get it in there. Again, I started with a little bit of that a couple days ago on B&O, and that's when I realized if they're going to dump it the next day or it's going to trade like the VAX stocks, I know we could wait for it, but it's all about the midterm trend and where you think it's going to go. So either make sure you get time or just go with shares, and you're going to be straight. But you don't have to, again, you could buy it now or you could wait, and I don't think there's a problem waiting for it. Do you think China will invade Taiwan like Russia? In a weird way. I mean, although I see why people keep bringing it up, I don't think that is important. I think that you have a way bigger financial risk right now across the world with how we're going to deal with this Russia SWIFT money thing. We just don't know the risk, and we don't know the next step. Nobody does. Again, this is unforeseen. Nobody's ever done this before. So there's more of a risk with the follow-up from everything now than any other new thing emerging. That would just add fuel to the flame, but quite frankly, we don't know what's going on here. Or we don't know what the next step will look like, or AKA the consequences. What a day. Yeah, there's a bunch of Fed speakers. We got 2 of them. I think we got Bostic and Williams today. And then there's supposed to be 2 more, but we haven't heard from them yet. But they haven't really, they didn't say anything. They just said quarter point. And then rate hike odds dropped today. So that's bullish. Again, Fed futures are rocketing right now. The amount of rate hikes is going to go back to 4 or 5. We were pricing in 6 a couple days ago. We were pricing in 6 rate hikes really not too long ago, and now you've already dropped to 5. The fact that you said China issue is not important, I think they're going to do unimportant things. Well, no. Again, the fact is, it would affect China. You don't know how it's going to affect China is what I'm trying to tell you. So go ahead, China, do whatever you want to do right now. But depending on how this situation plays out, China is also in the dark as well. And again, it's not as if China is still vulnerable to a degree. I mean, everybody at the end of the day, I know you hear, oh, China this, China that, but don't forget, when China crumbles, it crumbles. And they still have a lot of unknown too. Yeah, it was a pretty big candle there. 434. Hot take, Russia wants the West to kick them off as SWIFT and then create, well, that's what people said. There's a Chinese alternative already exists. And again, if you have Pakistan, India, and everybody else, again, all those other countries, even the BRICS, if they're down with it, it could happen. But we're gonna see. That's one of the unforeseen consequences. But I don't know if anybody thought they would do this. I thought they were too scared. Lynn to back up 10 billion of ordinary shares. What's that? Oh, Lynn to buy back stock. If there's no rate bump, the Fed will let them. They might. Oh, man. What a day. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. UWMC pre-earnings. We'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what happens. Wheat is still going up. Wheat, like Wheaties, not blunts. Any jokes about Russia just using crypto? I think they are to a degree. Bro, that Bitcoin pop was nutty today. Where's the Colt bunker? I don't know. Find one. If you guys find one of those missile silos after we close escrow, I'll give you guys a budget. We could buy whatever you want. We'll buy whatever we want for the Colt. I want a commercial building. I want a fat one anywhere in America. Y'all let me know. I don't know. It doesn't have to be like a field. I'll just take even a fat commercial. We could just buy a mall or something. You know what I'm saying? And we could do it and we'll run it. But before we do that, I got something way more important for you. Okay? Way more important, even though this spot's coming down, baby. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. PHILO is back, all right? Oh, amen, amen. I missed it. We didn't get this all last week, and I'm excited for this PHILO, okay? Seriously, y'all need to guard your hearts. You need to guard your minds. I'm going to give you a PHILO here. It's going to have one religious reference. But please do not let the culture of this Western world fool you. Okay? Because honestly, this is a business PHILO. And this will account for what's going on with volatility. And I promise you, you will learn something about this. And this has to do with your mindset. Okay? Very, very simple. Are you guys ready for it? Can everybody listen to it? I don't care what you believe. Please don't get... And I hope you know we love all of you, for real, man. And just show love no matter what it is. And that's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. It's very, very simple, okay? So I'm very excited about this one. And I hope you guys just got peace. And, oh, yeah, and pray for me and pray for everybody in the chat, okay? Amen? Amen? Good. That's it. That's good. That's good. It's good, right? It's good. All right, perfect. Are you ready? Today, my friend, today, we need to talk about normalcy versus movement. Okay? It may not sound really identifying just yet, but I need to talk to you about normalcy versus movement. What I need to bring up to you right now is something you really need to understand, because I don't want any of you to get stuck. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I don't think y'all feel me. I don't want anybody to get stuck with progress, with life, with money, with whatever it is. I don't know what it is. Again, this applies very universally. Okay? Normalcy versus movement. So what happens? I'm going to tell you right now, it's very simple. You get stuck when you crave normalcy. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Did you hear what I just said? You will get stuck when you crave normalcy. Do you know what that means? You know, you remember when you lived a life prior to 2020, right? And then everything in life changed so much. And then everybody was like, oh, at one point it was like, okay, I'm making money, I'm doing this. Oh, it's cool, I get to stay inside. And like you were moving with it, right? And you were moving with it. And like you were going through it. Or even then, this market, some of y'all were moving with it in 2020. Y'all were moving with it in 2021. And then all of a sudden, you're like, can it go back to normal? Right? Again, enough of 2020, you're like, can it go back to normal? You went from living in the moment to craving it to become normal again. Oh, man. So do you see what's happening? This is what I'm telling you right now. That things are moving so much right now in this world. Whether it's the stock market, everything. And things are moving so much, it's just not what you're used to. And that's where you get thrown off. You see, again, you know what the biblical reference is? Is Moses. He starts leading the people. And he's leading them. And eventually, even though they were slaves at one point, the situation that was normal to them wasn't even the best. And then they were kind of excited that when they started moving a little bit, but eventually they started complaining. And eventually they just wanted to go back to normal. They're like, I just want to eat the same food I used to eat. I don't want to be an exile going through on this journey. They're like, no, I just want the food I used to eat. They wanted to go back to normal. So again, I think it throws off a lot of people. As we start to move and change things, and this is the point I want you to realize, the movement is not bad. Yes, I know things suck right now. And I know when you look around, it's like, oh, it's like my life used to be like this. It used to be like this. But then it's like, well, what's happening? Things are moving. So why are you being mad about the movement? Why are you trying to, again, you will get stuck in a weird position if, while things are moving, instead of trying to move and adapt with it, what do? Some people are just spending all their damn days just thinking about, oh, I wish it could go back to normal. Or again now, instead of realizing new opportunities and seeing new things, what do people, they're trying to find a way to finesse their way back to normal. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Come on. Woo. So come on, man. Did you guys forget? I forgot for a little bit. It's good to be reminded. But think about what I'm telling you right now, and I really hope you understand it. And it's a very biblical concept, if you really think about it. Because there's a lot of different stories and a lot of things through the Bible, and there'll be one really key thing. Just don't forget that movement is better than normal. Oh, I hope you feel me on this. Some of y'all forgot that movement is better than normal. I would rather be moving, and I don't care if I don't know what's happening and I don't know what it is. I'm going to take losses. I'm going to be confused. I don't know what's in front of me, but I would rather be moving, and I would rather have movement than staying in the same place or going back to normal. Oh, come on. Come on. I thought that's what we were working for. You see what I'm saying? I really thought we were all working to, change our lives, our financial situation, and not have the same one. And we're vibing with it, and we go halfway across the journey, 20% in the journey, and then all of a sudden it's like, wow, we have to keep moving. You get exhausted, you get tired, and then you want to be like, I wish it was back to normal. You know how many people have started the stock market? It was good, and then it comes back down, and then 6 months later, you're like, I wish I could just go back to the same amount of money, but you're failing to realize if you keep moving, chances are it's going to change your whole financial trajectory for the rest of your life. But you will get stuck if you crave normalcy because the movement is uncomfortable. Oh, man. Woo! So that's all I came here to tell you today, man. I know we wouldn't have too much time. I didn't know what the market was going to be like. I know a lot of things are moving. And that's why some of you, I don't know if you realize my attitude with it. Go ahead, I'll lose. I'll win, I'll lose. It don't matter. I'm moving. Do you see what I'm telling you? These moments right now, I cannot stress it enough. It is special. It is sacred. You have to live in the moment and keep moving with it. Do not trap yourself in a corner at any development, just hoping, I wish it could go back. I wish I could have the same friends, the same people. I just wish I just had the same amount of money. No, because you're moving. And that's what we need. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck, baby. And we don't want that to happen. So I hope you could apply it to everything. And I hope you could realize the difference here between normalcy and movement. And I'm telling you right now, you better kill that craving for normalcy. Where you want to go back to normal. You're craving, I wish it could go back. No, kill it. That is not an urge or desire that you want right now. That is what is going to stop you from every single new opportunity. Because again, we don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. We don't know what next month, next week. But guess what? As long as I'm not like, I just wish I could go back to the days where I just had to just buy a TLT. Nah, there's going to be something else. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, I just wish I could go back to where I bought one thing in the long term, and every long term it would go straight up. Nah. Why would you want that? Because we're hitting a new stage. That means we're moving. That means we're growing and changing. You're seeing the uncomfortableness. Great. Awesome. I can see it too. I don't like it at times too, but at the end of the day, I know we're moving. So I really hope you guys get this, okay? I really hope you do, and I hope that you kill that craving. And I hope that you do cherish this moment. Because watch out, I don't want some of y'all taking yourself out of the game trying to go back to normal when you have a really bright future ahead of you. But that's for whoever wants it. So I hope you're ready, Chad, and I hope you take this to the bank. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Screaming Large Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You know what I'm saying? At the Trading Fraternity. Oh, man. Shit. One more felony. So let's go, baby. It's good, bro. It's good. Should we hit him with the classic? We should hit him with the classic. Hit him with the classic. Let's hit him with the classic. Hit him with the classic, bro.
Cornmeal. Hey, man. I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Hey, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, it's no I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the plan that we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, they talking, but it broke through what broke through. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clapping. I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Peasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighty, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality, yeah.
Uncle, that's it. It's game time. Get ready. That's it. PHILO's over. You got the music in. You got the PHILO. And the market's ready to go. That's it, bro. That's it. That's it. Get ready. Just get ready now. That's it. We got everything out the way. That's Uncle Answers on Spotify or even YouTube. We love you all. You can run it. It's good for the gym. Very good for the gym. But now we got the market. That's it. That's all we got. That's all we got. That's all we got, man. That's all we got. Woo! Good day. Good day. Good day? You feel it? I feel it. It's good. PHILO recap. I don't even know how to recap it. It's very simple. But it's just, that's it. So it's over now. It's just the moment. Just don't crave the normalcy. That's all. Kill it. Kill it. Movement is better than normalcy. Every day. All the time. And God is good. Amen. Amen. All right, how we looking? How we looking? What's the 0.38 down on the NASDAQ and then 1% down S&P? And surprisingly, IWM is holding up very, very good. Unpopular opinion, Let's Go is the biggest hit. I wouldn't say unpopular. It's actually, it's on there. It's on the leaderboards. It's actually one of the greatest songs. It's amazing. It's amazing. Then you got Benny and Level. It's amazing. It's amazing. Toyota got hacked. Can we get an office space? Well, listen, just pray for me and just pray that everything on this deal works out good and God is good. And then that's it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's all we need. That's all we need. So pray for me, okay? God willing, we'll see. And you'll see. I'm going to give you, you guys are going to, it's a cool video. I can't wait. I really can't wait. I just got to close this deal and you're going to see. And then we're going to have some fun too. That's it. At the end of the day. The end of the day. God willing, that means no. IWM devastated. Yeah, they've already been down a lot. Makes sense to a degree, but we'll see. Again, the next level is just what's the next level to all of this? And then wheat is going nuts, which is great. I don't know. The shares would have been good, but we made a decent amount on the option. And then the SPY butterflies, those are still up. I do pray for you every day, Chad. Amen. And God bless you, Patrick. I got your email too, man. Thank you for even coming out there, bro, for the open house and hosting that with some of the other chats. It was crazy, man. It was good to see. I hope you guys got the most out of it, or I hope you guys at least got something out of it. But just even then, thank you for taking the time for us and being able to get out there, man. I really, really appreciate it. But Patrick flew to L.A. He flew from L.A. to San Fran to host the open house, man. We had him, Kirot, and then another person came too. Apparently another Chad showed up. You know that? Another Chad showed up. I'll see. I'll show you the picture. I was gonna save it. I was gonna say it. So Patrick's seen my face, but I didn't get to show up at the open house that weekend. So they came down and held it. They held it down, bro. Let me see, where is it? Wait, I don't know which picture is which. No, that's Daniel's lifting videos. Yeah, are you ready? Are you ready? So no. So pretty much so like there was an open house, right? And we had Kirot and Patrick. They hosted the open house for us because they're both real estate agents. And then apparently another Chad in the chat, he picked up on all of the clues for the house and he showed up at the open house. Again, y'all thought I was kidding every time I say this. I said, nah, man, Chad knows how to do it. Y'all listen in and y'all find it and then y'all find out the key words and y'all figure it out and then boom, he showed up. So there was a nice, Kirot was letting me know. He said that they went out there and they had a nice one. But look at, you got Kirot. Look at, they're standing in front of the house. I believe it's Justin. I believe Justin is the name. I'll see you there. We got Kirot hold. Look at, he got the crow neck too. Look at, they were out there, bro. They were out there. They were out there. He said they had a good talk and everything. So I have a crazy video to show you guys. I have a whole video of all of this. I just haven't posted it. I want to wait till we finalize everything and finish the deal, and you'll see what's good. But it was really good. U.S. prods crypto to thwart Russia's sanctions. Oh, man. GM self-driving unit to name founder Kyle Vogt CEO. Yeah, GM. They're naming Kyle Vogt CEO. And then again, crypto and Russia sanction stuff is coming out right now. But it was good. Again, thank you to Kira and Patrick. I appreciate you guys for real. And I really hope it was. I hope you guys, I don't know. Again, I know you guys just got to talk to people, but hopefully it inspired you and it gave you some experience out there. And then again, too, this is what we're about, man. I'm just glad I got to give an opportunity for it. I mean, this is like an all Chad deal. I got to get some of you guys' experience and throw you in there. And, you know, the house is it's pending right now. So hopefully we close this deal, God willing. And you know, I'm just really excited. And I'm grateful that we got the Chad to work together and even help out and even give you guys some opportunities at the same time. So it's beautiful. But thank you guys again. You're talking to the neighbor? You got, yeah, I think Patrick, you've told, really, that's good. It's good, bro. It's good. Let's see. Why do I message you all the time? That's not me, man. Don't get scammed. Don't get scammed. Ways to get Chad in Atlanta. Start finding the leads. Atlanta's hot. Atlanta is hot. Well, things kind of chilled out. What's the volume on the day? It's already 10:41. Today could have been wild. Volume's like kind of high, but it does. I think we'll probably get the same 100 million by the end of the day. Josh, one Josh to another. What do you think about the nuclear fallout stuff? Are you talking about the 6 feet social distancing? I just thought that's humorous. If any of you don't know, they put out new government like guidance in case of a nuclear fallout, and it says to social distance and wear a mask, even in a nuclear fallout, if you're with families that you don't know. And then if you feel that you're injured and need to call the police, let them know if you feel sick from, or if you have any COVID symptoms. So if there was like a nuclear fallout and you were injured, if you did call for assistance, make sure that they know that you would, if you have any COVID symptoms, and wear your mask before help arrives. So that's the news. So what do I think about that? I mean, I don't know. I could always rely on the government for good advice is what and that's why I was like, wow, you gotta stay safe if there's a nuclear fallout. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you just gotta watch out. It makes a lot of sense. So. Yeah, Moscow. Moscow is probably going to be closed all week. He needs to control all the money. The last thing, again, until he could find a way to buy the currency, or if he's probably going to do a swap with China. Now that I think about it, or if China buys up all the reserves, but then I don't know if the world will get mad at China, but then the world can't get mad at China. China has everyone. No, I think that's interesting. Interesting. Cities on the low. Where's JPM? Banks are clapped. Again, I think the unknown risk of some of these. That's where it gets crazy. RTX to 110. If it keeps continuing, I mean, just be careful one of these days. Just like that's how they move. They're going to gap up, shoot up and then all of a sudden it'll have a gap up in the morning and just sell off hard. But they have chilled out for a while. Yeah, U.S. and crypto exchanges. That's why we got Coinbase up there. JKS. Again, a lot of those fertilizer companies that one super chat brought up. I think you guys should remember all those. That one's going to be an interesting one. For sure. And then are the RTXs still up 100? Oh, no, they came down. 93%. Still not bad at all for a day trade or just something we grabbed here in the morning. You were a big old RTX fan. It's a good stock. I mean, defensive. It's just they have a lot of like those little dramas, like LMT too. Spied chopping again, because if we go below 431, it just puts us right back in to the danger zone and kind of voids a lot of the gains that we had here. Remember, we closed right below there, so it puts us in that like pre-danger zone. It'll put us on deck, but it looks like we're probably gonna hit it. Honestly, I don't know. We if anything good, if some of this bullishness comes to life, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see it go up, but I mean, again, just the scope of all the news today was wild. Mm-mm. 427.86 Friday's low. I'm just saying any close below 431 is bad. New York Fed receives no bids at overnight repo. Biden or Jen? At 13:50, so 1:50 in a couple minutes. Biden and VP Harris host Black History Month celebration. State Department news conference at the same time, and then the briefing at 2:50. So briefing an hour. Ammo pile, literal mini nuke. All right, let me see. I have to screen your videos first. I can't give you guys. I can't because I don't. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure nothing crazy. Okay, it's approved. It's approved. Don't worry, we've ran it through our editors. It is approved. You can see this one. Look, it's dark outside. So if you guys ever are in a situation like that, if you ever see the light, don't keep looking at it and duck. Because then all of it, yeah. That guy was smart. He looked down ASAP. Okay? Just fun fact. Fun fact. Hasn't been bids for a while. Yeah, it has gone back and forth. Older cycle video. Is it really? Again, remember, we already went through a bunch of them. And yeah, and make sure you social distance. Thank you. Good point. Couldn't have missed that one. You won't have time to react. Usually you do if you're far away, but the point is don't look at it and there's the shockwave is usually crazy. Mm-hmm. 50% of the way through principal section for pre-licensing. Let's go. How do I feel about Palo Alto, the area or the stock? I like both of them, actually. So RTX still holding, so is LMT. XOM chilled out. They're coming down again. Palo Alto, or excuse me, Alcoa, they got clapped. B&O had its run up. We'll see. EMB. TN, US Foods, other plays that held up. Dude, isn't that crazy? How does it feel to be a part of your first Cold War? Some of you, it's your second, depending on how old you are. Why do you think SPACs are going private? There's not a lot of liquidity. This isn't the best time to raise money. Well, is this war cold? Yeah, for most of the world. I mean, I don't know if we have any like death numbers from everything going on, but for the most part, because it's one thing for them to attack everybody else, but clearly you see the world response right now. Now everyone's like, okay, if you make any other steps, you know, what are we going to get into? $35 Russian den. What about Ukrainians? Instead of doing a SPAC, there's NFT ownership, more liquidity there. Probably. Honestly, the SPAC liquidity has fell through the roof. But what is our NFTs? How are they? I haven't even looked at my shit in a while. With crypto. That's still holding up 18. That's crazy. Yeah, they dipped to like 16. Yeah, what the hell is this? I guess people still buying them. Nuts. We're talking nuclear-powered threats kind of changes. That's literally the Cold War. My friend Avago has earnings. 352 Ukraine civilians. Let's see. Did Boeing, where's Tesla too? At least the platforms didn't shut down today. Less Ukrainians have died than Russia as I tried. I feel like, why isn't there number? I feel like, is there like, shouldn't there be like a confirmed counter or something on CNN or something? What is SPY about to do? It's dancing around VWAP. I mean, technically, we've just pretty much bounced slightly in the range we've been at from the morning. Roll the dice on RSX. You run the risk of it getting halted. I would rather buy something with a subsidiary, but it's a very difficult trade right now. Not only have they been clapped, but if they start halting the assets again, or if they get delisted, it could be very, very difficult. How long can they hold stocks? It's one thing for the country to halt the stock market, but it's another thing if other countries don't want to carry the assets. So again, you may see Russia's stocks dropped from our exchanges because people don't want to do anything business related with them. Again, you can't keep a Russian stock open on the U.S. market because then the founders could sell out and get U.S. dollars. That's what they don't want. So again, like Yandex is still, people are talking Yandex getting delisted already. See, this thing is just halted all day. Yeah, even then they are. People are talking about what's it called? People are talking about the pulling even the vodka. And Troy, be careful with any donation links because I would have to verify them. And usually, since I've never posted any donation link for other people, I mean, other people ask me to do it, and it's just like I don't know what's real or not. And then if I have to do it for one person, I have to do it for everybody. So just I don't approve that link, essentially. Yeah, but no, they were talking about pulling Russian vodka. State Department's lied now. No, it's not live yet. It's live, but no one's on. We'll see. Total Wine was pulling Russia vodka when I was there yesterday. Send all your vodka to me. I'll dispose of it properly. They said there's vodka. My state pulled all Russian liquor. Dude, they made quick moves on this. Very, very quick moves. Yeah, people move very, very fast. That's weird. I thought people would have been like, no, my alcohol. That's how you know it's serious. They start touching your alcohol. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is the first big situation post-COVID. Yeah, I would say. Everything else, it looked like it would be crazy. You know, people were worried about a lot of stuff. But this is, again, this is the closest we've been to payments being stopped no matter what. Yeah, dumping vodka and buying oil. All right, they're in the little college room for the State Department. I wonder what he's going to say. Again, we haven't had any other update besides what Putin has done. Again, Putin issued counter sanctions. We don't know the extent of them. EU sanctions won't be left. Okay, so he's given another one. Nah, Russia's the new Evergrande. It's like, and Glencore. Does any of you guys remember Glencore? Glencore was an interesting situation. But Glencore was like 2016, 2017, I think. And it was one of the bigger commodity companies that was like going bankrupt. And they had a lot of it. It was like an Evergrande of commodities. The Green Goblins. Was it Glencore? I don't think it was. Yeah, it's a UK gas. When was it? It's a British gas supplier. Anglo-Swiss. Where was it? Glencore. There's a lot of articles that say you never knew about it. It was like 2016. As the commodity prices were like getting clapped, they started to like things got really, really bad, and then people found out they had a bunch of debt. It was just like Evergrande, but different country pretty much. But I think they were able to get bailed out of it. At one point, it was like the 10th largest company in the world. Japan, South Korea, UK issue joint statement on North Korea. They violate UNSC resolution. We're just like, all right, we're going to start beef with everybody. Since we already clapping everybody, let's go. Well, I think everyone's just motivated now. Everyone's like, all right, we're already doing sanctions. Yeah, literally everybody is feeling bold on both sides. You heard people say Lehman week, yeah, and it was Zoltan. I think it was Credit Suisse or J.P. Morgan analyst, and he was going off on volatility last week. But he's the one who called it a Lehman weekend, where he's saying literally if money doesn't show up and it leads to big defaults or unnecessary, unintended defaults or overdrafts, it could be a big one. And then again, people may need to start putting up money. Again, Russia had an impact on amount of dollars provided in the market, the global market. So you're cutting off a big source of money that has been flowing around the world. So people are saying if we need to figure it out, but that's where people are also saying you don't know the next risk of this, and you don't know what the next consequence will be. So it's a very wild concept. That's why I'm saying this is literally the closest you've been to halting money since March 2020. Doomsday clock, 100 seconds. I thought it was 1 minute. Or a minute and a half till midnight. You think the Fed will have to supply funds? They may. We don't know. I don't think anybody right now in the world knows until we see what really happens and until we see what actually Putin himself does. But we don't, like, what will be the glut of dollars? Like, how many dollars will be needed and what will happen? TLT from the watch list, like we said, again, if the Fed needs to step in, it could do that. Or if anybody tried to sidestep Russia sanctions in a weird way, buying a U.S. bond would be the best way to do it. So essentially what I'm trying to say is that either the Fed and then the rate hike odds might come back or go down and bonds may bounce up. But at the same time, the increase for safe havens has definitely gone through the roof. And even then, if let's say you were able to get money out of Europe or Russia right now, a U.S. bond is pretty attractive, especially with the yields a little bit higher. But then again, you run the risk of the Fed and what they're going to do. And that's what I was saying. I was saying some pretty complex stuff on the watch list where I don't know if even the U.S. is going to try some ghetto yield curve control because they're going to have demand and they may have to raise short-term rates. But the long end of the curve may be very, very good. High-yielding junk won't be safe. Yeah, but again, TLT, any longer-dated government treasury, it might actually hit. But again, it depends on how things move. California listing mask mandate in school centers. Oh, wow. That's good. Ghetto spreaded the yield curve. You think the oligarchs in Putin have already bought yen? They have gold. That's it. And if you wanted to trade, there's no real restriction on trading gold. Technically. It's a big headline about weapons. Which one? It says those supplying lethal weapons to Ukraine will bear responsibility should the weapons be used during Russia's military operation. Interesting. Again, so he's saying Germany? Is that a threat to cutting off the gas? That's literally going to be the next step. The Fed could print more money, but again, it wouldn't help what's going to happen to the price of gas. Would you buy O or Vici? I'd take O because they're similar yields right now and you get more stability. But I did not like their O's earnings was kind of scary. I looked at it and I was like, even their dividend health was like bad. I wasn't actually like too down with it. Like, let me show you. Bro, like it was like their expense ratio now is like shit. So I didn't check Vici, but I'll check. But like here's for realty income for O. I didn't like it. So look at, there's like a dividend health metric. Right now they're at 30. The final dividend is negative 30, but literally their net income was only $4 million and then their payout ratio is 9,185. It was not good at all. SPY just flushed right now. Again, you got a response there from Russia with the sanction stuff, but big tech, everything's coming down with it. SPY Chicle coming towards the lows. Let's see. Alexandra is a Russian billionaire. He's the main shareholder of several Russian conglomerate. I am not in politics. Don't get why I was sanctioned. He's like, yo, man, what's going on? I don't do anything. I just made a lot of money and I'm Russian, man. Come on. This is getting kind of serious. Oh, it is. Again, it really is. Whether it's not even the headline. It was serious from 9:30 a.m. this morning, even last night. Again, that's why I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised to watch this develop all week, because we're gonna get a lot of back and forth for the till the end. You have to see who it's gonna be. Tit for tat is what you would call it in politics. Again, they do this, we do that. They do that, then it just eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, my friend. Colombian peso, it is acting as a safe haven. I don't know how long it'll last, but yes. And bonds are going high. Again, safe haven demand is now higher than any other point here today. And then again, wheat is going up. I don't know what our defensives are going to do. Up, the wheat is up now on the bid. That plays, again, wheat options are just going up 5 cents at a time, but now the bid is gone up to 35. That's wild. Can you explain the Colombian peso? I can't. Again, a lot of Latin American countries and even like Brazil. Brazil did very good. I think the only thing would be they could be some of the winners because of literal like commodities. So again, a lot of these Latin American countries, they do have access to good natural resources, and Brazil is related to steel. So I think they could benefit off of that. But other than that, I could not tell you why. And again, some of their central banks like Colombia has been raising rates, but it has been, they're smoke weed every day. But I think that's the only thing I could say. It's very shocking, but Latin America countries may benefit. They may benefit. We're gonna find out, but I don't know how long safe haven status will last. Otherwise, don't underestimate. There's one giant safe haven right now. You don't know what it is? It's very, very simple. America. That's it. The dollar is kind of acting as I said. Don't forget, everybody wants dollars right now. The dollar is still accepted everywhere. BA temporarily closed offices in Kyiv. The wheat is going up. Premiums are jacked on that one. Brazil also has oil, yeah. SPY hitting a new low now. This is the first time of the day. NASDAQ not even down 1%, but S&P's down 1.3%. Dow Jones, and then this time now the IWM has went with it. You did not have that earlier this morning. You got 1,400 names up on the Dow, 1,900 down. And then we're looking at 66 names up and then 400 down. So it was worse in the morning, so we're going to see how that plays out. But you're coming down there. Another one. The candles are getting a lot bigger. TLT pop. Again, TLT's higher. That's the thing. TLT keeps going up. That's technically not good. Again, TLT saying the SPY should be down almost 2%. This is a fat move on it. The reason, you got no reason other than the little Russia responded, kind of pretty much threatening anybody who has provided weapons. And then you got sanctions on oligarchs, but I don't think it's news related as much as it was kind of timing and everything else. And then it just all flushed through. Again, all of the news from last night, this morning was awful. And now it seems like it's kind of finally settling in here now. Check the defensive names if they keep rocketing. SPY premium. The spreads are wild all across the board. Yeah, what are the butterflies? The butterflies are working great. The butterflies should give you 10% more than a normal put. So pretty much if you have the butterfly, they should be up 40%, and a normal call or put should be up like 30%. Clapped again. Yeah, SPY's getting clapped right now. Diamond says may raise minimum wage again. At least we didn't rally on month end. That could say a lot. Leaps have been all over the place. Yep. You're going to see, again, this volatility is unreal. Now, we're flushing big. This is 434 to 430 in like 10 minutes. This is actually big. Again, you are now at that 431 level like we talked about yesterday. I don't even know where we go from here. Really, 427 would be the next point. I think that's where it got crazy, or 428 flat. So you got another 3 or 4 points in the tank now, and we still got about 2 hours left. We might test 410 again. We'll find out. Again, that would be the real money point, but honestly, we got to deal with 427 first and then get back to the low candles and then back to that 421 level again. So you still got 2 stops on the way down. The same 2 stops that we had to beat on the way up. It's the same exact points of reference. Colombia jobless rate rises 14. Banks could raise minimum wage again. Riles, you have done nothing for this chat. You were banned. Thank you. Okay. And if you snitched on your neighbor, even worse. Now you're putting out fake tsunami news. Hence the reaction and ban. Thank you for watching the Stock Market Live. We appreciate you. We do have merchandise. And God bless. Big shakeout. Again, it's kind of expected. Today wasn't that bad. Or today was really bad, but the reaction wasn't that bad. And then it started, just selling off like this. So it's like we were saying it all day. The news today was hideous. But it is getting a lot of resistance here, which is good. Again, that was a pretty big point. So we'll see what happens. NASDAQ extends the line down 1.2. The Senate thing should have started, or not the Senate, how do you say? Wait, is this Jamie Dimon speaking? Hold on. I think this is Dimon.
This rule of law.
Yeah, it is.
Is the country going to grow and stuff like that? So
this is live right now.
Some people react to market
Jamie
volatility.
Dimon.
If it starts to affect the economy, like capital investment, consumer, real consumer confidence, then the Fed will probably slow down what it's doing. And, they don't want to do that. But my view is build the business for the long run. You're going to have some tough times. That's what we all live with. So.
M&A has been a huge part of the current cycle, and I think last year was a record for pretty much every shop on Wall Street, and certainly global volumes were at their all-time high. I wonder, looking forward, where you see that market going and the kind of deals we might see done in 22.
Yeah.
And whether you'll participate.
Of course we are. Whenever people talk about our pipeline is strong, I was thinking, yeah, but pipeline.
M&A bankers always say that.
Yeah, pipelines tend to go like this, like a little like an accordion. So that pipeline's come in a little bit, but it still could be good. Remember, a lot of M&A is strategic. Prices going down sometimes increases M&A. There's plenty of capital around, so it probably won't be like last year, but it could probably be fine. The IPO market, on the other hand, has been pretty difficult. So, but that may open up too, and people change their mind, and so we'll see.
Well, I think when we last sat down, it was all SPACs, and SPACs now seem a thing of the past.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to ask before I let you go about the metaverse. Obviously, that has been something that has, again, got a lot of press. There's a nice picture of you in the metaverse, in the sort of lobby area, in a tiger. I wonder, look, when I look at it, when I look at the optics, it can seem a bit gimmicky, but do you see this as a long-term sort of viable business?
Yeah, I do actually, because it's one of the benefits of traveling. I went out there and met with some of the metaverse companies, Silicon Valley. And
in real life, not in the metaverse.
In real life,
right.
In real life. But here's like a very basic thing. So you're still going to eat food and go to sleep and have a girlfriend or boyfriend, and you're still going to That's real life, okay? It's not going to replace all of that. But as it was described to me, you're in this metaverse. It could be screens in front of you or this type of thing. And you're playing a game, but you also then want to go shopping and you want to buy something in both, so the wallet can go from one to the other. And then you want to go say hi to a friend. And you can do all that while sitting there for 15 minutes. So, will those things be real? Sure. Will people do that? Yes. Well, people are going to do it like for the rest of their lives and will replace all the other things you do, like walking on the beach? Absolutely not.
But do people want to go to banks in the metaverse? I mean, I get why you might want to go play a game, but...
No, they might go for training. They might go to get a mortgage. They might go to move money. They might go to talk to their friend and say, hey, I'm going to send you that $1,000, they say. So there are things that may very well take place there. So, we will be involved in trying to figure out how we can do a better job serving clients, serving those companies, because they have to get paid and they have to pay their vendors and all that.
Yeah, okay. I'm not listening to Jamie Dimon on the metaverse. That was the last, yeah. He sounds very bullish on it. He's like, yeah, man. He talks like Bezos. No, I like these. He talks a lot like Bezos. Sorry. But that was good. Not bad. Sounds like the Matrix. He said you'll still have girlfriends and boyfriends. He said you're just going to, maybe you want a mortgage and you want to just put on a headset, you know what I'm saying, for the mortgage. And then boom. That's it. You're good to go. And we'll still be socially awkward on the meta. The man was talking to play on meta. He was just explaining, I think, what they've already explained. It wasn't anything breaking. And even then, up until, meta, you got to get out of crypto winter for the metaverse hype to really take more. Again, I think the headlines will probably start hitting like 6 months from now. We'll see. Spy drop, we have no idea. Again, there was like more Russia retaliation news in terms of sanctions and oligarchs, but I think it was just kind of just that time to really, because again, we were surprised it didn't flush out, but I just think it was that time. You got a lot of support at 430 there from last time. Again, remember how important that 431 level really is. So you got a lot of support there. Remember, that was a level that we really couldn't break. So if it comes down from here, I'd watch for another test. We may go up here. Still got a ton of time left, but we're really waiting headline after headline, and we're going to have to develop a lot from here. I think the whole week is going to be all about development. Oh, yeah, we were looking at Vici, then the market went crazy. But this is what I was saying. I don't like O is kind of scary. Again, expense ratio or their payout ratio relative. I don't know why the net income was so low. Does anybody, as any shareholder of O, do you know why the net income was so low this quarter? Because this scared a lot of things. Okay, we're coming right back down again. So watch out for the test. 431 is a very big key level there. Yeah, see, Vici surprisingly has a way better. I like this on there, but again, the credit rating of O and everything's a little bit better, but they have a better score here for quote-unquote dividend health on Vici. They acquired new properties in the same space as Vici. Yeah, but why is their net income so low on the latest quarter? Remember, they had a bad one, but I don't think they did reduce their dividend. The net income, has nothing to do even with what they pay. It's just literally the money that they're receiving. So it's a REIT, and they have to pay out. So like literally the ratio on this is insane. That means last quarter they spent more money in paying people out than that they had, than that they collected. So think about that for a second. They had this split. It could be because of that, but again, this is definitely not good. They've had times where this has happened. Again, in like Q3, then they've bounced back, but that's the only thing I don't like about it. That's terrible unless it has an explanation. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm if anybody's really followed the company well and own it, but there has to be a reason. But because that expense ratio or the payout ratio is wild. Expenses from merging with Verit. If my spread expires in the money, I'll get the money. Yes. If it's a debit spread, you should. And then you get max profit if it expires at 429. Is it enough to turn you off from it? I'm just worrying it. You know what I'm saying? I'm worried it's something I would, for some reason, because the question is Vici or O. I like both of them kind of equally, but I think O has better management. But currently, right now, the numbers of Vici look a little bit better in terms of dividend health. SPG is way better than all of these. See, their payout ratio is still 107, which isn't good. And again, this isn't good for any. You don't want this. That means they're paying 107% of their income. So that means they're paying you 7.75. They're literally spending 7 million or more. Where again, I do the ratio there with 5 million. I don't know. They'd be like they're spending about like less than 50 million more than they're making. So they made 504 million last quarter, but they probably paid out 550 million in dividends. You see, that's the payout ratio. That's not really sustainable all the time. That's why, and then SPG really got clapped there too. SPY, I mean, it's dancing at the levels. You could give it. We have enough time here. Really, based on how low we go with how much time, we'll let you know the relative fear in the market. But these are key levels. Again, we might bounce back up here, and we'll see how long that takes. But again, 431 is going to be key. Old Sears Landslord exploring sale. I did not. SRG. Everybody in the SRG. They have 76 times leverage. Not 76. It's like 7% pretty much. 7 in that scenario. If you're paying about 107, you're paying 7. O is so well known because they are the leader. They're really good. They've been around longer than most people. They've paid out consistently, historically. They are the Coca-Cola of real estate investment trusts. SRG. It's a REIT too, yeah. I don't I don't even like how that looks though, but we'll see. Let's see their payout ratio and shit. Yeah, there's not even anything on their dividend. It doesn't. That's probably just a sign that it's a little bit more sketchy. I think it was the split and buy Boston property. It could be, but that's the scary part. If that, last thing you want to see is like 4 million and like they have a lot to pay. They had a lot to pay, like for pretty much for they paid 9,000 times. They paid 90 times what they made. So they made 4 million and they probably paid out $400 million in dividends for O. And it could be because of the deal, so we'll see. Why are you so against averaging up on IRM? Because, man, I knew him in high school, bro. I knew IRM in high school. Because REITs, go watch the first video I ever made with REITs in the long term. REITs are designed to stay the same price. So when we bought IRM, I never wanted it to go up. Did you know that? I said it might be able to go up, but I never wanted it to. That's not the plan with a REIT. The REIT is you should hold it for 5 years, 10 years, and it should stay stable and then pay you out the dividend. That's what most people want, and that's how most REITs trade. SPY's coming down again. Watch out, 431 with a little bit more pressure, and TLT is rocketing. That's not good. TLT's hitting a new high. I think we're going to flush. I think it's going to hit another low unless TLT magically stops right here. But if TLT keeps rocking up like this, you're going to hit another low. President Biden. Why? Oh, he's walking out, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, him and Jill. Let's go. Give me the music. Give me the music. Give me the music. Come on, bro. We can't mess up their intro.
Yeah. Rollie on my wrist. Nah. I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a bed body. I don't wanna tap that. Hit me with the divvy. don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Any was a freebie, I don't even need a fast food. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of...
Wow, there is just so much love in this room. Gosh, Joe, Kamala, Doug, and I are honored to be with you for our very first in-person
Again, watch out for the lows here. If anything, watch if TOT goes higher and just see how we play out from here.
You know, it's great to see so many good friends here with us in the residence. And thank you to DJ D-Nice. Where is he? Ah, there you go.
Did you shout out the DJ?
You know, your club
I see you, Jill.
quarantine brought
Jill just got
us
some
so
points
much
for that.
joy during the dark moments, and we are so grateful to have you with us today. So thank you for being here. I know before we came out, Kamala and Doug were saying how many times they were in their apartment and they were dancing together, you know, party of two. I can't say the same of Joe, but...
Hey, you talking shit? That's funny, you. Huh?
Party of one.
Shut up.
The history of our nation, the history of African Americans who helped build our nation, is cataloged in the tangible milestones and moments and trials and triumphs. We remember the names of those who shaped the course of our country and whose hands have written the story
honestly,
of
why don't they
America.
let her speak more?
Many of those
That's all I'm thinking right now. I'm like, she's not that bad.
To you.
How come they don't let her speak more?
Those who have crafted our laws and dismantled injustice, who have penned our poetry and painted our dreams, who have taught the children who will lead us into the future and flown to the heavens to touch our stars. And yet there are threads stitching our history together that can't be captured by books. The laughter that gives us strength.
Who is this?
When
Is
the
Jill
world
Biden. This is your
feels
first lady.
Hard or hopeless.
That's what I'm saying. How
The
come she
joy
doesn't talk
we find
more?
in shared
She's good.
purpose and acts of kindness and the friendships that restore our faith in the world. That's what we celebrate today. A history as beautiful and diverse as our nation, as strong as the voices who continue to demand justice, a legacy driven by love for one another and hope for a brighter future, a heritage cemented by faith, friendship, and joy. Friends, we are honored to welcome you to the White House today. We are honored to share in the happiness of this celebration, and we are humbled to stand with you as we all work for a better future together. Thank you. As many of you know, our vice president's historic path to the White House began before she could even walk, marching with her parents in the civil rights movement, or at least being pushed in a stroller. Since then, she has dedicated her life to pursuing justice and opportunity for all. She is a partner to Joe, especially on issues like voting rights, and is proud to be the first but not the last. Ladies, ladies and gentlemen, the vice president of the
Bro, like even her mess ups are better. Oh, bro. Look at Jill. Jill killing it today. She's killing it. Yeah, this is America. There's like a whole ass war, and then everyone's just like,
Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. Please have a seat, everybody. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It is so good to meet so many folks and to see so many folks. It's nice to be together.
Come on, Kamala, we need that Jill energy. Come on, start screaming.
And of
Make
course,
fun of
it is
Joe.
an
Come
honor
on,
to
get us
be
in there.
here
Shout out
with
to DJ.
our
Let's go.
Incredible President Joe Biden. First Lady, Dr. Joe Biden, and the second gentleman of the United States, my husband, Doug Emhoff. It is wonderful to be here this afternoon, joined by the most esteemed members of the Congressional Black Caucus.
Bonds are about to hit a high here. Watch out. That will be your flush. Again, keep an eye. TOT here,
And
SPY
as a
right here. If
former
this starts to
member of the
break out,
CBC,
we're
I
probably
know
going to flush. So
firsthand
keep your eye on it right now.
that
Still
the
in the
members
danger
of the
zone.
CBC
Again, 431.
are
Next stop is
the
427.
Not only of the Congress, but of our country. Thank you. Thank you also to all the clergy joining us today who continue to lift the spirits and the condition of so many people in our country. And to the community organizers who work day in and day out to make a difference in the lives of all people in our nation. We are so grateful for you. And we are gathered then at a critical moment in the history of our nation and our world. A moment in which our democratic principles have come under threat. Today, the eyes of the world are on Ukraine and the brave people who are fighting to protect their country and their democracy. And their bravery is a reminder, a most recent reminder, that justice, equality, and freedom must never be taken for granted by any of us. So, friends, Black History Month was established to teach the history that too often has not been taught. The history of Black excellence and leadership in America. And also the history of resistance and resilience in America. And we are clear, Black history is American history. It is living, breathing history. History we create every day. And today, of course, our nation faces many great challenges. Among the greatest is the assault on the freedom to vote. The freedom from which all others flow. It will take an all-hands-on-deck approach to safeguard and strengthen the freedom to vote, and the President and I are committed to securing that freedom, as is everyone here. And that is why I felt such pride and such hope understanding how votes lead to action through elections. It is why I felt such pride and such hope this past Friday when President Joe Biden nominated Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson when he nominated her to sit on the United States Supreme Court. Because as we all know, elections matter. And when folks vote, they order what they want, and in this case, they got what they asked for. I went off script a little bit.
Okay, who the fuck ordered
And
$5
Judge
gas?
Jackson, of course, will make
I'm not paying that. You're
phenomenal
splitting
justice. She is brilliant. She has a brilliant mind and a record of excellence. A record that proves she will administer equal justice. And I don't have to tell everybody here, she has been confirmed on a bipartisan basis 3 times and deserves, therefore, a swift confirmation now. And Judge Jackson will be the first Black woman to sit on our nation's highest court. And as Dr. Jill Biden mentioned, it is with that spirit also that we know she will not be the last. So there is a lot to celebrate. There's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot to work toward. And in remembering our history, we remember those great American heroes who continue to inspire and motivate us, who continue to remind us through our memory of them and their contribution and sacrifice what our role and responsibility is at this moment in history. And speaking of that, then, when everyone walked into the White House today, I'm sure that you may have seen an exhibit celebrating great Black Americans. On display is a campaign poster from Shirley Chisholm. Barbara Lee, I saw you here today. Books by Toni Morrison, Zora Neale Hurston, and Maya Angelou. And a display honoring Dr. Mae Jemison, who I just talked with last week. You know, I'm the head of the Space Council. About her life and her work and her enduring commitment to helping young people find their own path to the stars. In the exhibit, there is also an Ella Fitzgerald vinyl, we used to call it an album, and a Jacob Lawrence painting, which hangs right here in this White House on a permanent basis. And especially significant in this moment, a judicial oath signed by Justice Thurgood Marshall, whose life's work influenced my own. In fact, his portrait hangs currently in the official office of the Vice President of the United States. And a bust of his figure sits in my ceremonial office as well. So as we gather here today and as we prepare to confirm another historic first to our nation's highest court, let us always remember, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Giants in our history, giants in American history, and giants right here in this room. This Black History Month, let us recommit to honoring their legacy with action. Let us continue their fight and our fight for justice and equality and opportunity for all, so that generations to come may stand on our shoulders and reach even greater heights. And history, as I've said many times before, I do believe it to be a relay race. We have been each passed a baton.
All right, TLT dropped. It probably bought us a little bit of time here.
In our
you may not really get
progress.
the flush. You might get a mini bounce. It's 11:38. Still a lot of time.
To the next generation. And in that spirit, it is now my pleasure to introduce a young, brilliant leader who is leading our nation forward with bravery, creativity,
if she says Biden, I'm turning this off.
And excellence. Please welcome Kateo Hilton.
Okay, good. All right, we can clap her. I'm just saying, she was like young, and I was like, bro, if she said Biden, I'm turning this shit off. I said no. But hold on, Spy's coming down. Unfortunately, as important as this may be, we do have Kirby speaking, and I honestly think this will move the market a little bit more right now. Or this isn't Kirby. Who's this guy? What's his name? He talks a lot.
Out of our embassy in Moscow. I am not aware of any high-level engagement since the Secretary informed Foreign Minister Lavrov last week that we did not deem this context to be appropriate or conducive for diplomacy, for the meeting that was to have taken place in Geneva last Thursday. But again, if we need to convey a high-level message to the Russian Federation or a lower-level message to the Russian Federation, we have the ability to do that.
Was that done over after President Putin's statement on his nuclear posture?
Has there been engagement in the past 24 hours? I couldn't speak to whether there has been direct contact within the past 24 hours, but there has been recent engagement on areas that are of in our national interest, and that includes issues of our bilateral, of our staffing presence in Moscow.
Okay, one follow-up. The Ukrainians have been asking for months and months for even better weaponry than the U.S. has been supplying them, and especially for Stinger rockets, which can take down aircraft. Is the U.S. supplying Stinger missiles to Ukraine?
So, Paul, we have over the past year committed more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. That includes the $350 million that Secretary Blinken signed out over the weekend. It includes the $200 million that
the EU offer to give Ukraine combat jets?
I can't comment on the EU offer. We've seen that. I mean, that's really for the European Union to speak to. But separate and distinct from that, and I think this gets really more at your first question, we absolutely remain in close consultation and coordination with allies and partners about security assistance. I don't have a coordination mechanism to speak to, like all of it's being funneled through a single point or that kind of thing. But we continue to coordinate closely with allies and partners about the security assistance that the Ukrainians continue to get, not just from us, but from them as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Many European nations are providing Ukrainians with advanced weapons. They're not shy in revealing what.
I didn't mean to press that. My bad.
They're providing to Ukraine. In the past, the U.S. has been reluctant in providing lethal weapon, but now, openly we're talking about these things. However, we're still talking anti-airborne, anti-armored, but there's no specificity. Is this because of intelligence reasons, or as some might say, you don't want to provoke the Russians more? What is the reason that it's open? The U.S. will support the Ukrainian forces. We're going to continue to do that, as you said, and other officials. But what on the specific side of these weapons?
Fadi, I don't think we've been inconsistent at all. I can't speak for what other nations are saying and doing. They can speak for the security assistance they're providing the Ukrainians, which is welcome and certainly encouraged. We've been pretty consistent about A, acknowledging we're doing it and going to continue to do it. B, giving you a sense of the size and scale and the scope of it in terms of the dollar figures applied to it. And C, been pretty, I think, transparent about what's generally in the package. We're not going to give you an inventory list. We're not going to put that out to the public because, as I've said from this podium many times before, we don't think there's a value to operational security for the Ukrainians to have that out in the public, that what the shopping list looks like on any given day. Just don't see a value to doing that. I think we need to think about, we should always think about operational security, certainly in this case on the Ukrainians' part. So we're doing that. The kinds of material that are going to be in these security assistance packages going forward, I think you've rightly said, we've detailed. It's going to be some weapons that can support them on the ground, as well as weapons that can support the airborne challenges that they have. And I think we feel comfortable going about that far.
And on the images coming from Maxar, the satellite images of this convoy that extends for 17 miles, do you believe the Russian forces advancing on Kyiv are planning on basically encircle the city or storm Kyiv? This type of troops and armaments at this size, are you able to draw any conclusion from what you've seen?
I think the main conclusion that we can draw, this gets to Lita's question, is that they continue to want to move on Kyiv, to capture Kyiv, to take Kyiv. although we don't know everything about this convoy, it is certainly in keeping with what we believe to be their intent with respect to the capital city. How they're going to do that, whether it's encirclement or bombardment or street-to-street fighting, I mean, I just don't think we have that level of dexterity now to give you that kind of detail in terms of Russian planning. We don't have insights to everything that they're planning on doing. What we can talk about is what we're seeing now, and that's what we're seeing now. And we're also seeing the Ukrainians put up a very stiff and determined resistance on their capital city. I mean, they have made it very difficult for the Russians to continue to move ahead. We believe that based on what we know of what their plans were, that they are behind schedule, that they have faced a stiffer resistance than they anticipated. Court.
Can you update us on any efforts at deconfliction, and have there been any like close calls or specific cases in the last 5 days where there would be a need for a tactical deconfliction? And then like are there calls that are being made from this building, from the White House, from the State Department, whatever it is, to try to establish that?
I would say that there is no deconfliction mechanism in place right now. But certainly we understand the importance of deconfliction, particularly now that the airspace over Ukraine is contested, and some of that airspace butts right up against NATO territory. And we're exploring options for should there be a deconfliction mechanism, what would that look like? How would that be run? We're exploring those options, Court. I think that's where we are right now.
When you say we, you mean the Pentagon?
The Pentagon, yes.
Is there a consideration of sort of like a larger NATO deconfliction? So like somehow NATO would be the one who would be communicating?
Sure, that could be part of the calculus. Again, we're kind of exploring the options right now. We don't have concrete decisions, and we don't have any indication right now from the Russians that they would also be interested in exploring those options. It's got to be a two-way street, but we are having discussions here about what that should look like, could look like, and certainly one option could be that it's done at, inside the alliance rather than a unilateral thing.
So at this point, Russia has shown no interest in establishing this deconfliction.
I think that's a safe bet. Yes, ma'am. Carla.
Thank you. Now that we've seen civilian targets that have been hit, is the U.S. considering installing a no-fly zone in Ukrainian airspace?
No.
And then to follow, can you tell us if there's been any more requests from NATO allies for U.S. military assistance, and give us an update on the troops that have deployed for this potential inclusion in the NATO response force? What are they doing right now?
There's no additional requests for allied support that I'm tracking, Carla, but obviously this is a dynamic situation. We're in constant touch with our allies and partners, and we'll certainly continue to talk about that. I would not rule out in coming days additional repositioning in Europe as appropriate. I don't have any updates for you on the NATO response force or the troops that we have contributed. The president spoke to the 7,000 that were going over there. They could be elements of our contribution to the very ready joint task force that NATO is working on putting together. But you do really have to talk to NATO and the alliance there in Brussels about their plans for that. What I would just tell you is that Secretary Austin has been very clear from the very beginning that should it be activated, we want to make sure we're ready. And that's why we've sent some additional forces to Europe to be in that postured and to be ready. Should that be the requirement that comes from the alliance? Again, we haven't gotten specific requirements laid out yet for us. And as for the troops that we have already repositioned and or deployed from the States unilaterally, they continue to work and train with the host nations as well as other NATO allies in wherever they are, whether it's in the Baltic region or whether it's down in the southeastern flank, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania. They continue to work and train with their host nations and allied partners. And then the 82nd, as you know, in Poland, they are also there as a reassurance force, but they are postured and prepared to assist if needed with any evacuation assistance for Americans coming across that border. There hasn't been a heavy demand for that. They're postured and ready to do that, but there just hasn't been a large outflow of American citizens from Ukraine. And those that have come, by and large, by a vast majority, have not needed any assistance from the United States military. They've already made their plans. They know where they're going. There's obviously good transportation available to them in Poland. Okay? Let me get to the phones here. Tony Capaccio?
Hi, John. Quick question. By how many days do you think the Russians have been derailed or been delayed from their original plans? You've alluded to that. You referenced that today, that they're behind what you think was their schedule. Were they intending to be in Kiev by today and have conquered the city under their original war plan?
Tony, I want to be reticent here to get too much into Russian planning. I mean, I think they're far better to speak to what their plans were. We think that they're a few days behind where they expected to be writ large in the country. I mean, I know we're focused on Kyiv now, but we think they're a few days behind where they expected to be at this point. Phil Stewart?
That we've provided to the Ukrainians, can you broadly say how effectively they've been used and how widely they've been used? You know, we're talking javelins and other ones that have been in the news.
I'm going to steer away from getting into a battlefield analysis of the weaponry that's being used on any given day and to what effect. We know that the Ukrainian armed forces are using a lot of the systems and equipment that have been provided to them, not just by the United States, but by other nations. And as I said, and you can see it for yourself, and many of your outlets, you've got reporters on the ground who are seeing it up close and personal. The Ukrainians have been effective at using these weapons and these systems, and at resisting and pushing back Russian forces. I want to remind again that this is this is a dynamic situation. It's war, and war can be unpredictable. And I don't think that anybody, including perhaps especially Ukrainians, are sniffing at Russian capabilities that they're facing. Phil Stewart?
John, what would the U.S. or NATO allies do if Russia were to target these convoys or these shipments of these weapons that are going to Ukraine, especially now that Russia has warned that they find these shipments unacceptable?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into a hypothetical, Phil. We're going to continue to provide security assistance to Ukrainian armed forces, and we're still going to look for ways to do that in the most effective, efficient way possible. Our support for Ukraine continues, as well as that of allies and partners. And I'm going to refrain from hypothesizing about what ifs in terms of any disruptions or potential disruptions to that assistance. Mike Glenn.
Yeah, hi, John. Thanks a lot. Question: the Russians have violated basically every maxim of war you can think of. I mean, under the 3-to-1 rule ratio rule, they should have fielded about 1 million troops instead of the 200,000 or so they fielded. They're not concentrating forces. They don't have control of the airspace. They didn't have a good situational awareness of their opponent. My question is, our leadership in the building, are they surprised about just how bad the Russians have bungled this invasion so far?
We're watching this as closely as you guys are on a day-by-day basis, and we're refraining from making some sort of broad assessments or assigning report cards to them on any given day. It is day 5, Mike. This is day 5, and it's clear the Russians have not made the progress that they wanted to make by day 5. But that doesn't mean that they aren't going to adapt and try to overcome some of these challenges. And it doesn't mean that the Ukrainians aren't going to also keep fighting for their country. And what that looks like tomorrow and the next day, we just don't know. So it's clear, yes, the Russians have had their own challenges, and they have met resistance that we don't believe they fully expected. But I think it'd be dangerous territory for us to read too much into this on any given day and prognosticate about where it's going to go. I would also just add that the one place it still could go is a peaceful diplomatic outcome. there's nothing other than perhaps his own obstinance of preventing Mr. Putin from doing the right thing here and to trying to find a way to stop this war, to de-escalate the tensions, and to re-engage in some sort of diplomatic, peaceful path forward. Now we'll see if that can bear out. It clearly doesn't appear to be the path he wants to choose. Louis.
Can I ask you two questions? One, there have been reports that the Russians have used cluster munitions in Kharkiv. Do you have anything that would suggest that? And how would you view that if that was the case? And I have another.
Seeing the imagery that you guys have seen that's sort of leading to these questions, Louis, we can't independently verify that. But look, let's not get hung up on a particular weapon system here. He's perpetrating violence on a neighboring nation state that presented no threat to him. And innocent lives are being killed, taken. And we've seen casualties. We know there's casualties on both sides of this conflict. All of this, Louis, was avoidable. So obviously certain weapons carry with them ramifications that others don't. But let's not get too wrapped up in whether it's this or that. This is a war of choice, completely and totally unavoidable. And all the casualties are on his hands. All the blood is on Mr. Putin's hands.
Follow up on a different matter. You spoke earlier about the thousands of soldiers from the 82nd who were there to help with the situation that has not emerged, helping Americans get out. There's a broader situation that's taking place on that border. You now have almost 300,000 people who have crossed over the border in the last 4 days. Is there any discussion that those forces may be committed to a broader humanitarian mission under whatever authority to ease that situation, given the limited resourcing that Poland may have?
We're in constant touch with our State Department colleagues and with Polish authorities. If there's such a demand signal outside of Ukraine, if there's such a demand signal, obviously the Department of Defense would do our part and help out. There's no such demand signal right now. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, when you answered Tony's questions, I think you said something along the lines of no one is sniffing at these weapons. Was sniffing the right word?
I think it was. Let's see. Heather from USNI.
Great, thank you. I was wondering if you can give us an update on any naval movements you may have seen this afternoon, as well as any update on whether Turkey is planning to close off the Bosphorus to ships outside the Black Sea Fleet.
Turkey, I'll let Turkey speak to their application of the Montreux Convention. That's for them to speak to. In the maritime domain, we know that the Russians still have warships as well, which includes amphibious landing ships in the Black Sea. We know that they used some of those landing ships to conduct an amphibious assault late last week. I don't have any updates or specific things to speak about in the maritime domain in the Black Sea, but we do know that they clearly still have combat capability at sea available to them. And I just don't have anything more in terms of what we're seeing, anything more kinetic to talk to.
Have you seen any evidence that the Snake Island sailors are alive? The Ukrainians? There were some.
No, I mean, we've seen some press reporting to that effect, Jen, but
you have no way to
no way to verify that one way or the other. Sorry. Yeah, Orrin.
The assistance, security assistance, both lethal and non-lethal, that the U.S. and others are sending in, do you have indications that that's getting where it needs to go? Are those lines working, and how far into the country can they get? Kyiv, Kharkiv?
I would just tell you, Orrin, that the assistance continues to flow, and we are comfortable that it's getting into the hands that need it. I think I'd leave it there. Abraham, I already got you.
You're going around twice.
No, I'm not. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I wondered if you
I'll
could
give
talk
you one
about.
more.
Thank you so much, sir. I wonder if you could address sort of the air policing mission. The United States has F-16s, F-35s moving fifth-gen capabilities to the eastern flank, all the way from the Baltics down to
And
the Black
F-18s.
Sea. Can you talk a little bit about the deterrent effect that has had and what they're doing exactly?
The Baltic Air Police mission, I think you know, is long-standing. It's something we've been doing for quite a while, and it remains a valid mission set for our pilots and aircraft that are based there at UCOM. As I said, some of them are coming from the Navy side as well, and we're going to continue to work with the Baltic states on this air policing mission. But those missions are happening. I mean, they're happening in real time, and they have even before this crisis. And it's important, especially back to some degree. Back to Court's question about deconfliction. I mean, this is airspace that now butts up against what is now contested airspace. So, in many ways, these air policing missions are more important than ever before. Tara.
Just one more, since you're feeling generous. Has the Pentagon been able to assess anything additional from Putin's orders putting troops on the heightened nuclear deterrent posture?
I kind of already dealt with that with Lita. I think I'll just leave my answer like I left it with her. Okay, you're it.
Thank you very much. So we know that Russians are using cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, in advanced air technology.
Yeah, TLT is moving like a bond auction, but I don't see anything.
NATO airspace being protected by advanced air defense systems right now. Are you ready to intercept any Russian missiles crossing into the airspace?
I won't talk about the specifics of how NATO airspace is or will be protected. I would just tell you that one of the reasons why we have, and you've seen some of the air assets we've contributed now in just the last week or so, is to make sure that when we say we're going to defend every inch of NATO territory, that means from the sky as well. We are working in close coordination with our allies and partners and their air forces to make sure that we can meet that need. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny as she
They're
pretty,
still
I don't
talking.
even need the
Come on,
ass
why are
fat.
they
Penny
still
was a
talking?
freebie.
Alrighty. So, a little bounce. Watch TLT. I'm a little surprised there. Again, I do not like TLT up 2% today. I think that's kind of a warning in and of itself. No other updates. No other crazy headlines. We're kind of waiting. It seems like the world is just waiting for Russia at this point. That is the only negative so far right now. But we'll see. Biden, is Biden talking now still or what? No, I think you got the news briefing now. That's they just finished up and that's the music playing. Biden's State of the Union to lay out plan to lower costs. That's what the White House said. Again, when is that? That's tonight? Should we watch it? Should we watch it tonight? I'm going to have to see. Got to tune in. Can I recap? I mean, today was just really bad news from last night. All of that. You got a couple of updates. The bullish part about today was the peace talks at the Belarus border. That was the only thing. Other than that, it was just kind of back and forth. Russia said they're going to do counter sanctions. We said we're going to go after Russian oligarchs. And then that's, it's tomorrow, not today. My bad. For the State of the Union. But then that's pretty much it. We were able to go up a little bit. We got to near yesterday's highs, our highs of Friday, but then we're also coming back to the key support level of that 427. And then we're going to see what happens. But surprisingly, not too many updates. Again, it's kind of just reacting to what happened over the weekend. The news was a lot worse than the market reaction. And now we're going to kind of wait for it to develop. And that's pretty much been it. Has not been anything too nutty, but it did definitely escalate quickly, and we're waiting now to see, again, what sort of counter sanctions, what happens to more energy, oil, Russia, all of that. So just get ready. Get ready. Saki sword. Is it State of the Union bullish or bearish? I don't know. I don't know what the history of that. I want to say bullish, honestly. I want to say it's usually bullish. Biden is going to offer a plan for energy, childcare, and health costs. His State of the Union is going to be selling you on Build Back Better again. Yeah, Build Back Better, double is what we're going to build. I got this. State of the Union. What? Union Pacific is a train, so we need more of them. I rode them every day. It's not a game. Come on. You think we will have 50 basis points this month? Probably not unless oil goes to like 120 a barrel. Prior to that, that's the only thing I could think of. But other than that, I doubt it. It seems like a quarter point is hiked in again. Fed futures were extremely bullish today. So even if you're looking for why today's news was so bad, but the market didn't get collapsed, probably because Fed futures chilled out. You're now below 1.4 on December. So essentially, we're pricing in 6 rate hikes about 2 or 3 days ago, and now it has fell to 5 hikes or even slightly below now. So we're going to see what happens with that. Yeah, it's the best barber, but impresses are impressing. It's real. We got to keep it real with the people. You know, I told them, we're going to build back better butter. And look what happened. We did. It's simple. And you know what else we got? Hummers. Yeah, they're fast, too. That burger goes quick. It's great. Mary Barra, American innovator. She made all the electric vehicles. I love her. Great. American unions. Come on. You know what it is. Look at the spies coming down. Not under me, it goes up. I talk, it goes up. I sanction Russia, it goes up. Put some respect on my name, prick. Oh shit, TOT. Watch out. Yeah, Uncle is working on a song with Biden. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know when he'll finish it, but it's funny so far. It's actually amazing so far. Hey, this is terrific. What? You want to leave me out of the conversation? No. You know who I am? Donald. I'm terrific. I saw Russia. I told Putin. I said, listen, buddy. Come here, shake my hand. I'll rip it off. He knows who I am. He knows I don't play around. No small guy games. I'm a big guy. He's a big guy too. We're both big guys. That's how you have to play. I swear, Joe's sleeping still. He's not like me. I have energy for days. Honestly, I could run a lap right now. You know how fast I run a mile? It's terrific. Oh yeah, what I'll do to Putin. Putin in China. Both of them. We're getting there. Not funny? Well, listen. Go take your Harley Davidson and drive it somewhere else then. Okay? Because a lot of my conservative friends here, they could laugh with it. Okay? And if we can make fun of Biden, we can make fun of all of them. Okay? Simple as that. And it might be hard to move the Harley because gas is expensive now. And you could blame Biden for that one. Okay? But it's simple. Okay? Everybody could get this smoke. Everybody could get this smoke. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. I gotta pucker my lips when I talk. A little better? I'm doing it. It works. Tick and Volt? I don't really look at them too much. I made your day with the gas joke. That's good. That was the Grinch. I don't know who it is. I wish I was better at it, honestly. It's good. It's good enough. It's good enough, though, I think. Why do I sound like Dr. Evil? Because literally the person, like if I made one of those like Venn diagrams of like Donald Trump and then Dr. Evil, there would be a lot of similarities. The only difference would probably be height. And honestly, I don't think Trump was that evil at the end of the day, but his attitude is very Dr. Evil. It's hard to explain. Maybe that's why. Maybe he needs some coaching for that, but that's it. Hair, I don't know. Hair is different, but like Donald don't got hair. It's the same thing. It's like that's his fake hair. You can't count it. I don't think you could count it. Skin tone would be a little different. That's about it. Other than that, I think that's it. Lucid, I mean, it's all going to be about delivery numbers at the end of the day. So if the delivery numbers are good, we could accept it. If not, it'll be a little bit difficult. Otherwise, I don't know. Again, EVs have got a little bit of a boost today. You saw with Tesla, and we talked a little bit about that effect here. How is it bouncing? Didn't FSR at 41K in revenue, like 41,000? Beer trap incoming with wheat. Wheat. Can we go over some properties? I mean, I'm down all the time. If you have any, are you the one, did you email me? Was that Ryan who emailed me? I think, who was it this morning? Or last night? I think, was it Ryan? Was it you? Yeah, with the multi? Yeah. So if you want to live in that, again, make sure you like the area then. If you're not going to use that as a rental. So Ryan sent me a multi-unit property, and it seems somewhat below market. Again, I couldn't pull up the data. He asked me if there was any red flags, and I said there wasn't. Again, I'd have to look at the MLS, and then in that area, sometimes in certain areas, multi-units sell different than single-family homes, believe it or not. So that's one thing I said to keep in mind. But if you want to live there, just make sure that you actually want to live there. I mean, if it's the hood, be careful, just in the sense that if you want to buy this for a real estate investment, but you're gonna live in somewhere for 12 months, that's just gonna you're not gonna like, or it's not gonna be good for you. I really wouldn't recommend that. That's one thing when you do mix the personal with the investment of it. That's all I would look out for. But again, it seemed good. If you wanted it as an investment, I would just double check the comps and make sure it seems like it's a better deal than not. But it also does seem like single family homes in that area that they sell faster than the multi-units. Essentially, it seems like those are the ones that are hot. UMC before earning. Hopefully they kill it and go back up to 20. You know what I'm saying? That would be nice. That would be very nice. You lived in East LA. It was terrible. I mean, you could do it, but it's just if you want to. Otherwise, what I would recommend to you, if you want to buy something to live in, don't go for utility as much. Go for location. So if you want to live in it, go find the cheapest house in the nicest area that you could live in. So then you could live in it, and then at the very least, when it comes time to sell, it's going to be the same logic when you sell it to someone else. But now, if you are like, oh, I could get like a 4-unit in a less desirable area, but it's it's not somewhere I've lived before, and it's going to be a little bit tough on me, I would rather go for a condo in the nicest part of the town. Location is very important right now. It's bar none the easiest thing. Again, even the house I just sold, it's all about location. You get that, you're good to go. New house or old house, depends on location. A smaller house and better location, better than big house and shitty. And then the winner would be in the middle. That's all you would need. Because then if you could get something like slightly on the outskirts or a little bit, further out, and it's not the biggest, and then that's it, and you're good to go. Still in Stellar? I am. The only thing I sold out from the YouTube crypto was the Bitcoin and Ethereum and Cardano to put as the down payment. And, God willing, we should be able to buy it back here soon. Oh. Hold on. Hold on, I think the wire might come in. I did get calls on wheat this morning. We were the first ones. And I'm telling the trade just seemed like nobody was looking at it then. Even then, I think it was barely green at the time. No, I think it was up like 4% actually, 3 or 4. God willing means no. I don't know. I got a different way. Seems good though. Yeah, it seems we just got to update on the wire. If the wire comes in today, we're pending. We're pending. Look at that. We're selling it. Somebody gave me a cash offer while Russia was blowing shit up. So real estate is the point. And then apparently there's a video. There's a video of Zelensky. Zelensky used to dance naked. What the hell is this, bro? Have any of y'all seen that? Yeah, Lending Tips just sent me this. It was like, yo, your wire's coming in at 4. In the meantime, watch this video of Zelensky dancing naked. That's what this is my real estate agent. Am I betting rates won't go up? No, I'm betting that other things will go up in price higher than rates. That's my bet. Very simply. Sounds like lending. That's crazy. He was on Ukraine Dancing of the Star. I don't know. It's weird. He's like half naked. It was pretty weird. I just saw some clips of that. Comedian, the literal Churchill. Yeah, he was. He used to have a YouTube channel. You know that? Zelensky was an actor. So he was in media and entertainment. Yeah, he was a comedian. He was like Steve Carell. You want me to play it? All right, let me find it. Do you think rates going higher will not affect your housing investments? No, not unless they get to a severe point higher than 6-7%, and then even wildly higher. 6-7% is where I get worried, but other than that, that's it. No, where is that video? I need to find. Oh, this one right here.
Bonjour à tous les Ukrainiens.
This is what Lending Tips just sent me. It's like a weird little mix, and then it I'll just skip to the good part. One of these, that's Zelensky right there. Oh, that's loud. It's like a comedy skit though. That's there. Zelensky. Yeah. And this is probably why Putin doesn't like him. Putin is a very, I don't know what to call it. Yep, all right, that's cool. Yep, it's like SNL. Yeah, exactly. It's a comedy skit. That's real. That is real. A long time ago, though, but it's real. He was funny, though. He was, looked upon, again, it's like Steve Carell. You know what I'm saying? He's like a funny, he's like a serious funny guy. I mean, the guy's not dumb. I think he was a comedian. But again, I can see why Saturday Night Live. Yo, that's a good one. Oh man. Oh yeah, that's Ukraine. That's Zelensky. Mm-hmm. That's good. Saturday Night Live. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Michael, you selling your house? Sell it to me. Let me buy it. Why are you selling it, Michael? I tell you to buy a house every big trade. But I'll buy it from you. That's fine with me. You email me if you want to. If you want to make a deal, we can make a deal, man. I'll give you a good deal, man. Good deal. Cash offer. A good joke? Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's terrific. It's a good joke. He did good. I never thought I'd see Saturday Night Live. It's a good one. It's beautiful. Beautiful to see. Moving to Miami. Where do you live now? Where are you at now? Where is the house? Are you in Florida? I thought you were already in Florida. So many buyers I'm waiting for prices to come down. Uber seeks to speed sale of remaining stake in Yandex. Oh, Uber has some of Yandex. Why is Uber even up on that? I guess better competition. Sending you link. All right, word. I'll take a look. If not, at the very least, if you want, I don't know if you've listed it or not, but if you get a cult agent, you could save at least some percentage points when it comes to the sale. Bro, that's the thing, dude. Honestly, man, real estate, the fees are insane. Uber will remove executives from board of Yandex joint venture. Kiev. Oh, man, that's nice. Oh, bro. That's good, actually. You bought that, dude. You bought that at the perfect time. Oh, dude. Michael making flips in real estate. That thing's huge, bro. Bro, Georgia? Bro, you got a tennis court. Bro, what kind of Rick Ross house is this, bro? This thing's dope as hell. Yeah, I don't know. I think we have one agent there if you want to sell it. Show the chat. Can I show them the chat? I'll put out the address. I'll screenshot the picture. They got to see this shit, bro. They got to see this fucking basketball court shit. Michael the Legend. Bro, this is why you making these crazy plays, bro. You living in this? This would be like, if this was in LA, this would be like $30 million. This is Michael's backyard. That's the house and that's his tennis court. But the house is like 600, 700,000. It's just, but it's fucking dope. Massive. Oh, wait, no, wait, that's not it. Is that the community center? Never mind. Oh, I'm tripping out. Okay. I think, I don't know. I don't know, actually. Hold on. This property is crazy. Okay, no, that's the community center. I was tripping out. I was like, bro, this is your crib? Okay, I was tripping out. It's still a big house, though. It's like a fat estate. They scam me. That's how they sell it. When they sell it and they show you that. That's dope. That's really dope. Still very nice area. Very, very nice. Yeah, I like it. Good looking house. Good windows. Target to add over 250 locations. Bro, Ulta already did good off of that. Really good off of it. Ulta's popping. Again, actually, is Ulta drop from any of this? Bro, low key, if we need Ulta to drop, I would buy a lot more of this. Ukraine offering soldiers $50,000 each to lay down weapons. Not bad. US dollars, you could actually use them too. Do you buy commercial? Yes. Again, man, let's just, we're going to have a lot of stuff next week. Next week, maybe a week after. But it's going to be, we got a lot popping off. And again, I'm down with real estate. And again, if any of you ever need help, feel free to reach out and we'll let you know. Again, if you ever need any, again, I stand by it. And I really think, it's a great opportunity. And we've been talking about it where I'm saying you have your long term. If you come across a property, you guys could always make some moves with it. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. But yeah. Sell it. Do you want a house, Michael? I could get you a plug on an exclusive new build condo in Miami if you want it. I have one reservation, I think. I could get it. I won't even charge you for it. Because I don't know if I'm gonna but you have to pay in stages. So you have to pay 30% at each milestone. So it costs a lot of cash, but it's not expensive. It's like, I think it's like $400,000, but that means you're going to need $100K at each one. $150K at each milestone pretty much. But they let you Airbnb it, which is the part I liked about it. Yeah, it's pre-sale. Do we have any co-realtors in Utah? Yes, we do actually. Did you send me the realist? Someone sent me a Utah one. I'm gonna get back to you later today. Someone sent me a Utah one. You want it? If you guys let me double check the status with it, and I'll let you guys know how much it'll cost. But you need to put in. That's the thing. You need to. It's just cash intensive. You can't hit it with a loan. That's the only thing bad about the property. So you have to put up. It won't be done until 2023. That's when it will be completed. And then you're gonna have to. You have to pretty much every like 8 months, 6 to 12 months, you're gonna have to put down $150K. That's the only problem about it. Lowe's is going. Again, Lucid's even on the high. Again, Ulta is still popping off the Target news. And then what? We got 30 minutes left. So the guy wants cash. It's not a guy. It's a company. It's like it's a development. It's a new build, and this is how some new builds use. So why would you put down 100? That's just how it is. It's just very like they want to build it. You can reserve your property. You get it. You could set it up however you want. And then every milestone you have to pay cash. You can find a loan if you could get somebody to do it. But for the most part, you need to be able to put up the cash. You need to deposit and then cash at every single milestone. So I only got it because one of my like ballin' friends, he bought like 4 units in there, and then he bought one of the most expensive ones, and he asked if I want one. They gave me a spot on the list, but I said I'll look into it. They're kind of like, I don't know if I like them or not, but then again, I'm like, I'll take it. I just don't want to wait another 2 years. I'd rather put up the cash instead of giving him $150 today, but we'll see. Every milestone, he put money down. Are you still friends with that billionaire? That's who got it. That's my boy. Good guy. Good guy. LMT on the high again? Oh, man. And RTX too? And I look at my ideas trying to find sales. Keep going, man. Keep going. Keep going. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. And what's it called? I saw your thing. I saw what's his name? Patrick, bro. I saw your follow. Patrick, I'm gonna have to give you a call, bro. We need to see what's going. You did good, bro. Patrick, he went to the open house and he talked to the neighbors, and he might have a potential lead. And he thought that they ghosted him the first day. But he came back, and I won't show you the card he put because it has his personal info. But he dropped him off a gift, bro. He dropped him off a gift, and then he, like, came in there. I was like, bro, Patrick, that's good. Patrick is so good at this shit. I don't know how. Patrick, the talking of Patrick, I love the guy. I'm telling you, that's good. That is very good. You're going to fuck around and get a $5 million listing off of that. Watch. God willing. We'll see what happens. Right. Did you get a listing? Did you get one, Wavy? You got one? 45. Our income restricted homes not. You could sell them. It's just hard. And you can't see. Different Patrick. Patrick Picardi. Different Patrick. So Spy came back to VWAP. I'm surprised even with the, what's it called? Even with the TLT up there. Send him fruit basket. You can. Knock on all the doors in the neighborhood. Exactly. That's what he did. That's how he did it. So Patrick was hosting the open house with the guys, and they went around and talked to the neighbors and were saying, hey, we're selling the house down the street. If you want to come take a look, and we just wanted to introduce ourselves. And then he got and the lady was talking to him and said that they wanted to sell their house. And again, this is a very nice neighborhood. We're talking anywhere from $4 to $10 million on some of these houses. So it could be a very, very good lead, but it worked. It worked very, very good. How do you find buyers for a house? Well, if you have it off market, you come to me. Otherwise, you list it on the market today. There's no shortage of buyers. Working, door knocking in the Heights this weekend. Let's go, baby. Keep it up. Any cons for listing house way over comps make everyone confused, interested? I mean, you got to be careful because like I listed a little bit higher. I still got good demand, but you just pretty much you want it to be confusing. Essentially, you want to price it to the point where it's like they can't tell if it's overpriced or not. But you do run the risk because you only get one shot. If you list it too high, like way too high, and you don't get any results, people are it's gonna be one of those properties that sits there. And if you're sitting there in this market, it's not good. But chances are you will usually get the price you're asking for. But now, here in this market, if you want a bidding war, price it $500,000 lower. You're going to get more demand than you ever thought was possible, believe it or not. Depending on, again, I don't know what the price is listed at. I'm assuming you're dealing with a higher price property, but it depends. But then again, too, do you know what the property's worth, too? Like, I listed my house high when I just sold it, and people, like even Lending Tips thought I was going in too high, but I knew the area based on what I saw, and I was like, nah, man, it's going to get this. So it was good. Did you get any offers at asking? We will talk about it. Wait till the video. I know you were an agent there. I don't want to spoil it. You'll see. I got to close it. I can't speak on the deal until that money hits my bank account. That's it. Otherwise, it's still in the hands of the world. But if we get the deposit today, which I believe the wire comes in, at the very least, even if the lady backs out, I will get paid off of it. But we'll see. We'll see. Thanks, Naj. Of course, man. And get ready. It's going to get even crazier. A lot of opportunities. Again, just don't crave the normalcy and we're going to be good. You know what I'm saying? Pocket listing, we're taking to the market way over comp to spark the community to list. Well, no, because what happened is literally once I listed a little bit higher, a bunch of people came in a lot lower, believe it or not. So people will do that. You will inspire people, but you might, if you do it too high, people are going to get inspired. And then if they see the traction on yours, they're going to list it lower. That's what happened. So literally after 7 days of my listing, 6 days, 4 new listings popped up all below my price by a substantial amount, all out of nowhere. So that's what you got to watch out. But then again, they were either smaller or they were like shittier. They weren't as nice or they weren't like, it wasn't that good. So that's going to be the key to it. Apple is getting a chicle right now. Apple is selling off right now. No plans to lift New York City vaccine mandate for businesses. That's what the mayor says. Can I start $50K horrible credit? Yeah, you got to get a good deal. I'm sorry, but yes. But honestly, I would just list if you really, at the end of the day, it's up to you to accept. You might be surprised, just list a little bit low or take the price that you think it's at and maybe go $100,000 above. But the point is, if you list lower, you're not going to run the risk of getting clapped, essentially. All that's going to happen is people are going to come in and then you get a bidding war. That's it. I did that. I listed it lower. The one street, the other realtor called me and yelled at me for listing mine lower. I'd say screw them. We didn't care. I didn't give a shit. Anybody wants to, I know what I got. I'm like, I didn't give a fuck. I was like, go ahead, you guys. Like, those properties are not my property. That's it. Just different location, different build, different everything. That's what, at the end of the day, it's on. You got to let the property should be able to sell itself. But yeah, but that's what people do. Oh, Sakatak.
Disaster assistance response team to the region to lead the
I've never seen her wear blue. Oh, is this because of Ukraine? Is she trying to put on for the squad?
You may have seen that our USAID, head of USAID, Samantha Power, is on the ground in Poland and has been there as well, providing guidance and assistance there. We've provided over $106 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year, including an additional $54 million we announced this weekend to cover critical needs such as safe drinking water, sanitation, hygiene supplies, and critical emergency health supplies to meet the needs of hundreds of thousands of people, as well as emergency food assistance to meet the immediate needs of 125,000 people. I will stop there. I know there's lots to talk about, so Amr, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. In light of President Putin putting Russia's nuclear forces into special combat readiness, has the United States changed its nuclear posture?
Well, let me first start by saying that throughout the crisis, Russia and President Putin have falsely alleged that it is under threat, including from Ukraine, including from NATO. Neither the United States nor NATO has any desire or intention for conflict with Russia. And we think provocative rhetoric like this regarding nuclear weapons is dangerous, adds to the risk of miscalculation, should be avoided, and will not indulge in it. We are assessing President Putin's directive, and at this time we see no reason to change our own alert levels. But it's also important to remember that even over the course of the last several months and years, when we have had significant disagreements with Russia over a range of issues, Russia and the United States have long agreed that nuclear use would have devastating consequences, and have stated many times, including earlier this year, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. So we have not had seen reason to change our alert levels, and we are see obvious significant danger in escalatory rhetoric.
Can I ask, there's been a great deal of movement of unity.
Yeah, check Microsoft and some of the chip makers, but Apple is dropping a little too much.
I think in recent years, particularly going back to the last administration. Is the president going to use this moment, though, to push NATO members to get on track with that 2% of GDP on defense spending?
Well, President Putin has been one of the greatest unifiers of NATO in modern history. So I guess that is one thing we can thank him for. But I would just look at, Amr, some of the announcements that have been made even over the last couple of days. One, the president has always been an advocate and a supporter of countries abiding by the 2% component. He was a supporter of that back when he was vice president, where, for history's sake, there was a great deal of progress made before the last president even took office and talked about it. But as we look even over the course of the past weekend, not only did you see a NATO alliance that was incredibly unified, and agreement among Europeans that there needed to be additional assistance provided in the form of security assistance to Ukraine, but you saw a number of countries take steps that they had not taken in recent history. Germany has historically not sent weapons to conflict zones. This weekend they changed course. Sweden also has not sent arms to countries in active conflict. That changed this weekend. Finland also changed course. Not all NATO members, of course, but the point is what you're looking at here is a unified Europe, a unified West, a unified NATO who are standing up to the aggression and the invasion led by President Putin.
And if I could just quickly follow up on that, we've also seen some signs and responses beyond sanctions to isolate Russia. I think FIFA and I'm sorry, I'm not soccer fan, I think it's FIFA, how you pronounce it, and the IOC have taken action to put pressure. Can that type of pressure, is it sustainable in the long term, given the economic pressures, the longer this crisis goes on? Can you maintain that sort of unity and those sort of collective actions, can they continue beyond this early moment?
Well, and you're referring to the IOC as in the International Olympic Committee, and I don't know if it's FIFA or FIFA. FIFA. Okay, I tried to be soft there. Okay, FIFA. Look, I think, Amr, obviously the preference of everybody is for President Putin to take de-escalatory steps. That is everybody's preference. But as it relates to unity among international organizations, among the West, among countries, among many leaders in the United States even, I think what we've seen over the last few days is a commitment to remain united and to send a strong message to President Putin that these actions, this rhetoric is unacceptable, and the world is building a wall against it. Go ahead.
I think the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia had a call with Emmanuel Macron yesterday where he's reiterated the commitment for OPEC Plus's production agreement. Has there been an explicit U.S. request to Saudi or to members of OPEC Plus to increase production given what's happening right now?
Well, without getting into specific details from here, just because it wouldn't be constructive to our overarching objectives, we have been in touch. I think you may remember that Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein made a trip to the region just a few weeks ago to have conversations with the Saudis and others about a range of topics, including the conflict in Yemen, but also to have a conversation about the need to address any impact on the global markets, global oil markets that we expect at the time could happen. And
Canada just announced anti-tank missiles for Ukraine.
Was any request made for a specific production increase?
Again, there has been an ongoing discussion about steps that we can all take as a global community to address any volatility in the market.
And then, given, I think, the speed and scale of the ramp up on the sanction side of things over the course of the last 72 hours, does the U.S., European allies have a threshold for which they view if you cross this, it would be viewed as an act of war by President Putin? As in, how do you calibrate your actions in terms of response and what may be coming back?
Well, he's already in a war, committed an act of war, invaded a sovereign country.
For NATO countries or EU?
Oh, you mean for NATO countries to act further in terms of further military steps or further sanctions?
If you game out, game out what a response would be, given the scale of the sanctions package that was unveiled, is there a line that if we do this sanction or if we go this far, then that would for sure draw a response directly towards the U.S. or towards the EU from Russia?
Well, if you look at the significance of the steps we've taken to date, including the announcements over the weekend about cutting off major financial banks in Russia from the SWIFT banking system, we have continued to escalate and build in close coordination and alignment with the Europeans. Unity is a top principle for President Biden as we take steps forward. That doesn't happen on its own. It doesn't happen by accident. It happens as a result of a lot of conversations, diplomacy, and hours by the president and others on his national security team behind the scenes. But the other
so everybody keep watch. Again, we're getting a lot of movements. We're listening to this, but look at the clock. You only got 20 minutes left. We're down just under 1% on the NASDAQ, 1% on everything else except IWM.
On the global markets and the American people. So as we look at steps to take, I mean, even if you look at the impact on the energy sector, we have taken steps. We have not taken some steps on energy sanctions, in part because we weigh that. That doesn't mean they're off the table. They remain on the table. But Europeans, for example, are very concerned about further price spikes on gas in particular. Their prices have gone up 335% over the last year and 26% over the last 5 days. So sanctioning energy would affect Russia's income stream. Certainly that would be a reason to do it, but it would also have extreme consequences on the world energy markets, particularly for our allies in Europe. So I use that as an example because we have to weigh all of the factors as we weigh whether to take additional steps. We have additional steps we could take, but we consider all of those factors as we make determinations.
And the last one, just real quick, is the Biden administration considering following what the EU and Canada did and barring Russian flights from the U.S. at any point?
I don't have anything to update you on that front at this point in time. There are obviously a range of options that remain on the table. So it's not off the table, but I don't have anything to announce and no decision made.
Jen, you spoke about a little bit about the sanctions that were announced over the weekend on Russia's central bank. How long does the U.S. Anticipate keeping them in place? I mean, is there sort of a time frame there? Perhaps you spoke about Russia considering de-escalatory tactics, or maybe announcing a ceasefire, or is there sort of a broad time frame that the U.S. is thinking about?
Well, let's hope that's the discussion we're having. Obviously, right now, President Putin is continuing to take escalatory steps. So we're not at that point of having that discussion. We hope that's one that we will be a part of.
Okay, so for the time being, there is sort of no discussion on perhaps putting an end to the sanctions that have been put in place.
Well, I mean, President Putin and the Russian military is moving toward the capital of Ukraine. And there are hundreds of thousands of refugees leaving the country because he has invaded a sovereign country. So, no, I would not say we're talking about reducing sanctions at this point in time.
And sorry, one quick question on President Zelensky saying he wants to be a member of the European Union. We did see some comments come in from the EU over the weekend saying they are a part of us. However, this morning there were some conflicting comments again from the EU saying, there are sort of discussions among EU members about, whether such a decision can be made. What is the U.S. Position on Ukraine joining the EU?
It's up to the European Union. We're not a member of the European Union, as you know.
If they did consider taking Ukraine in, would you support that?
It's up to the European Union to make that decision. There's a
Bro,
process.
is Saki wearing
and of
diamonds,
course
bro?
we
You see
support,
these dancing?
the aspirations of any country
Is that what
to
I,
join any
bro? It's like
organization and
I
the-
can't
the
tell if she
decision of
balling
that
like that, bro. You
organization to
see it
make the
dancing,
decision.
right? Bro, she low key dancing over there. I'm sorry. I like the ice. I like the ice. She got me, bro. She got me. I was just looking at that.
A no-go for right now, or is this completely?
Bro, those kind of hitting like VVs a little bit,
The president has been very clear that he is not intending to send U.S. troops to fight a war with Russia. And I think what's important to note here is that is essentially what this would be a step toward, because a no-fly zone would require implementation. It would require deploying U.S. military to enforce which would be a direct conflict, potentially a direct conflict, and potentially a war with Russia, which is something we are not planning to be a part of.
And on Vladimir Putin, you've said you're not going to assess his mental state, but the president has said he knows Putin well. They've talked a few times over the last several weeks and months. Has the president himself noticed or commented on any change that he's picked up on in Putin's demeanor or tone?
I don't have anything, any more assessment about the president's view of President Putin's mental acuity to state from here. There's no question outside of that, we'll leave that to others, that what we've seen from President Putin, whether it is escalatory rhetoric as it relates to nuclear capabilities and nuclear intentions, something that is in direct conflict with something President Putin himself and the Russians committed to, had an alternate, committed to something else just a year ago, or whether it is the speech he gave last week where he questioned the sovereignty of the country of Ukraine at all, or the actions he's taking right now. Those are not actions of a global leader that should be treated with respect on the global stage.
Given the behavior that you have seen, some of the things that you just noted, and the very severe consequences that he is now facing, these severe sanctions, is there any concern that instead of retreating, that Putin will feel so squeezed and so pressured that he will lash out even more, intensify his attacks, that any of this could backfire, essentially?
Well, I think that it is our responsibility, the United States, President Biden, as a leader in the world, to rally the world in making clear how unacceptable his behavior is and to put in place severe consequences. Now, what he is feeling on the ground, there are protests. There have been oligarchs in his own cozy circle who have been outspoken. And obviously, the pinch is being felt significantly in the Russian economy. Even if you just look at the fact that the market was closed today, the ruble has been plummeting. So those are the ways that he is feeling this. He has a decision he can make to de-escalate, and certainly we would welcome that decision. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Does the White House believe it is possible to say whether Ukraine or Russia are winning this war right now?
I don't think we're going to make an assessment of that from here, but what I will reiterate is something we have said in the past, is that President Putin and Russian military have made clear that they have every intention of taking over the capital city. While there has been a greater pushback in the country than they may have assessed to begin with, and I know my colleagues at the Department of Defense have spoken to this, the Ukrainian military, President Zelensky and others have fought courageously, have fought boldly in this moment. They are continuing to proceed, continuing to move towards the capital. So I don't think their ambitions have changed.
What would Putin have to do to get these sanctions lifted? Would he have to agree to a ceasefire? Would he have to pull all of his troops out of Ukraine?
I'm not going to make a prediction or assessment of that from here. If he starts to take de-escalatory steps, I'm sure we can have that conversation.
How great is the concern, this is sort of building on Mary's question, how great is the concern that these sanctions are so punishing that essentially Putin will have nothing left to lose and no off-ramp?
Well, the sanctions are punishing so that they will inflict significant consequences and change the outcome at the end of the day and de-escalate at the end of the day. That is what they are intended to do.
And then you were talking about a no-fly zone over Ukraine, but I know officials have been discussing the possibility of imposing a no-fly zone for Russia over the U.S. Where do those talks stand right now, and what are the pros and cons to doing something like that?
Well, no option is off the table. I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of a decision or anything along those lines. I would note that there are a lot of flights that go over that U.S. airlines fly over Russia to go to Asia and other parts of the world, and we factor in a range of factors.
And then finally, what's the U.S. doing to reduce the possibility of nuclear war?
Well, I think, one, we are not escalating our own rhetoric. Two, we are certainly assessing what President Putin's comments mean. But as I noted a little bit earlier, we have not changed our own posture. What we are trying to do is reduce the tension, take the tenor of the rhetoric down, and make clear that we have seen this pattern in the past, which is posing threats or suggesting through misinformation of sorts that there are threats posed to President Putin in Russia that don't exist.
1 minute, 10-minute rigged. Get ready. 2 seconds.
Cluster bombs and
Here it is, and then Hasbro popping.
If that's true, what is the next step of this administration, and is there a red line for how much violence will be tolerated against civilians?
Getting a little popper.
Manner that's illegal and potentially a war crime.
It would be. I don't have any confirmation of that. We have seen the reports. If that were true, it would potentially be a war crime. Obviously, there are a range of international fora that would assess that. So certainly we would look to that to be a part of that conversation.
And then the new aid that you just laid out at the beginning here.
I kind of want to do a wheat future, but I'm going to wait till the first drop. But a lot of things moving 10-minute rig, not too bad.
Of aid. What is the reason for that?
I'm not going to get into specifics of what is in the military package. It is a combination of ground and airborne defense capabilities, and obviously we have provided those in the past, but I'm not going to have more details to outline for you from here.
You mentioned that this next batch is going to be coming in the next few days. Why so long? I mean, days doesn't sound like a long time to us. But
the package that we had already announced continues to be delivered. So we have expedited the plans for delivery of this new package.
And then on the nuclear rhetoric we've been hearing from Putin, does this influence at all the upcoming nuclear policy review?
In terms of how our relationship with, look, I would think it's a good question, Jackie, but I would say what's important for people to note, and this is why I noted it a little bit earlier, is that even at moments where we had huge tension with President Putin and Russia around the 2016 election, around invasion of Georgia, around their prior invasion of Ukraine.
Bro, rate hike odds are getting dumped. So that's very bullish to a degree, but that's going to be the key to watch coming into tomorrow.
Was dangerous, and that was
again 9 minutes left. Saki's still talking. I'm gonna cut her off here in a couple minutes.
So, I think for right now, we're going to remind the global community of those commitments.
And on that same note, does this administration trust Russia to be an honest broker in the talks with Iran right now?
Well, I think it's not about trust in any of these negotiations or discussions. It's about verifying and then trusting later, including with the Iranians. But the Russians have been in the past a part of the P5+1 negotiations. They're a part of it now. I would just convey that it is in everyone's interest to have an understanding and visibility into Iran's capacity to acquire a nuclear weapon. There's no question about that. So at this point, we're just continuing to hope to make progress on that agreement.
And then after all of this, what is the stance of the U.S. and buying Russian gas at this point? At this point, are we ready to pledge not to buy any more Russian gas?
Well, as you know, it's really. Let me give you actually kind of an update on this because I think there's been a little confusion.
Yes, please tell us. This is a good question. Very important for the next steps here in terms of how Russia would escalate or us.
So as it relates to Russian gas, U.S. government doesn't dictate where the U.S. market sells our own oil and gas products, nor where it acquires crude or refined products for domestic consumption. This is all up to the private sector, other than exceptions like countries under sanctions. So the U.S. refiners currently importing Russian products are largely legacy refinery operations tooled in Hawaii and Alaska for certain supplies because of geography, and imports to the Gulf, both of certain refined products and of crude, as refiners in the Gulf mix crude supplies to meet the needs of their particular refinery designs. There have been companies, obviously private sector companies, who have made decisions and announcements, and we certainly applaud that.
So Can you just explain, though, what you laid out at the beginning? 'Cause I'm a little bit unclear. You just in layman's terms, we are not going to be making any policy from the U.S. government that would prohibit the sale or the purchase of Russian gas, then, because it's not something that we already do?
We haven't ruled out that, but I think what I wanted to convey is what is accurate about what happens now and how it currently works.
Go ahead. Jen, thank you. Staying on that topic for a moment of
Thanks, Jen.
oil and gas. You have said nothing is off the
So
table.
it's on the table, but she's pretty much trying to say that, well, we don't really buy it. It's just all up to the company.
Where are those negotiations right now? Is the administration closer to moving forward with that, given the sanctions and what we're seeing?
I don't have anything to preview for you on that front. It remains an option on the table.
Facebook
and obviously it would
restricts
help
access to
meet
Russian
any
state
supply
media.
issues in the marketplace. There are conversations that we've been having with global partners, and obviously we have our own strategic petroleum reserve stockpile to tap into.
Can you characterize if you're closer to making a decision on that front, though, given what we are seeing and obviously the global impact of these very harsh sanctions?
It has remained on the table. I just don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
Just a short time ago, the president was asked by our colleague here if Americans should be concerned about a nuclear threat. He said very firmly no. Can you explain what gives him that confidence?
Because, as I said a little bit earlier, while we think provocative rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons is dangerous and adds to the risk of miscalculation and should be avoided, which we're not going to indulge in, we are continuing to assess President Putin's directive, and at this time we see no reason to change our own alert levels. We've also seen throughout this crisis, President Putin falsely allege that they are under threat and use that as a predicate for taking more aggressive action. So we assess, we have our own capacities and capabilities here, but nuclear war cannot be won. And what everybody should be doing around the world is taking steps to reduce the rhetoric, reduce the tension, and that's certainly what our objective is.
One breaking news development that I wanted to ask you about, the U.S. has expelled 12 diplomats, 12 Russian diplomats. The Russian ambassador just said a short time ago that that move was a hostile step toward Russia. Can you give us the thinking behind the decision? And again, following up on some of the lines of questioning that you've already gotten,
All right, that was enough, Saki. Again, we're going to see. We're waiting for the updates coming in tomorrow. Again, by the end of the day here, we'll even see the futures. Get ready to wrap it up. You only have a couple minutes. We're making a pop towards the highs of the days. You are still below the 437 where we were able to close on Friday. We got away from 431 surprisingly with bonds up, but I mean, again, pretty much bonds or the stock market's correct today, and we're going to really find out. I mean, pretty much stocks should be down a lot more. They're still down, inverse correlation, but you could kind of see it kind of flowing here. I'm surprised TLT's going up into the close, so get ready. Yeah, I like wheat a lot. I was about to buy a future. I think I'm going to do that on the second one. You guys might watch me mess around with futures a little bit. We'll try one. But I'm going to wait on it. Again, but it seems like the options on wheat were a little bit better, but we'll find out because once the premium on this drops, I mean, we'll get an idea. But bring it home. Wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up. It's time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the Trading Fraternity terminal. Second link, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 75 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day out there. A little bit of wind, and hopefully you don't have any Russian vodka on board. We do not allow that, but fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so please make sure you exit one row at a time and be respectful of all passengers. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Coal Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Bring it home, baby. Bring it home. Bring it home. Finalize it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. You got to bring it home. You got a couple of minutes left. I think you're in the middle of big volatility. The candles have been big. We've been getting a lot of back and forth. It kind of looks like this a little bit. So we will see. If you want anything bullish today, the rate hike odds have dropped. Defensive names are going. We're probably going to get headlines here in the next 24 to 48 hours. If we don't get any headlines, chances are the market might continue this rally here. So we will see. As no news is good news is the reason why. Is what I chalk it up to. 1 minute. Let's go, baby. Bring it home. Bring it home. Bring it home. That was I heard like an echo. I think my ear was ringing after that one. It was a smooth 10. We'll take it. We will take it. It's been a big day. You got 30 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up. Understand the volatility that you're in. And again, if there's no news tomorrow, chances are we will go up if there's no news. Otherwise, we're going to wait till there's any headlines. Again, energy, materials, that really seems to be the key here, even the defensive stocks. So let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Microsoft running right now. Less than 10 seconds left. Bring it home. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. We did it. We made I need the GGs in the chat. God bless all of you. Thank you for being here. I need my GGs. Come on. Let's go. We did it, we made it, and deep bitches saying GG, baby. Let's go. Whether you made money or lost money, it don't matter. It really don't. You got another day, baby. You are living through some of the most volatile markets in decades. This does not exist. A lot happened. GG. Oh, let's go. Let's go. GG, Colt. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. That's it today. I love you. I got something to say, but GG. Everybody needs a GG. If you were talking shit, I need a GG. If you were respectful, I need a GG. Come on. Rapping about butt tucking, using the butts at the cocked at the front. Oh, he's talking the yield curve. He talking the, oh, that's crazy. Oh, let's go, baby. Okay, that's it. Cut it. Cut it, baby. That's it, man. That's the day. God bless you, Colt. Before any of you have to head out, man, I hope you know we love you, and I'm thankful for the opportunity. I appreciate you listening in and giving me your ear. Hopefully, we made the most of it, but I'm just grateful to have the opportunity. And really, at the end of the day, I hope you're able to say you got something out of this. And if you missed anything, we're going to have the watch list. But for real, man, thank you to all of you guys showing love, especially if you were positive, respectful, and found a way to contribute with stuff that was, you know, further in the discussion, whether it's good questions, news, who knows. And if you don't know, we got the fastest news in the world, and look at that, baby. GG, positive, keep it true. Viva la Chad, Nick Serrano. God bless you, baby. You see the people showing love hard. Oh, man, there you go. See, and even then, man, Nick showing love. He could have got a membership for a year, and he don't have the membership, and that's why I say it every day, man. Some of y'all show love, and y'all show up. It don't matter if you got a membership badge or not. I appreciate all the members. They hold it down, but for real, we do not care what you have in here. Everything is freemium. You don't even have to buy the stream alerts. Oh, man, they don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me, bro. You know what I'm saying? For real, it comes down to people coming in every day with a good attitude, ready to contribute, whether it's, again, a question, news, who knows what it is, man, but for real, thank you to every single one of you showing up and really ready to grind with us every day. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's just a different type of group. It's a different level when you got people as dedicated as you are. And honestly, man, I'm here every single day, and I'm just thankful to be able to share with a lot of you. So if you've been waking up with me, if you've been putting in the work and putting in the hours, baby, God bless you and thank you, baby. And let's go. That's who we around. You know what I'm saying? That's the community where I'm just saying it's all about what type of work you trying to put in. That's the only thing that separates anything here. It's either you in the game or you not. Oh, they don't feel me. Come on. So God bless you, baby. Shout out to Chad, and big shout out to the members as well. Again, we got a lot of honorary members out there. Like we said, we don't care what you got, man. But for real, bro, big shout out to all the members. They hold the channel down. They've been supporting. Again, you can see all the membership badges in here. Some of these guys have been in here. Some of these girls, too. Guys and girls, everybody, we don't care, but they've been here for years, baby, and they've been holding it down. And honestly, man, you guys keep me going, man. So thank you for the support. Thank you for always being there. For some of y'all have got to witness so much, and like I'm saying, man, we've had a lot of ups and a lot of downs, lots of smiles, lots of frowns. You know what I'm saying? All of it, man. And all I gotta say is, bro, it's an honor to share these moments, and I'm glad that we're all here together during these moments, because again, it don't matter how things play out, baby. We gonna be in the game, and we got each other's back. So let's keep it going, baby, and just keep it pumping. But I'm saying, man, we are sharing a historical moment. So at the very least, it's not even that sentimental. I know you're like, why the fuck you care if we share in a moment, dog? It's very simple. It's because this is history and this is experience. You ever hear me go on a bunch of talks and I start talking about this and that, and I say, remember in 2018, remember in 2014, remember in 2015, and then the European crisis in 2010, 11, 12, and then we start talking about the financial crisis. Again, it's all experience, baby. That's what I'm saying. You guys are getting to live through it right now. You're getting to share it with everybody, but you are living through this in your moment, man. And if you didn't get the PHILO, man, I'm just saying, there's a difference. See, the normalcy versus movement, and all you got to do is keep moving. So I don't know. This may have been difficult for you. I would not underestimate that. Again, it has been very, very wild, but at the very least, you are moving into experience, baby. So God bless you, baby. They don't feel me, man. So God bless you and thank you. Big shout out to the Stream Alerts again. First link for the Stream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Call. 2.4 thousand likes. Oh my God, Chad. Hard. Oh my God. Zoom guy getting clapped on right now. Oh, but look at the likes. Thank you for liking the video. Again, God bless all of you who decide to show love. It's a small little gesture, but we always appreciate it, man. I appreciate all of you. So thank you. That's what we like to see. Yeah, Zoom is getting clapped right now. Not good. 120. They beat, it seems like. Oh, man, that 30%? Or does that say only 4%? Why does that look way worse than 4%? Maybe because they were up? I don't know. What the hell is that? Zoom buyback. Oh, what do we got, baby? Dankstar, let's go, baby. 24 months. Don't let the badge fool y'all. May God bless y'all. Amen. Oh, he's saying I've been here forever. GG. God bless all of you, baby. Amen. But for real, shout out the likes. Shout out the Stream Alerts. Again, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Some of y'all hold it down regardless and got all of it. So hopefully it's been helping out. Hopefully you ain't been missing anything. And just God bless you guys as well for always supporting the channel as well. And hopefully you've been making the most of it. Again, if anything ever pops off in the stock market, my guys on Stream Alerts, get out there. You could do some works. I promise you, if it ever gets crazy, I'm going to let you know. So we got you, baby. And thank you. And God bless you. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel, the Trading Fraternity on YouTube, okay? This is the Watchlist. We're going to talk about it. We talked about a lot of the plays here today. We're going to talk about it here again. Make sure you keep your eyes out for that one. There is a lot I'm going to talk a lot about wheat today. We're going to have a lot. I like the wheat play. I really like the wheat play. So we're going to talk about it. God bless all of you. Third link for the membership badge. Fourth link for the merch, baby. And I know some of you want to see my face. You can check out our new Colt sweatsuits. They're very beautiful, but that's me. I like to model my own clothing. So again, if you watch any of my videos, you'll notice I'm a lot smaller in this picture because I wasn't working out as much back then. So, I've been working out. You guys get to see me. You could also go to Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, the Trading Fraternity. I'm on there, but don't fall for the fake Instagrams. Again, I'm never going to ask you how your trading is doing, or I'm not going to ask you and be like, yo, what's your WhatsApp? I don't get down like that. You know what I'm saying? But nice to meet you. I'm Josh. Look, you can see my nice gear. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful gear. Nice to meet you. You know what I'm saying? Nice to meet you. Yeah, you can save that photo. It's for you, baby. It's good. I got you. You know what I'm saying? Where are the curls? They just, when I get out the shower sometimes, you can see I got wet hair right there. So it's not, it don't hit the same. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, anyways, check out the new channel. It's called Real Estate Call. Yeah, it turns blonde too. The water, it's the chlorine in the water, not chlor. It's hard. I need alkaline water. You know what I'm saying? It's that if I lack of alkaline water, and honestly, I don't think I was wearing my mask. You see, I don't have a mask. Yeah, you see that? So that I don't have it changes things, obvious. So make sure you wear a mask. You know what I'm saying, dude? Because, like, clearly it's the mask makes it changes the hair. It could, I don't know, exposes you to a lot of different things. But anyways, I love you. God bless you. Shout out everybody rocking the bull, baby. Thank you for making it look good. And honestly, if you angry all the time and you're mean to people, don't buy the merch, okay? It's not a recommendation, but I'm just saying, make it look good. You know what I'm saying? I've never met every single person I've ever seen with cult merch. They either got an immense amount of swag where you're like, damn, where'd you learn that from? Or they're always smiling. Oh, they don't feel me. So let's go, baby. God bless you. God bless you. But that's the links. Check out Cult PHILO, Cult Cards, Cult Music. Follow me on Instagram again at The Trading Fraternity. Check out how option pricing works. Again, 1,000% gainers. If you don't watch this video, you won't learn anything. It's very simple. If you ever want to know where to first start with options, definitely watch that video. How we set up the long term. Long term is still kicking it, man. Don't sleep on it. We still building. We get a long-term deposit tomorrow. Hey, man, follow Fast Stock News if you want fast stock news. I mean, it's very simple. That's brought to you by Troy, man, your very own Chad. Your very own Chad. So check it out, man. Show him some love. Troy, you got to start promoting us too, man. Troy's going to watch it. 12 months, Troy is going to be famous. I'm telling you right now. I claim it. I claim it. I claim it. He's too good at what he do. He's nasty with it. He nasty with it. They don't know about it. That's a cult product right there. That's bro. He's just he's on steroids. He's on cult steroids, bro. That's fine. Now, you can promote it later. Don't worry. We'll wait till you blow up. Don't worry. It's fine, man. I'm just excited to see you doing what you're doing and doing it good, baby. So show him some love, man. That's Troy right there again. You're getting the news in the chat. You're getting it on Twitter again. We want to make sure everybody with this. So I don't know. It's up to you, man. That's the community we got here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Steroid. If you need steroids, Billy Benoit has the plug. Okay, it's not a recommendation, but again, I thought I'd mention it. No, that's a joke if you don't know. I don't know if it's a joke. Honestly, I really don't know if it is a joke, but the news is on steroids. We got it like that. We got it like that, baby. Reps. We doing news reps every day. 1, 2. I'm ready to go to the gym today. I'm excited. Today's a good gym day. You ready, guys? And if today was crazy, please go to the gym. Can I motivate somebody? Honestly, some of y'all been following me, and I've been seeing y'all getting on these gym workouts, and y'all have been trying to do transformations. Some people sent me an email. I'm very, very proud of you, for real. I'm seeing some of y'all getting in the gym, and y'all making some physical improvement, and y'all are just trying to get active and change something, bro. For real, keep it up, man, and I love it, and I'm telling you, it's good for your financial career. You don't realize it yet, but that fit activity, getting that body moving and feeling good, bro, it's gonna give you a lot of energy. Especially, that's how we out here every single day. You know what I'm saying? So I love it, baby. I see some of y'all, and keep it up. It's very inspiring. So let's go, baby. We believe in you. The chat has your back. Amen. 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 And finally, you guys have heard of buy now, pay later, right? Well, you know what you could do? You could click now, pray later. It's buy now, pray later instead of pay later. So this is the prayer request wall. You click on this, boom, you're going to get a blessing. We just going to pray for you. We just going to wish blessings on you. That's all we do. Me and my mom, we pray every single day. We have no affiliate links. Again, I had people were talking crazy about me. They were trying to say it's this and that. Nah, man, everything, man. We don't want anything. For real, bro. If anything, I want to pray for you. I get my blessings in heaven. I don't think they realize it. Honestly, there's a lot of cool stuff in the world. We may have accomplished a lot, but this is all temporary. They don't feel me, bro. I'm just saying, they don't feel me, bro. So I want to pray for you. Me and my mom want to pray for you, and we just want to wish you blessings and support you in that way, man. I'm telling you, it's not going to turn you into a salt demon or whatever. Don't be scared to click it. It's not that deep, too. We got love for everybody. I don't even care if you don't even believe in God. I don't care if you like me or not. It don't matter what you look like, anything, bro. That's just how we get down. So Fill it out, and if you ever want to do anything for me, man, please pray for me, okay? It goes a long way, and something it's very important to me, bro. Because again, I wouldn't be here without the chat, and I definitely would not have kept going if we weren't surrounded by such amazing people. So for real, man, pray for the people you see in there. Even I know it may sound weird. You'll be like, I'm gonna pray for Toasted, and you're like, who's Toasted? You don't even need to know who he is. I'm just saying, if you see him in the chat, and you see other people in the chat, and you see these names, man, just show some love and pray for your brothers and sisters, man. That's how we get down. If you don't want to use the word pray, just send some good vibes. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me. Come on. That's all we about, man. That's all it comes down to. So God bless you. Thank all of you for praying for me as well, too. I feel it, man. I feel it. Y'all, and keep praying for me. And keep praying for the chat, bro. That's it. And let's stay in the game, man. That's all. But that's the day, man. That's the day. That's all we got. I hope you got the PHILO. The PHILO was quick. Like I said, I'm telling you right now, I don't want any of you to get stuck. I don't want you to get stuck mentally, and I don't want you to get stuck financially. And I'm telling you, it's a very simple cheat code you got to understand. You get stuck when you start craving for normalcy. When you start trying to wish for the good old days, when you start trying to think of, oh, I want it to go back. Oh, I wish it was like this. Oh, I just wish it could be normal. That's where you get stuck, okay? Movement is better than normalcy any day of the week, okay? Can you understand that? That's all you got to understand. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. That's it. That you will not get stuck. Anybody I've ever met, if anybody I've ever met that always would be moving and would always be willing to adapt to however everything was moving, those people were always successful. That's it. Anybody I met, they're like, oh, well, I used to do that. I wish it was like this. Oh, I want to go to the good. Nah, it's done. The good old days are over, my friend. That's it. You know why? Because we got better days ahead. Oh, they don't feel me. Come on. Come on, man. So you know what you need to do. I need you to wake up and drive. Put it in drive. Your attitude should be in drive, determined that you could actually accomplish. Because if you wake up in neutral, the first thing that you see, well, that's not going to be good. So, okay, I need you to wake up and drive, but can I give you another challenge? Can I give you another challenge? Amen. It is a new chapter, baby. Tell them. Amen. Amen. Some of y'all get confused. You realize that's what I'm here for right now? At the very least, if you got nothing, I need to just inform you and make sure you're engaged that a new chapter is turning. That's all. Oh, man, let's go. Amen. 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 It's a new chapter. It's a new chapter. Oh, amen. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yes. Oh, you feel me. You feel me. Oh, man. Oh, man. I hope they feel me, bro. I hope they feel me. All right, man. So, it's simple. I got my challenge for you. Please. I need you guys. I need you on a mission. You have an enemy. Okay? You have a target. His name is normalcy. It's the desire of normalcy. The craving of it. I need you to kill him. Okay? That's what it is. We're talking about something metaphorical. This is not something real. Okay? But seriously. This craving for normalcy. I need it gone. That's it. I'm not going to, seriously, you going to ride with me? That means we got to move. And I'm not moving backwards. I'm not moving back to normal. Okay? We are not, my job is not to take you to normal. Did you understand that? Oh, come on. Nothing about this is normal, so let's go. As simple as that. Nothing about anything we do is normal. That's all I'm just saying. If you have this craving, if you have this deep down anxiety, this thought, I need you to just, that's it. You need to tell him, bro, hey, normal, I know it was nice back then, and I know some things were comfortable, and I know I really miss it how it was. Honestly, it was nice when I knew how things were going to be, and it was nice when I had a certain amount of stability. It was nice, man, but we can't do this anymore. I'm just saying, this whole, you texting me normal, and I'm like, oh, I want to, no, you can't do it anymore. I'm just saying, he's gone. He's gone after today, ladies and gentlemen, please. Are you with me? Are you with me? I need somebody. Somebody has to take this challenge with me. Please, somebody has to do it with me. Somebody has to do it. You need to get rid of the craving of normalcy. That's it. We need, gone. It's gone. I need you to love the movement. It doesn't mean it's going to be comfortable, but I'd rather be moving than going to normal. I'm telling you, any day of the week. Let's go. It's a simple trick. I'm telling you. And normal is going to get you stuck. And craving normal will do the same thing. So let's go. Let's go. Vibe with the movement. Another chapter. And trust me, you know why? Because, bro, you got good things promised. Oh, y'all don't feel me? I already know there's something promised. I don't know how it's going to look, when it's going to look, but, oh, man, let's go. I'm just saying, do you know what team you're playing for? Oh, they don't feel me. You can't curse what's blessed, man. I'm just saying, you reap what you sow. So keep moving and keep planted. It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. If you don't see the roots or the little sprout yet, we keep going. That's fine, baby. That's fine. But it's game time. It's a new chapter. You're waking up in drive. And come tomorrow morning, even tonight. Tonight, you better come to terms with it, baby. You killing normal. That's all I'm saying. No more craving of it, okay? Capiche, capiche. End of the day. That's a done deal. Sign on the dotted line. Let's go. Take it to the bank. Game time. New chapter, baby. New chapter, okay? So let's go. But that's it. I'm leaving it with that. I love all of you. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale if you're feeling extra motivated, okay? But listen to this, man. Don't forget why we here, okay? And why we keep going, and why we trust the movement. Why we could be moving and not knowing where we are going, but still have a trust in faith. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Why, baby? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So let's get it, Chad. I'm going to see you on the watch list. I'm going to see you tomorrow morning, and I'm going to see a new you tomorrow. You know that? I'm going to see a you that is starting to fight back against the craving of normal. So I'm excited to meet him or her tomorrow. So God bless you. I'll see you tonight, and I'll see you in the morning, baby. God bless you, and have a wonderful evening. Peace out. Oh, wait, Josh. Hold on. I want a pony, but play Uncle Answers. Ah!
It's a call, baby. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin', feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating, I just watered that tree. Got a little bit of Vegas, got a little Wall Street. On my band grand, got some buffets on the team. I can kick a couple theories, I'm the modern main case. Why the people never bring it, always asking what to eat. Thought you told me you was leaving, but I see you every week. All good, I said show them the loss. Men lie, women lie, the premium don't. No trend lines, my mind really just know. I exercise my time cause I'm trying to take hold. Poet and philosopher, I feel like the road. They told me what's impossible, I told them alone. Cause even though it's there, I can stay on the road. Cause little after little, it's gonna turn into growth. Whoa. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak, I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin', feel I'm Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission.
Bro, they told me what's impossible. I told them alone. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. Yeah, you got the Chad. Don't forget that. Hey, guess what? Finger to the sky, you got him too. Oh, they don't feel me. It's game time. Welcome to the new chapter, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're excited, and I hope you're ready for something not normal. And it's okay. You were made for it. You're built for it. It's game time. It's game time, baby. So I love you. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Okay, bye. Love you.